You are live on a Friday night. You know, I may have me some cocktails tonight. Just letting you guys know, it may be a cocktail night. My boo thing went out of town, so I get to just be myself tonight. He's like, "Do you have to drink?" Y'all, I'll drink a little spirit maybe once every 2 months, and he will blow it up like it was like I'm a drinker, I'm alcoholic. I was like, it's like wine. It's not that big of a deal. Most of it's sugar.
Those of y'all who drink, what is the difference between wine and spirits?
Oh, I call it all spirit. It's the devil, honey.
Like, what's the difference? Because it's all alcohol. So it's like spirit, like hard liquor.
I just call it all spirit.
AP, you're
Get you in the spirit, honey.
Because
you're something to wind down. You just do it in moderation. Don't get tacky with it. Don't kill your liver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'm not a drinker, so I don't know the difference between the two. But for
you're not a what?
I said I'm not a huge drinker, so
okay. I thought I heard you say you don't drink.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to Google that myself. Let's see.
Because Baby Boulevard, when you get down at the little spots, I'm just saying.
But you know what? It's because I drink once a month. We wait till payday and go there. So drinking once a month and then
it makes you, and it lowers your tolerance is lower. Exactly, that's me too.
It's
tell him that.
The definition says it's an alcohol drink that's distilled, not fermented, and has a high alcohol content, at least 15%.
Okay.
Yeah, basically the only real difference is basically speed and strength. Wine is going to take the scenic route slower, more casual.
More calories.
Spirit getting you there. Like, for example, I'm going to go get a spirit here in a moment.
I remember on a Chic critique, when the ladies were on a Chic critique, I had an entire bottle of wine and it did absolutely nothing. It was like Kool-Aid. I was thirsty. And it was like, and I looked at the calories and I was like, oh my God, that was like an entire day's worth of calories.
It was a Stella Rose, right?
Remember that night?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you this.
You know what? Let me go get mine. I think I have some. Let me see.
If you go get yours, I'll go get mine. So listen,
All
let
right.
me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this. I got one question for you guys. It is say 10:39, but let's just say at 1:00 I decide to eat something. Do those calories go towards yesterday or today? These are important questions, you know. With these inquiring minds need to know which day gets the calories.
That's a good question.
Today, after 12.
Because I was thinking is whenever you sleep. So the sleep is what distinguishes the next day. So if you ate it before you slept, it went for the day before.
Then you already take a nap.
Not a nap.
Whatever you eat now.
I'm gonna say the day before. I'm gonna say the day before.
I'm gonna say the day because it depends on when you sleep, right? Your body don't know it's day and night, but it does know when you get 7 hours of sleep. So
yeah, I agree. It's like kind of like you're still carrying the miles from the day before.
Yeah.
It could be both.
Let me think about. I'm going on a diet. So I just these are important questions for my diet.
I'm going to be right back. I got to go get my spirit.
Are we going to get a spirit for real?
I'm for real going to go get some 1738.
Are you going to get a spirit mistaken? Y'all got y'all got less than a minute.
I can't drink out of the bottle on the show.
Tiger, you not going to get a spirit?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll get I do like these little Peronis. I can get like a little Peroni beer.
Oh, you a Morehouse man. You know they so sophisticated and stuff.
I'll get me a little Peroni beer.
Isn't this horrible? We just took a spirit break. Give us a second.
Yeah, give me a second. Are we able to drink on camera? That's the question.
Well, you do it some people do drink wine, but I just go to the side.
Okay, then I'll just stay here. If that's the case, if we don't have the bottle right here,
Yeah, just
On the
you
same.
can. You're allowed to. I mean, it's not illegal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Friday.
Yeah.
It's a let loose Friday. Hold on, let me go get mine. You gotta hold it down while I'm gone, Tiger.
Okay. Listen, what's driving this weekend? Everybody needs to go see Sinners. Bottom line, point blank, period. I saw it a couple times last week, 2 days in a row, actually. I'll be seeing it for the third time next weekend to bring two of my friends for the first time. Other than that, two things I'm happy about. I'm really excited for Travis Hunter. I was thinking about it today. I'm like, he's kind of like the epitome of black boy joy. And I was so happy that he didn't get drafted by the Browns. I'm still on, we're all still on Shador Sanders. He has not been drafted yet, and I'm really confused as to why.
Are you talking about Deion Sanders' son?
Both of them. He's got two of them that are in the draft.
And neither one of them made it?
Not yet, but Shador will be drafted for sure.
Well, I don't watch football like that, but I would have, I'm hearing people talk about this, so it must be like a big deal. Like they must be good or something.
Yeah, they went to a bowl game, and Travis Hunter won the Heisman for Colorado, so he got drafted number 2. Shador, he won like a QB record award this year, but they've been passing. He's been sliding. He's like this. He's the prototypical sliding quarterback in this draft. It's really sad to see, but I hope he gets picked up by someone good.
Why do you think that is?
There's a lot of there's a lot of reasons. I don't think any of them are valid. The one is he had this interview that people said he was an interview or two that people said he was very arrogant. Who cares?
What's that about?
The other thing is maybe his skills, his arm strength, his skills might not be he wasn't, in my opinion, he wasn't in the same class as Cam Ward, but I still think Shador he's a really good quarterback, and he'll get his chance. Honestly, I'm gonna say this hot take. I don't want him to start, not this season.
It's too soon for Shador.
Yeah,
but I believe I honestly think he got kind of looked over because of some of the accuracy issues. But outside of that, whatever else they say is all bullshit. It's made up to not drafting. That's
right.
my honest take. If you remember Eli Manning when he first got drafted, his accuracy was trash. But yet, you're gonna take him in the first round, and you take him near the top because we know why. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Yeah. I just hope he goes to a nice team and gets to sit for a couple of years like Jordan Love and come out smoking like year 3 or something like that. But
all right, let's get this party started, y'all.
Let's do it.
Enough about football. Tonight is about women. I'm just saying, not handsome men throwing balls with balls. Women, okay?
Wait, don't we like balls though?
That's what I said. But tonight we're gonna put them to the side. So JR labeled this what men need to know about women. But I actually wanted to come from a standpoint, because nobody asked him to do that. Just want to be very clear. I want to come from the standpoint of what are the expectations. But before we do, let's talk about Shannon the man Sharpe real fast, because I know people have been talking, but I didn't get a chance to say what I had to say. Okay, because we cannot get on these talk shows talking about women they'll never learn when this man has so many people come on his show warning, and he just did what he wanted to do, and now look at us. And we all wanted Shannon to win because we all kind of like Shannon, right? And here we are with this nonsense. When are they going to learn? When are they going to learn? Is it that great? I just need to know, is it that great that you're willing to risk all of this for it? Like, what are y'all's thoughts?
I never got onto the 20-year-old smoke show train. I like listen, I don't want to. I don't want to pivot to it, but I was really cheering when Tracy Ellis Ross said she's checking for 40 and 30-year-old younger men. I was like, please. But I never jumped on that train of a woman's beauty peaks in her 20s, and the men will use this excuse of, well, men like younger women because of fertility. Shannon Sharpe has 3 kids, and I think they all over 30. He's not trying to have any more kids with a 19, especially with a 19-year-old. Let's be clear about that. So it's like, I think what was the question about it? Like, why do they like younger women? Is that it?
No, that wasn't the question.
What was the question?
Because I can understand why they like young women.
I don't.
I can understand why you would like a muscular man who's fit, who's, people are like, visual makes a difference, right? So she's a beautiful woman, we can't take that from them, right? What I'm saying to you is, let me give you a scenario. It's almost like how y'all sit here and say, oh, y'all gotta be careful. You think that person likes you, that man likes you, but he's just using you. He just wants you because of sex or whatever. It's like y'all giving us a hint, like he don't want you like that. He trying to play you. We be telling y'all about the opposite. She don't want you. She's just trying to play you, right? So we're just trying to. Oh, did y'all see that?
It doesn't make any sense. Was that like thunder?
Yes.
Yeah, it's stopped raining over here, but.
Okay, but go ahead.
Yeah, they're almost like, in my opinion, turning their brain off. I don't understand, especially in Shannon Sharpe's situation. I don't understand why now. Is this must be one hell of a midlife crisis, because it's what content creator said, like he's almost 3 times her age, a strong probably 2.5, but it's just like I don't get what the appeal was. You clearly see that he doesn't have anybody that is holding him accountable, and it's confusing. It's extremely confusing. Why does he have to go down to 19? I'm perplexed.
Okay, so first I'm going to address both points. He can go down to 19 because he can pay for 19, bro. Like all of that, let's keep it a stack. He is in a situation that most of us have, like, we can't even conceptualize. This man was about to sign a $50 million deal.
100.
So if I'm gonna keep it honest, he does it because he can, and it's easier than having to actually try to manage a woman as as boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, or husband and wife. He's not looking for that. He's looking for a bust down, maybe somebody to have on his arm at a gala, like stuff like that. He doesn't need you for anything else, which is why he was paying $25,000 a Chic. That's $50,000 a night. I'm just saying. What I think is I'm trying to figure out why this woman messed up her bag. We're talking about 2 years, and this man is paying $50K for your time.
So you're asking why she would rather take the $50K to actually keep going with him, or take $50 million to just get this over with, lump sum. That's a no-brainer.
She's not gonna get $50 million.
But he offered her 10, right?
Right. So that means, look,
that's
I like this kind of play
right there.
But look at it though. But look at it from his perspective. Look, I like a certain type of play. She's giving me that kind of play that I like. Apparently, he's into the extreme BDSM or whatever it is that he's into. She's allowing that particular kink. So, from a him perspective, I understand. From a her perspective, you're shooting for basically this man's brand new contract. That's what the aim was for. It was for his brand new contract. He's like, look, I just need this to disappear so I can get this brand new contract. So that's why he would offer $10 million to make it go away. It had nothing to do with whether he was wrong or whether he wasn't in the wrong. It was to get it to go away because I can sacrifice 10 mil when I'm already sitting on 30 mil and I'm about to get 50 mil.
It was 100 mil.
Oh,
Yeah. So
so
he was offering.
disgusting.
But see, the thing is,
Oh,
I think one of the
disgusting.
reasons why she was doing this is because they broke up. You said he wanted her to be eye candy. We've been following Shannon. Put a hand up in the air if you actually saw him and her in public in a picture. I didn't know that they were dating. I didn't know until this. But like the one thing I did like, and I'll go back to Tracee Ellis Ross, when she said, I'm single, but I'm dating, and I'm not gonna just date. I'm not on these apps. I'm not gonna just date anybody. I'm only gonna date people who are in my social circle that can get to the same parties, who are running the same circles as me. I'm gonna date someone who has the same thing to lose, and that's I think one of the classic mistakes that Shannon Sharpe made is, listen, these high value men who say I can do it because I can. Yeah, you can, and NDA or not, you're dealing with people who have a lot to who don't have as much to lose. And they can come after you because you have a lot to lose. But if you are like Tracee Ellis Ross and you're going to date someone who's a celebrity or someone who doesn't want their comings and goings, leaked to the media, there'll be a don't ask, don't tell kind of a thing. And I don't know if I'm using the right words, but like,
and she's still single.
Yeah. Well, no. That doesn't mean so is Shannon Sharpe, and he's living his best life. So why can't Tracee Ellis be living?
I'm not knocking her, but what I'm saying is you got to keep in mind they're looking for two different things. You just said it yourself. He wasn't looking for a girlfriend. She's looking for a boyfriend, the potential mate, probably something kind of like Oprah has had, kind of with Stedman. If I had to guess, I don't know Tracee that well, so I'm not gonna put that on her. But it sounds like she's looking to date somebody. He wasn't looking to date somebody. He's looking for that. I'm gonna tie you up. We could use my tie or the handcuffs you brought. I don't care.
Right.
Like that. They're not looking for the same thing. But this goes back to Shan's original point. Negro, why didn't you listen? Ocho Cinco has told you. What's the lady comedian? Monique told him.
His fans told him too.
And there was one other comedian that came on and told him.
Cat Williams.
But
yeah, Cat Williams told. Thank you. So he has been warned. So everything that's happened now, bro, like you can't say you didn't see it coming. But you know what? I guess I get it.
How often does that happen in general? Not just to Shannon Sharpe, but this has been a cookie cutter situation that has been going on for decades. So it's not even like he didn't know. I remember we had a conversation before about how like NBA players get caught up even after they have all of these classes and interventions prior to, like, literally laying out what women are going to do, what games they're going to play in order to get access to your money. And what happens? They still do it, period. It doesn't matter. I think it has everything to do about like power and control. When you have a certain amount of money, it does come with privileges. It comes with a level of power. So I think a lot of times with men, when they know they have money, it's about let me do whatever it is I want to do, and the consequences won't matter to me. Like they think it's not going to happen to them, right? And then it always does. I ain't gonna say always, but it happens a lot. Enough to know if I'm going to engage, let me protect myself. Let me make sure that, a person signs in what is it? NDA, things like that. Let me make sure I have my own condoms, my own protection. Like, it's so many things that they can do and put in place to try to attempt to protect themselves as best as they can. But yet they choose not. It's a choice. They choose not to, and then expect different results, even though they've had a bunch of things to look back to say, you know what, the potential of something happening is there, but let me make sure that I try to mitigate my situation as much as I can.
So this is the part that, and I think that they spoke on this the other night. This is the part that is crazy to me. So this is a chick that's on OnlyFans. So it's OnlyFans. So we already know what she's about, right? I'm just, it's just crazy to me that you're having this emotional conversation, or this well, you're having a conversation back and forth with the worker, right? Because at the end of the day, we can call it what we want to call it. It's a glorified, it's prostitution. All right. And this is who has a conversation? He has the phone number of the prostitute, and they haven't going back and forth with a conversation with a prostitute. Like, that is so like.
So
they were dating.
And well, in the dynamic. No, well, look, we got to understand the dynamics of a BDSM relationship, because that's a lot of role play. So he could honestly, I'm not saying that they weren't dating.
Listen,
I'm just saying, like, in the context of what we've heard, or what I've heard, and what her lawyer put out, in the context of their relationship, maybe choking is a thing, especially if she knows how to trigger that part of the conversation. Because at the tail end of what he played, the one thing that tapered off was, you want to be choked, and in that way of, hey, what, like, this is what we do. Again, I want to see more of the record, or hear more, not see. I don't want to see anything. I want to hear more of the context, and that'll give us a better idea of really the way it all played out. Because that little snippet, I think, when once you start understanding those dynamics of the slave pet relationship, that could be how they converse, and all you got to do is trigger it.
No. Let me just tell you this right here. All of that is none and void. You understand what I'm saying? What he should have done was he should have had a contract with her. If she is his sex worker and nothing else but that needs to be laid out. So it ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it. I pay you to do this, okay? You have agreed to a contract to be this type of prostitute, okay? Because when you start doing stuff like that, stuff like this happens. You start and you having conversations with them. What's the point? You can lead up to a yes once that contract is signed. We already know what this is about. Because at the end of the day, y'all love sitting here talking about women having babies. Y'all talk about wives taking half. How about your sex worker taking half? How about that? Your sex worker now has an opportunity to take half because you didn't do your due diligence. You're such a smart person, businessman. You have to be a businessman to get $100. You are high value to somebody for them to offer you $100 million. Why are you not high value to yourself? To say, I deserve for myself more than this, or at least be smart about it. Okay, I got a fetish. I got but you don't have people around you saying, okay, this chick needs to sign a contract. Maybe you don't need to do it yourself, but have your little personal assistant slide in there. Hi, let me introduce myself. I'm the personal assistant. Here, sign this contract, because we don't want this to come back and bite us. You understand what I'm saying?
I get you, but the problem with that is he can't sign a contract for sex work in the state of California.
Oh,
no. Well, this is the thing,
here's the caveat. There are places that actually offer that type of service and can tailor it to whatever you want, and they assume all of the risk. That, in my opinion,
California
is the best way.
The wildest state ever with everything.
See, my thing is that he has enough means in order to protect himself, and the fact that he did not do that, he earned the consequences of what happened. My thing is, in that situation, I would think, as a man, I'm always gonna opt on the side of not on the side of that they have me in their best interest.
Absolutely.
I'm always gonna opt on the side of me protecting my interests. So it would be limited kinds of phone calls or conversations that I'm going to have on the phone, all of those things, because I'm like, even for teachers, like being in education, like right now, the mindset is always assume that a student is recording what's going on in your classroom, because they video record everything. So I would assume that being a celebrity, that I would definitely have that same mindset that
He let his
everybody is
guard
the
down.
you know what I'm saying?
He
Like
let his guard
everybody.
down.
Well,
He let his guard down.
it's even more than that, and I think you
I
guys are
agree.
touching on a point. So I just want to say real quick for anybody listening, whether the allegations are true or not, that's not what our debate is surrounding. I just want to go ahead and put that in context. Because if she's wrong, she needs to be put in jail. Like, it's extortion at its finest. But this is what I will say. History has shown him enough information. We have Johnny Depp. We have the guy that tried to get out of his car and run. We have Mike Tyson. Every situation you can possibly think of that you could paint, whether right or wrong, I'm not judging either side, but every single thing that says, "Hey, bro, this is a potentiality." You have to protect yourself.
Real fast before we go into the regular topic. Would this not be a simple the art of finesse? Is it not a book out of being finesse? People get finessed all the time, whether it be a millionaire or whatever. Would this be looked at as any different? Like there was a game being played, and he lost the game. Like he got played in this situation. We see it all the time. We see people, oh, you thought he wanted to be with you, but he got that cookie. All he wanted to do was have sex with you. Is this not another just chapter in that same book?
I look at it and I say, if we just think on the surface, he is trying to engage and, like we said, trying to set up these little this arrangement with a 19-year-old. That, how do you not look at that on the surface and say
19-year-olds are? Let me just say, if you've ever taught a 19-year-old before, you would know that it's not even. I love them, but they have a special place in life.
It sounds like a headache. It sounds like it's going to get out of hand at some point. And I think he underestimated how big it was going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it all plays into like a lot of times of what we hear on the show about men wanting to date younger women. Again, it goes back to like they say groom or using words of that
less
nature.
Trauma.
Right. So I think with that mindset that was probably, he went in with thinking that he had the upper hand, right? And he was going to control the situation. And, it backfired because as young as she might be, she understood, I'm going to stay in this for as long as I can until I get my opportunity. And when you have the opportunity to get access to 50 mil,
right.
That's when she, switched it up and did what she needed to do. That time, like as a woman, that time gave her enough time to build her case, so to speak. And when the time came, it's like, all right, I got enough what I need. Let me just drop this and put it out there. And now it is what it is.
Yeah, I really feel for him in a sense that I just don't understand the appeal of this 19, 20-year-old. I don't understand it. It takes so much risk on. I don't understand why he's going that low. I don't know if that's if that's an appealing thing to him, but I would hope that us as men can look at this and say, maybe there might be a subset of guys who like dating much younger, extremely younger women. But I hope that Shannon Sharpe's story and Marcus Houston, because he's in the news, just kind of not getting talked about. It blew up in his face that this thing going for the younger woman with so-called less trauma, she's more moldable. We gotta start to unpack this and start to look at this. These kind of like excuses are kind of weird. It's just
I think that the problem.
Diddy, R. Kelly.
So I think that the problem is, I think that in people's heads, they really think, and don't get it twisted, there are small groups of women who are okay with this. I think in their head that women are really attracted to men who are 25, 30 years older than them. And that's just not the reality of the situation. There has to be a benefit to be there. Okay. This is the most, and most men who have that much money don't even care. Let's just, because I've seen them say, oh, we don't care. It is what it is. It's a transaction both ways, whatever. If that's you, that's you. But I think as it relates to the Shannon Sharpe situation in particular, in a lot of situations, just like Shannon Sharpe, the problem is a lot of these guys, for whatever reason, what's the word I'm trying to look? I don't want to say it because I feel like I don't want to think like I'm being racist or something. I don't know. I'm trying to let me say it in a way that won't get me in trouble later on. I think that there are some great white women. Let me put it that way. There are some great white women. There are some, now, let's just say it's not even just white women, it's some great black women. Okay. But for whatever reason, shit, I'm just gonna say what I gotta say. It's a known thing that some groups of people, I'm not gonna name a race, come up off other people. they do the most coming up off of other people.
Culture
okay?
vulture.
History has shown in the past that the come up, even with their own, who gets the most alimony? It ain't black women.
Yeah.
This isn't an age thing. I really don't think that. I don't think that this is
I don't think it's an age thing either.
I don't think that it's even necessarily a race thing. I think homeboy, real talk, got played.
Right.
It don't get any simpler than that. Like 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 at the end of the day, dude like what he like. He like tight model like bodies, I guess. Dude like what he like. And whether it was a relationship or transactional, either way, at the end of the day, homeboy got played. Instead of doing what you're supposed to do in a scenario like that, like going through a service that actually provides those, there are services that actually are afforded to people of means,
Right.
and you do it that way instead of keeping up
Well, you know, that's a
a
classic
2-year
way.
relationship with.
People want the Pornhub way. They don't want the classy way. The Pornhub way is a little more trashy.
AP
That's
is
kind
right.
of going with the psyche, the play, you know.
AP is right, but I think the problem was that Shannon Sharpe wanted too much into too much affection or closeness to this person. He didn't want it strictly transactional. So like what I'm learning from this is like this high value man is built up to have this huge reputation. He's the man that every man should aspire to. But underneath all that, they are extremely impulsive. They're terrible at decision making. They are extremely vulnerable, and they're hoping and praying that they don't run into a viper. And Shannon Sharpe, he ran into a viper.
And didn't identify and recognize what she was. Like at the end of the day, he had a lack of foresight and discernment.
He did. HD, did you have anything you want to input while we go to the next chapter?
Yeah, I think it's 100% a shakedown, but I also think that the issue that you run into just as, a person of means, right? You don't really know how quickly things can change. It was all good just a week ago. And over time, most people will reveal who they truly are in due time. Because oftentimes I hear people saying, hey, you just need to vet better, which is true. You should definitely try to do everything possible to hopefully get the best outcome. However, you don't get a chance to experience everything with a person when you decide to make a decision for whether long term or short term. Because oftentimes when people get older and people experience different things and they get hit with stuff that they never experienced before, hopefully the information that you learned previously can give you an idea of what could be around the corner. But honestly, you're just taking a risk. Whether you vet, you don't vet, whether you go the Pornhub route, whether you go the professional route, at any point, something could come get you, even if you do, quote unquote, your due diligence. I think also it's pretty common that just men in general just like the aesthetics of a younger woman, right? We can get into, why that is. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, the brothers that realize that they have this propensity for younger women also be like, well, this one's a little young, not because she looked young, but because her mindset is young, right? So you could be like,
HP, quick question. He's what, 54 years old, right?
56.
Oh, damn. All right, 56 years old. So if he
damn.
got a a 30-year-old woman who didn't have any children, that was attractive, to me, at that age, 30 is still young, because you have over a 20-year gap on
This one,
somebody that's 30. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
yeah,
well, I
So my
understand what
thing
you're
is,
saying, but
We'll never understand it. It's just his thing. Like, he likes young women. You whether it's the legal age, it's not like he did anything illegal. Whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not, it is of legal age. We get it. He probably should have went with a 30-year-old, but the 30-year-old probably wouldn't let you cross her legs the way that, undoubtedly. But she don't like she did it either. But anyway, it goes. That's neither. I don't know.
look,
At that point, it's coulda,
when your
shoulda,
net
woulda.
when your net worth is over a certain amount, you kind of have this feeling of invincibility.
Yep,
Let's
that's
keep it a stack. I can get what I want. There was a such thing as Epstein Island. There was a such thing as the R. Kellys. Like, you feel
I mean, look
invincible.
how long P. Diddy went for. Look
There,
how long that took for them to bring him down. Look how long
so
that took.
but with that, I think um, you've kind of earned a certain type of lifestyle, and it's just unfortunate for Mr. Sharp that it took this particular turn, because I still think it goes back to him. I don't think I literally don't believe it's about the age. I really believe it's about him recognizing the signs, and he didn't. And maybe it has something to do with his upbringing from a small Mississippi town, and he maybe he didn't see the finesse coming. But I'll tell you this: Kat told him it was coming. Monique told him it was coming. All these people tell you it's coming,
and he
and at
had
some
numerous
point,
examples.
So let me say this too. Because it's not a Shannon Sharpe thing. It just seems to be a thing, men with power, right? I want to say this, and I want to say it very clear for anybody, people in the outfield. This is a new day and age. These young people, they don't want to work. They don't even want to do work in the classroom. They are trying to find a meal ticket. Enrollment even in college is going down, right? People don't want. I don't know if y'all seen these reels where people ain't showing up for work. They don't want to work. Listen, so you are their work. You are their meal plan. You need to pay attention. This is not the day of the past where they let things go. Maybe I let it slide. This not that generation. This is that generation as I'm taking pointers from people and I'm gonna do the best way to get my money up so I don't have to work. So you keep messing with this little new generation that's coming in and you're gonna get bit every single time because they're not trying to have real jobs. They're just not. They're trying to do a fast come up. I would advise to tread lightly. Get you a contract if you must, except in California, according to AP. But
yeah, no, it's
I'm
just that you
telling
can't
you,
contract sex work, and like in states where prostitution's illegal, it's unfortunate that you can't contract sex work. But again, there are ways around it, and those guys are supposed to know the damn way around it. And then the problem is, this dude was forewarned about all of this shit. End of the
well,
day, we
I
can't say that he didn't. He can't say, "Oh, I didn't know she would do that." Nigga, yes, you did. You knew exactly what she would do. Everybody that's come on your podcast gives you dating advice, bro.
But not only that, you 56 years old. At this age and
it's
stage
more
in
than
life,
that.
you should have enough knowledge and
You
experience.
get played by a 19-year-old.
Exactly.
but
Got
but
him.
but that proves the point of why I say it's not the age thing. You can meet somebody that's 40 that's not mature. You can meet somebody at 50 that's not mature. It's not the age of the individual that's the problem. It's the maturity of the individual. And then also, I think the
We
biggest
got
thing that I
examples
think
of
in
that
this
too,
situation,
HD.
Mm-hmm.
well, I also
Somebody
think
said I gave bad advice.
Oh,
Well, keep dealing with that little twat then and see what
well,
happens.
No,
well,
but HD's making a great point. We got Anthony Edwards, older woman. We
Who's
got Zion Williamson, older woman. These are all older
wait,
women
slow
that's
down. My
finessing these
brain does
too.
not process that fast. Now, who is Anthony Edwards?
Basketball player.
Okay,
The
now who is
one
the
who
next
gave
one?
up his rights to his kid and paid the child
He's
support. Okay.
he
Correct.
trying to.
Oh, it didn't work?
It's hard to, as they state, it's hard to wrap it all into one package because you don't know how much he's going to be worth over the next 18 years. And, it's based off your income. Like, there's so many intricacies of that particular situation. Basically, what Anthony Edwards wants to do, he wants to sign over his rights, his all of his paternal rights, and he wants to go ahead and pay all of the child support up front. That's what he wants to do. And it's just hard for the courts to determine like what his worth will look like in 13 years, what his worth
Yeah,
will look like in.
I figured that wasn't going
And then it also, from what I was reading previously about like giving up your parental rights, is that both parties, the other parent has to agree. So even if he wants to, if she doesn't agree to sign off on that, then he can't anyway.
That's a bunch of BS.
So let me
Oh
just say,
Lord, here we go.
I got more advice. Get you a wife,
Have at it.
a freaky wife, and do all the tricks and turns with her.
They don't want that either. That's the conundrum.
Yeah.
That's the conundrum. They want the virgin-esque wife that don't be in them streets, but at the same time,
Or
let you choke her.
or they just don't want to date. Like, at the end of the day, maybe they just and when we're looking at some of these guys that with the means, like a Shannon Sharpe, maybe he just doesn't want to date. Like, that could be his thing. I don't really want to commit to you. I don't really want to.
But
I mean, you found something that works, right?
Draft right now.
But AP, to
10
your
million.
point, AP, he should have gone through one of those. What do they call that? Wall Street was using them. The
agency.
The agency. He should have used the agency. You can't just go grab a girl off of Starbucks and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to introduce you to this lifestyle, and I'm going to hope that you carry yourself like you're a businesswoman." In this sense, no.
Wholly agree.
No,
I wholly agree.
Listen to this. He offered her $10 million. Think about these dudes who just went in the draft last night. Who went for $10 million? Did anybody?
I forget what they get in guaranteed contracts, but some of them.
All I know is she ain't put in that kind of work.
Right.
She just showed up as an OnlyFans, recorded the fact that he wanted to choke her, and she got $10 million. Like, y'all, come on now. We gotta be smarter than this.
There's a movie called Uncut Gems where KG says, "Why would you show this to me if I couldn't have it?" So the same thing with Shannon Sharpe. You think you're going to get with this woman, show her introduce her to this lifestyle, and you just get to cut her off when you guys stop dating?
And imagine her OnlyFans probably just skyrocketing right now. Just the name, just the business. People just trying to find out what is she all about. This is a come up.
Just to give context, you asked Cam Ward, who was the first round draft pick, the first overall pick, contract guaranteed $40 million. The last person in the first round, $13 million guaranteed.
Okay, so closer to the last round, right? But she's asking for $50 million. Okay, so she is negotiating the first round NBA for having.
I pick up what you're putting down.
As an OnlyFans model, aka a prostitute. Are you guys?
Shannon Sharpe should have got with Joy Taylor or someone in his social circle. Just saying.
Now, if this really happened to her and she is a victim, I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't. She had an opportunity. So it's been recorded. Like, she's claiming that it's happened twice.
Did she keep going back?
How does the second time happen?
Exactly. Because
I ain't listening. Like, I ain't following that bullshit.
There were a lot of wrongs in this case. A lot of wrongs. Nobody right. Nobody's writing this. Shannon
She
Sharpe.
gonna get paid either way, though.
Yeah.
Oh, she gonna get paid with the lowest bid being 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
So-
lowest bid.
So you think that they're going to eventually settle out of court, or do you think Shannon's going to go all the way with it?
I think that
think
he's
it's
gonna
settle out
sit
of
up for
court.
20.
I agree. It's
I
gonna
think
be
he'll
gonna
sit
settle
up
out
for
of court.
20.
a Cassie thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
When he
That
said,
ain't fair.
"Man, it is what it is," he knew it was a wrap. He knew this was coming.
Mhm.
You could hear that sorrow in his voice. Like, man, I'm losing traction on this.
My boy Ocho told me. My boy Ocho told me.
Oh, now that's one thing I can respect about Ocho. Ocho, don't be playing no games with y'all. He's like, y'all can call me whatever y'all want to call me, but you ain't finna call me getting sued by no chick.
And Ocho don't play that shit.
He's a
Yeah,
penny
he
pincher.
don't. All right, y'all
Yeah.
gotta move on.
Yeah.
That was fun though. So what men need to
Can I
know
say one
about-
more thing before we move on? Just one.
Sure.
Thank you. I also think any guy that is going to be making a lot of money, especially as a black person, if there's any major announcement that you're going to do something big, you need to disappear. Because every time, well, not every time, majority of the time, when you hear any story about prominent people of color getting certain deals, right, and get certain notoriety and certain things, something always magically comes up. Because let's think about it like this: as a celebrity that he's been for quite some time, he might have gotten an influx of like big money compared to the money he had before, right? But he's had money for a decent amount of time. And he was probably getting away with this because he didn't get too close to the sun. So this should serve as a warning to anybody that once you start getting close to the sun, you better start ducking and start looking around the corner and start getting paranoid, because I think what is wise to realize that as a person of prominence, you have way more to lose than any other person that you connect yourself with, right? Even if she makes the same amount of money as you, you got way more to lose, because once your image is damaged, you can pretty much pack it up
Yeah,
and see.
Just to
and
piggyback
I forgot there was one more person who warned him too.
who?
Biggie, more money, more problems.
Well, to piggyback AP, this is why you need a wife, or at least settle down with someone. Because if LeBron James, let's just say, use an example, if LeBron James was never
But they
married,
step out on their wives though too.
They
When
might,
they
they
have
might.
that kind of money. I mean, Kevin Samuels was talking about that. They exercise
Yeah,
their
but they also
So-
do that with a mistress. Like even when you step out on your wife, a lot of rich people who know better, they'll just get a mistress, somebody who they know it's not gonna. They have a reputation with this person. She's not that kind of woman. She's not really looking for you to be but she's getting the benefits. He knows how to shut her up. He's gotten to know her a little bit more. It's even different ways. I'm sorry, I'm telling y'all ways to cheat, but it's even different ways to cheat, by some people when they get in that position. You understand? I know that was kind of weird.
I do have a question that. Oh no! I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were talking.
I was just gonna. No, you're fine. I was gonna say I'm glad to see that we have stories like LeBron James, that he's been married. We like to believe that he has not stepped out on his wife. Even Gilbert Arenas, Mister, I would have never imagined him getting married. He got married.
So it sounds like you said my name, but I have never, not one time, preached against marriage, and I will never. Now, what I will say, Savannah James doesn't listen to the noise. What I will also say is that the Kobe's wife, rest in peace, Kobe, didn't listen to the noise until it hit her in the front door, and she still stayed around, because those women understand something very, very clear. Bro, you on the road, you got a million other things going on, you need to relieve your stress. Those women are built different. So I don't like using some of them as an example. Who I like to use as an example? Denzel's wife. Now, which one of y'all know her name? Right. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you sustain it over the long haul. That's what I support. Those are the people where I'm like, yo, real talk, unless I Google her real quick, her name literally just slipped my mind, and I actually
Your
had it on
name
the tip of my
Pauletta?
tongue a second
Yes,
ago.
Pauletta. I could
Thank
not
you.
think of it. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I was like, as you kept talking, I was like, man, I could swear I seen her name like a few
Yes.
weeks ago.
Right.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
And she herself actually is a pretty successful woman.
Mhm.
But I definitely 150% endorse marriage. But at the same time, I can understand people in Shannon's money and wants to do whatever they want to do. And that's
I
kind of
think
what,
he shouldn't
but
get
here's the
married.
problem. When you do that, this is what you end up with. Like,
Mhm.
this is what you run the risk of running into. But at the same time, how much do you think Savannah James would get if she decided to divorce LeBron and go ahead and pull that alimony? I'm just saying.
Mhm.
But, I'm a regular person, so I ain't ever got to worry about the alimony piece. I'm just a regular dude. Them dudes
Mhm.
different.
Nah, AP, don't do that.
Why
Well,
does it seem
it's
like
it's
let me
clear.
ask one question?
Okay.
Why does it appear, and maybe it's just because these people are more familiar to me, but why does it appear that it's always Black men, right, that get caught? Because we know
Johnny
that
Depp ain't black.
just
Yeah, he got.
no, but I'm saying majority. We know that there are way more men that are doing this, and we know that's not even just a race thing, right? It's more of a class thing, money thing, opportunity thing, like, right? So if we were to balance it like that and look at it, we could say vast majority of white men have wealth, right? So if we assume that most wealthy men are moving that way, then why is it that you don't hear as much as of their mess as we do when it comes to Black men? Why aren't Black men moving the way that those white men are moving that have money and power and well?
In short, I think they're lawyered up. Like Derek Jeter, Leonardo DiCaprio, they are famous for their NDAs. Like you can go on a date with them, they're probably getting an NDA. You're not talking at all. So I think that they're lawyered up, and that was one of Shannon's classic mistakes. Is he wanted to go way down in age? Okay, nobody wants to talk about the age. He wanted to date a OnlyFans model, sketchy. But he also reportedly didn't sign the NDA. That might be it.
So they don't know how to move. They want to play the game, but not
No,
know
Shannon
We know that.
was told.
play the
Shannon
game,
was
but not
told.
know the
Like,
rules.
like
Okay.
I can't give Shannon that pass. Shannon was told. He acted out of complete stupidity. I would say ignorance, but I can't call it ignorance when you know.
I
And
think
you
that.
can't go ahead, Shan.
I think that Shannon thinks that women really want him. I think that in his mind he thinks that.
They do though.
Listen, no.
They do.
Not for they know they do want him, but not for why he thinks they want him. Okay, that's the
Not
problem.
19-year-olds.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think he knows. I think most
You'll be
men,
amazed at how they don't know.
no, what I was gonna say, I think most men of means at that definitely age and stage, like if they have means, I think most men will automatically maybe assume that this person is with me for my money. I don't think they automatically think that the other person has their best interests at heart. I don't think men move like that, whether they have money or not.
To Shan's point, there might be a racial component to this too. Are women of other races really checking for Shannon Sharpe like that, especially at the younger age? I don't
She
know.
pretty white, bro.
Huh?
That girl was pretty white to me.
I know, but I'm saying, like, are younger white women, just white women in general, like, oh my God, Shannon Sharpe, he's on my top 10. I
Okay,
don't know.
before we switch subjects, I want to go ahead and say this because I don't know how many people actually know, and I know Stan probably, or no, sorry, Mistaken probably knows because of people she knows. But there are women who are slow, who are methodical, who will learn you,
Right.
who will take their time and spend and literally dedicate years at figuring out what it is about that man and everything about that man
Right.
to simply get in the room with you. And now that they have all of that intel, all of that insight,
Mm-hmm.
their entire goal is to finesse you the best way they can out of how much they can. There are women, and I'm gonna give you guys a quick story, and I can't say the school because that'll get me in a lot of trouble. So there was a school in the Las Vegas Bowl, probably about 17, 18 years ago, somewhere in that range. And that school had the entire top 3 floors of the hotel that they were staying at, and I won't name the hotel. And it was supposed to be completely closed off. Two of the athletes, because they shared a room, went into that room. There was not supposed to be anybody there. This was literally after a team meeting. 3 of the most beautiful naked women in the room, willing to do whatever they were asked to do.
Mm-hmm.
And there are tons of these women all the time, everywhere. And who's to say this girl didn't figure out when she was 17 that Shannon Sharpe was her mark? Could have possibly been. She could have set up her entire OnlyFans just to capture him. Just to. I
Well,
mean, I don't know. I'm not saying she
I,
did.
I'll
Okay,
go.
I'm
so
just
y'all
saying that
listen,
there are
listen,
women that do
listen.
that. That is
Let's
their
make an
life.
agreement. Let's make an agreement. He got played. Let's just all agree.
100%.
Yep.
And there are
100%.
and let's just talk, let's just say this real fast before we move on to the next one. These people are still out there. They walk amongst us.
Yep.
You know, sometimes they're on OnlyFans, sometimes they're just a cashier or the bottle girl. They can even be just a chick next door. Okay, so you just have to be careful with the way you move. Okay, move. Okay, that's all we can.
No disagreement, Shan. None.
So, um, this is the time we usually do our super chats, but we don't have any, so we're gonna move to
Yeah, you done packed your things up, and Nas ain't here, so cats ain't trying to throw out them super chats the same.
You didn't get your spirit. You don't know what's going on, HD. Oh, yes, you do. Let me see what you got. A red cup?
Yeah, I got a red cup. There's not but water in it though. I don't drink alcohol.
Womp 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 womp.
See, unlike Mr. Sharpe, I like to have a sober mind.
It's very smart. I quit too,
That is very
HD. I don't drink anymore.
That's smart.
Have you always not drink HD?
Listen, since the start. See, for me, I was graced with 2 bad experiences. Reason why I don't smoke is because my dumb tail thought they were literally smoking grass. Turns out they won't. And the reason why I don't drink, my brother used to work for the ABC store, so he had all the access to all the liquor. Man, I got a hold of some Hennessy, and I was like, whoo, this thing hurt worse than Sprite. Who is doing this to themselves? This is so bull, dog. And then from that point on, I was just like, I mean, had a few sips here and there. Like I could literally count on both hands the amount of alcohol I consumed.
That's a very smart decision, HD.
All right, so our
people
next
act crazy when they be drinking.
It's me. So our next topic. So I don't know if you guys got the opportunity to look at King Talk. I know I did not go back and get no clips. That just take up way too much effort. But did you guys watch King Talk Tuesday?
Nope.
Nope.
I know
I
Mistaken
didn't get
because I
to
made her watch.
see all the way to the end. I think I have like maybe 30 or 40 minutes of it left. So I saw most of it.
Was this the one about the Shannon Sharpe case?
I think they did mention it.
Okay.
All I knew is when it
Oh
came
no,
to
that's
it,
not the one I was talking about. I guess I was talking about the
Or
one
is it
from
Tracy
last
Ellis Ross?
no, we're talking about it. Does Tracy Ellis Ross? I
Okay.
think. I don't know who the main topic was. I just remember the conversation because that's so long. I remember the conversation, and it was like, should women go to college? Should women not go to college? What's your perfect woman? All these expectations of what women should be and what women should not be. Okay, is I really want to talk about king talk. Amongst us, we had some kings, some prince, and then there were some others.
It was wing talk because it's a lot of them dudes sound like chicken.
And it's like nobody, and don't get it twisted. I can understand why, because different people like different things. I can agree that what may work for you may work for your household, may not work for other households. But it almost seems to me that the expectation, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, for we as the Black women, it's not very high. Not when I say the expectation, the standard of what we should get should never be placed high. It should just be like, be happy with what you can get, so to speak. And no other group of people feel that way about their women, but we feel that way about our women. And so I just wanted to discuss that, unpack that. Why do you think that this is? It was a lot of, oh, she needs to lower her standard, not that we need to raise the standard of how we're moving. So let me give you an example. Instead of saying, okay, more men may need to be educated, or more men need to go into trades to be master plumbers, not just the tech or the handyman, but be the master plumber. It was like, oh no, she shouldn't even be going to college. Because if she wants him to be educated just like her, then her standards are way too high. Instead of just pushing the standard. Does that make sense to you guys? And I was just so confused with that. It's like, what am I hearing here?
It's so sad. Only like 38% of women have degrees, but these guys in this, social media they're up in arms. Oh my God, things are changing. We can't find women, traditional women. We can't find, I don't get it.
Now, let me just say this. I do remember when they were talking about the daughters. I think Marcus was like, no, I want my daughter to be educated. I think Trev may have said it. So a few of them did say it. But I remember and I can't remember it distinctly, but I remember in there was like, no, they shouldn't be, because they felt like women going to college meant that they were not going to be marriageable women. They learn things in college that make them not be marriageable.
I wish we could change our outlook as a community on educated women. Like, how can we ever improve, maybe make improvements in our community or raise our standards if we're also dumbing down the education and saying, no, our girls should not go to graduate school. They should not try to go as far as they can go. That's a good thing. We should look at it as a good thing. I think to your point, I think we might be the only community that's doing this.
They were saying things along the lines of like, you need to train your daughters to be wives. And if they're going to go to school, like they need to go to school at home. Don't send them off to college. Things of that nature. Don't train them to be independent. You need to train them to be dependent upon a man. Like all of it was those narratives. Because if she, plans to get married, they're not conditioned like other cultures to, get the ring by spring or something like that they were saying, like when you're going away to school, Black women are not conditioned to move like that. And so their focus is always on education and getting a bag. And then marriage comes after that. But they need to focus on getting married early on.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of the conversation. But then when Trev brought up, like, honestly, for Black women, education increases their chances of getting married. So it makes more sense for them to move in that direction when their rates of marriage is higher. And they still kind of talked around why that shouldn't be the case.
Let me
go ahead.
I just want to chime in real quick
And this is not a jab at the fellas on the Tuesday night show, but sometimes there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of posturing, and not a lot of real building. And Shan, what works for one household might not work for another. Everybody's dynamic ain't gonna be the same. But when it comes to black women, especially, you ain't wrong. Too often the conversation gets framed like, "We'll just be happy somebody picked you," right? Like y'all hear that shit,
Mm-hmm.
and like the standard for what you should expect, love, leadership, loyalty, supposed to be something you got to negotiate down just to get picked, and it shouldn't. That's backwards. If we're serious about building like stronger families, stronger communities, and stronger futures, then the standard has to be respected, not reduced to fit some kind of convenience. Because kings don't, we're taught we don't lower our standards, and the truth is, queens shouldn't either, and we should never ask them to lower their standards. But what I will say, on the other hand, is that I think that the message gets lost because I don't think they're saying lower your standards. I think more or less what they're saying is, look, a lot of the things that you say you value to you is not necessarily what we see as valuable to us.
But
Okay,
AP,
so let me
can I
just
push back just a second,
me
AP?
too.
Sure. Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
When men say stuff like that, I'm willing to bet you they're gonna whine when they have a low earning woman when it comes time to get a house versus a high earning woman who's got the house already. And you can just move in, or y'all can take your both houses and merge into another one. It's putting more stress on you.
Let me just say this: they whine when a chick is on food stamps. They whine when a chick can't make the can't pay. They whine
Yeah.
about things like that. They do. They complain about those things. But unfortunately, that comes when you can't find a high paying job. You may need food stamps if you have children, right? So you can't have it both ways. But what I'm trying to say is this: I get the fact that it's not on your list. It's not a top priority to have a woman who is educated. But how often has I said this, AP? There are more uneducated women than there are educated women.
Bingo.
So if you really wanted one, why not just go get one? Because there are more of them than there are educated. You know why you won't? Because there's something about that educated woman that you want. What you fail to realize is the reason why she moves the way she moves is because she is educated. So you don't want to give the credit to education. You think that, oh, no, that's who she is. And we could just take her from being educated. No. Because if she wasn't educated, she'd probably move like the hood rat that you trying to avoid. Because clearly
So,
you don't want to be with them because it's more of them. You can just choose one of them and leave the
no,
educated women alone.
and I think that again, oftentimes, and I think it happens in this space quite a bit, we lose. We're not listening to each other. It's not that we don't necessarily want an educated woman, and it's not necessarily that we don't want a high earning woman. What we're saying is that's not near the top of our priority list. What in most cases, regular dudes just want a woman that a functioning adult, a woman that has the ability to do things on her own. So when I bring you in, I know that there are certain things that I don't have to fight with, and I'm sure in the world not going to fight with you. And oftentimes, what I hear in the space, and this is something I don't necessarily subscribe to, but it's something that I hear. A lot of those women, those there are things that are conflated between boundaries and just unrealistic expectations and attitude. And men in general don't really want to deal with the attitude. Secondly, um, no, we don't like we really don't give a damn about you know where you live necessarily. Because my objective, if I'm moving in the right way, my objective is to move you into my house. But you can't like I'm not gonna move some hood rat into my house that can't even function as a normal, regular female adult and be willing to submit to my guidance. And I think that's another thing that's lost. People, I hear guys especially talk about uh, uh, she needs to be fit, feminine, and all that other bullshit. That shit is crazy to me, bro. First, you need to find somebody on your wavelength. That's the number one thing. And the second thing is, if you that dude, real talk, she gonna fall into your program. Period. And I just hear, I do personally hear a lot of complaining that drives me nuts. But we can't lose what some of these dudes, like some of these dudes have legitimate concerns and complaints.
So I have a question again. So I'm going to pose the question directly to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I say 60% of the women do not have these degrees, but you keep focusing on the 40%. That's something that, why do you keep why are you focusing so much on the 40% if there's 60% don't have the degrees? 60% of the women, you're saying, okay, I don't want that because they have attitudes or whatever, but you keep focusing on them. Why is that the situation? And not all women who are not degreed are hood rats. Like some of them are decent women.
Shan, they're malcontents. They hate single moms. They hate boss babes. They hate women who are masculine. They just hate women. That's my answer.
Come on, bro. We can't do that.
No, I'm serious.
Listen, AP.
I'm not saying all black men. I'm saying these guys in these podcasts.
I agree, but and I don't think that that's the truth. Let's just be real. I don't think that men hate women, but I do believe that it comes off that way. Okay, if you're telling me of a campus full of women where there's 7-1, and you're saying that they all have an attitude, all of them had, like, that's crazy talk to me. Like, because all of them don't even think the same way. They don't move the same way, right? And then even then, you have another choice. Don't go on a campus. Go to people who didn't choose that route. You understand?
No. See, and again, I fully understand. My thought process on it is we can't discount their experiences like that. Like, and you know, I'm not going to take a direct shot at you, Mr. Tiger, but the way you frame that, and I'll get back to you in just a minute, Shan. The way you frame that was discounting some of their experiences, and we just simply can't do that.
So I don't think that's no. I'm accepting their experience.
No. I wanted to answer that directly with Mr. Tiger. Now, when it comes to the college educated woman versus the non-college educated woman, I think that they speak in generalizations, and I don't think that they're saying necessarily that all of them are this way or that way. They're just speaking in generalizations from their experience. And sometimes I'd argue, this is not my experience, but I'd argue that their type, and I think they need to get out more, that's my personal take, their type is either this way when it comes to the non-educated or this way when it comes to the educated. And I think that's kind of what they speak on. And I know HD.
Say this way. Can you elaborate on what you're trying to say? I don't understand.
Sure. So with what they're attracted to, the non-educated are hood rats.
Well, no,
and that's what I'm saying is their experience can't be negated, because what they're saying is, look, I'm attracted to this one, not that one. And I think last night, and I didn't see last night, so I saw it today. I ended up seeing it. Bruiser had a great, like, kind of a representation of this list of women. Mm-hmm. They classified a woman that had 3 kids by 2 men, but out of relationships. She looks like a dyke, right? Or whatever. I don't know the proper correct term, guys. So I'm just saying, she looked like she liked women.
A stud.
I thought she looked like a regular woman that worked a corporate job. And
She look a
like
regular
that's
woman.
what she looked like to me. I wouldn't have called her a stud. I wouldn't have called her a lesbian. I wouldn't have called her anything.
Yeah, I
She
think
looked like a woman that's
she was
lived
just
a little
plain
bit.
Jane. She was like a plain Jane.
You know what I'm saying? Like she had 2 divorces and a couple kids that were grown. And they're
Those
like,
were
no, no, I'm not. They're saying, oh no, I'm not dealing with her because of again, this is them reflecting through their experience. This is how I'm tying it back to the podcast. I'm not going to get with her because, in my experience, that type of woman doesn't even respect a man. She probably wants another woman anyway. So we can't negate what they're seeing and what they're experiencing, which is why you got to broaden your pool and
nobody.
get out of looking at, oh man, I want her because she looks she's whatever this type of attractive to me, even though she doesn't have a degree and she came with an attitude, but you found her at the damn local park. Yeah, she's probably a hood rat, bro. Like you got to take accountability for what you pick.
So
That's
I think
that's my biggest thing. And again, I'm not on the market, so I'm trying to look at it from their point of view, from what they find attractive. And sometimes you just gotta change the scenery.
you know what I think that people. I don't think you have to change the scenery. I think people are around people that they are
That's
around.
another good
Right.
one.
I think that people have looked to the internet
Proximity.
and they try to aim for people on the internet who are not necessarily in their community, and they're getting shot down. And so now it's you're being mad
Proximity.
because of the shot that just you're not you whatever it's called. But anyway,
Yeah, and I know HD wanted to chime
you're
in,
not making the
I
shot. So
monopolized
what
it.
but again, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. They absolutely can have these experiences with these young ladies. I let's just say every single one of them are boss like, they have an attitude. But again, go to the 60%. Not all of them are hood rats. Not
Yeah,
all of them
but
are. Some of
but
them
that's
are good people. They're raised,
but that's their experience with that other 60% though. Like that's what I'm saying. Their experience with that 60% that we're saying that they're not going to. They've experienced those women, and they're like, oh shit, I don't want to fucking deal with this, and I don't want to deal with that. So I'm not like They're most of this is through their real life experience, most of it,
What is it?
and that's why I say you have to
so
change something if you want something to change.
It
So
sounds
you
like
want more people to act like the opposite. Is that what we're saying? Because if he says he didn't stop going to school, we got to stop people from going to school then.
I can't answer that part. That's on the individual male.
And it
first
was
and
only one
foremost,
person. It wasn't everybody, but go ahead.
first and foremost, we got to give a round of applause for Miss Tina. You know, she let the whole entire speech go out, didn't say a word because she's a pretty educated woman. She's been doing. She didn't say a word. She was like, "We'll let bygones
Who
be bygones."
mistaken?
So I gotta what I'm saying, you give a
I'm
little
waiting
tap
my
tap.
turn.
You know what I'm saying?
She got a
So
mouthful. Trust and believe.
I know it's coming, but I also agree with AP on this standpoint. When we're listening to the opposite sex, men and women alike,
Mm-hmm.
we aren't hearing each other in a way that actually makes the conversation positive because of our personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
I always say that, you can't get rid of bias, you can only mitigate it. So even if you have a valid point, the opposite side, based upon their experience and bias, will do the best that they can to negate that opposite experience.
Because it's not their
Because
reality.
even though we can take everybody's experiences and actually make it one big experience, we don't do that. We take these people's experiences that we agree with and we align with those people. And then the people we don't agree with, we're like, all right, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that this doesn't sound something feasible so that I can take this and somebody else can run with it. So when I listen to these conversations, the interesting thing is, even when you look at Tracy Ellis Ross versus Shannon, they both kind of deal with the same demographic. Somebody is much younger than them who have way less to lose, right? And the thing that a lot of men are arguing about as far as Tracy, she meets the physical component, but she doesn't meet the ability to want to follow. She has no desire to be under no traditional regime whatsoever.
But
And
look who
then, But I'm saying if you're saying that you have a marketplace, right? That means something is for sale. Women are for sale, are for sale. If the women are saying that the men are offering something that they want to buy or be a part of, they will not do it. Vice versa. Men are saying, hey, there's a product on the market that I want. This is what I want on the market because I am a consumer. Men are consumers, just like women are consumers. So if you just put it in terms like this, a lot of times men will see women because just like women, guys have a physical component that you need to beat first before he wants to find more about you, right? So when I see you, I get one thing, right? Then when I start talking to you, I'm hearing things that might make me have cause for pause. So then as you continue to just walk down this information, you're just like, hey, listen, this you seem very similar to another woman that I've either seen or that I've experienced, and I would rather um disappear from you. So
Mm.
I think it is very interesting that I don't rarely ever hear anybody talk about truly working together to actually get viable relationships, right? All I hear is that marriage is the answer. And when we had this conversation before, most people don't even know what the purpose of marriage is. They don't have a definition for it. All they know is this is what I'm supposed to do, and then you just go do it. So then what you do, you create a whole bunch of marriages with people with the wrong perspective, wrong idea, and wrong definition. And then they like, hey, I did this thing because you told me to do it, not because it actually makes sense for you to do it. And I think
Mm.
that if we truly want to get the black demographic or the black community together, we don't have to just tell people to just do stuff. You need to tell people why you're doing it. What's the reasoning behind it? What's the benefit behind it? Because more times than not, negativity looks much better than positivity. And
Mm.
then also, a lot of the times when people are listening to people in long term marriages, they'll tell you relationships are work. Or a lot of brothers that have been married for 10, 15 years, they'd be like, you can just see the look on their face like, this hurt. I'm beat down, but I will keep my end of the bargain as best as I can. And vice versa. There's many women that have been drugged to the mud by this guy for 20 years, married or unmarried. So
Mm.
I think the first thing we need to do is approach the conversation with humbleness. Both sides of the equation got some issues, right? And the things that men are articulating to women, it's not saying that you can't be great. The problem that men are having is when you are quote unquote great, you judge everything based upon you instead of what I need you to do. And vice versa. If you want a man that makes more money, right? Sometimes women think that he can make more money, he could be at home with you, also take care of the kids, which is possible, but it's also not probable. So that's why I always try to tell people your best bet is to work with people that's willing to work with you. If you can't at least get agreement out the gate, don't even worry about it because a lot of people will be physically pleasing to you. But as far as when we talk about chemistry, compatibility, and actual probability of succeeding, there's a lot of little small things that's going to cause your relationship to be already hard to be even extra hard.
Okay. So I think it boils down to a generation. And you know, we're part of this generation now. Not that we grew up in this generation, but I'm seeing that we are adopting a lot of the behaviors and mindsets, right? Is that it's gotten to a point that it has become about being selfish and what is in it for me. So when we have these conversations, it's very difficult to have a open and honest conversation when both sides are trying to prove their point about them, right? So as I was listening to King talk, I guess it was last Tuesday. I guess it wasn't, this one. What Shan was referring to about the education and all of that, all of the things that the men were saying. So one thing that I will do is I'm a firm believer. See, this is what education teaches you too, and I think this is what men have a problem with. It teaches you to not take somebody's word at face value, to question everything, right? And I think men have a hard time, and I'm gonna just say Black men because that's who I'm around. I don't know what a whole lot of other men may do. This may be true for other men as well, but they don't like being challenged. And I don't mean challenged like, like on a masculine. I'm talking about challenged in their thinking, challenged in their decision making, challenge. They just don't like it. And so I think that questioning that I think a lot of women do, not just Black women, right? I just think that they take it as an offense and they blame it on education, because one of the things is that when you're educated, the whole idea of being educated, and I'm not saying it has to be a formal institution to be educated. You don't have to go to a college to get educated. You just need to read, be inquisitive about learning, right? You can be educated by reading, having different experiences with different people. And I think when you get to a place where you're not going to just take what somebody say at face value, people, and since we're talking about dynamics of men and women, they don't like the fact that you question them, especially if it's a question that they don't readily have the answer to or don't know. So now it's like, oh, you're challenging me. You're challenging my manhood, things like that. So I think, I'm not saying that there aren't some women that try to use their education to make you feel bad. Like, oh, you need to be lucky because, you want to come up with a woman like me. I'm not saying that those things don't happen. But again, if we're talking about experiences, I don't think that happened as often as men try to portray. And the reason I say that is because when I did the research, is educated, if all of the things that men are saying that if they do want to get married, but research says Black men don't want to get married. Like there's been a whole dynamic shift around marriage for Black men in general. But if they truly want to get married, all of the data that supports the things that would help a marriage last longer, reduce the chances of divorce, are all of the things that they are speaking against. Less age gap increases the chances. The bigger the age gap, the likelihood that you'll get a divorce, right? It increases your chances of divorce. They say they don't care about education. They don't care about the education of a woman, right? But stats show that if the woman, if she's educated, that the likelihood your marriages will last longer, that you will end up getting married. Typically, two educated people will get married. But how men are saying, oh, women's standards are so high, they trying to act like they can't date, a man that don't have any education. Based on the research, it says Black women are the group that dates down economically and educationally across the board than any other group of women. So all of these things that men are saying, they're saying based off of feeling and not fact. It's based on, like what HD said, that they're speaking to the experiences they had, and then they're continuing to choose the same thing, which reinforces those feelings. When you have men like you, AP, other men who've just recently got married, that ended up with women that are nothing like what everybody in here is talking about. And even when you come with the facts for men, I just think a lot of times men don't like listening to women. That's what it boils down to. Because when you come with the facts, the men are going to push back and tell you how true it isn't. And I know for me, like just in my circle, because again, speaking to what Shan was saying, it's about your environment as well. So all of the things that I hear in these spaces that these men are talking about, if I didn't have any other experiences outside of this with Black men, I would think that Black men hate Black women. I would think that Black men, like, oh, I would stay single. I would never want to get married. Hearing the things that come out their mouth. But the Black men that I'm around don't represent the men in this space. They just don't. So I'm glad that I have another group of Black men to look at versus some who are actually like in this space. And I think a lot of women are probably in environments where a lot of men are like this. And the same thing, experience for men as well. They're probably in an environment where what they're complaining about is the women that they're talking about on here. So speaking to AP's point, you need to expand where you are. Create different experiences, try to meet different people. And I know people are going to get on me about this, but I don't care because, again, doing the research, Black women are the most race loyal group out of every race across the board. However, we have the less pool of men to choose from. So at this point, I do think if it is a Black woman's goal to get married and settle down and, have a family and do all the things, they, just like these passport bros are talking about, oh, we're going to go somewhere else. And I think they need to expand their opportunities and date outside their race. And I don't care that I'm going to get pushed back like, oh, she's talking about Black. I'm not talking about breaking up Black families. You got to get married in order to do that. And right now, it's not looking good for us as Black women, that the likelihood of that happening, if we continue to say, no, I'm be race, loyal, that the likelihood of them getting married is not going to happen. The numbers just aren't there.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, that was awesome. I really appreciate for sharing that. Mistaken. I think a lot of this is like what you're talking about with those guys on the panels. This is a tug of war about standards and effort. Black women, I'd like to believe that regardless of the pedigree, regardless of who they are, they're at least adding a little bit to the bar and saying, I want my standards. I'm raising my standards just a little bit. And the guys are throwing a fit. The women, when they're advocating for women to be less educated, I will be willing to bet money that woman is probably going to have lower standards than that same woman with more education, because she can always pull back and say, I'm good. I got my own. I'm happy. I got my friends. I got my house. I got all that. Versus the woman who can't pay the bills, who's struggling as the economy turns. It's a very dangerous. It's very, in my opinion, it's very dangerous rhetoric to be discouraging women from education, saying, I'd rather have the woman. I'd rather have you if you weren't as educated. I'd rather have you if you weren't as independent. That's dangerous to be spreading that stuff.
Okay. Where I agree with Mistaken is that perspective of the men can sometimes be one-sided, right? I will agree with that. I agree with that. Here's partially my issue. The framing of some of the things that you're saying is the main issue that most men have. Even though you're more educated or you have more experience or you make more money, that don't mean you're making better decisions. And oftentimes, a lot of the women that are actually getting education, or in this case, for this argument, degrees, right? They're usually marrying men that they're in close proximity to, just like everybody else. So women tend to choose things that look similar to them, because since they're a certain type of way, they want their guy to be a certain type of way. But like we constantly try to tell women in general, the things that you want out of a man is not the same thing a man wants out of you. And just like you want a man to talk to you a certain type of way, right? Men also want you to talk to him a certain type of way. So it's the way men will argue. It's the way you're arguing your points or your disdain or your challenges of him. Because a woman coming to me, sitting here and saying, "Sweetheart, baby, I have this concern." Blah 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 blah. Versus, why the hell you doing that? That don't make no sense, right? You're still challenging or trying to make yourself heard because you have a concern. But how you articulate that thing works massively in your favor. Same thing with a guy. If a guy wants to try to get some things to you and he says, "What the hell is your problem? Sit your ass down," right? Versus, "Sweetheart, why you acting like this? Well, can you explain what's happening, what's going on?" You may get a dramatically different response based upon, what I'm saying, how you might be feeling at the time. So I think if we would give more credence to actually believing that there might be some credence to what both men and women are saying, we can actually get somewhere. But like you already agree, we spend way too much time discrediting each other instead of giving each other the actual true tools to the test so that we can actually start winning. Because I don't think women's education is the problem. I think it's the mentality that's the issue. The issue of you thinking that just because you got a degree, you deserve a man with a degree. And that because you have a degree and you have more money, if you're dating a man that doesn't have the same thing that you have, you consider it as dating down. That is a mentality and a thought process that doesn't exist on the flip. If a man has a degree and he has money and he has all of those things, he's not telling himself that he's dating down. He's just saying, I'm talking to a woman. That doesn't mean that he won't date, marry, or be in relationship with a woman that has a degree or money. But when men are talking about committing to a woman, he wants the least barrier of entry. And if you continue to give him something to be stressed about when he's already going to be distressed because of the design of his life, he's not going to pick you more than likely. He's not.
HD,
HD.
real quick, can you speak on being equally yoked? Because the way I heard that, it just sounded like he wasn't equally yoked with her,
Right.
and she recognized that misalignment.
Right.
So, so are you able? Can you articulate on that just a little bit for me?
Equally yoked, most people ain't spiritual and they ain't religious and they don't believe in the Bible.
It
That's
don't
the
even.
reason
So
why
let me
Hold on.
say something
Equally
real fast.
yoked is not just religious based because you
we
have a bunch
we,
of
we
Christians
understand it's not just
who are
religious base, but you got it from where? A
So
religious
the
base.
word,
no,
can I
that
explain this
term.
real fast? Let me just
That
say this real
term
fast.
equally yoked is from the Bible. But when
Yeah,
we're talking about
Yes, which is a
compatibility,
religious base.
compatibility
but
is what we're talking about.
compatibility is really more along what that is about.
So
I
listen to
listen.
this,
I'm
and
I'm
let
not
me just say
arguing that issue. My issue is that we got all these people talking about stuff and why stuff ain't working, but you keep trying to take the religious aspect out of the stuff that made the stuff work in the first place. You sit here saying that you're not talking about religious stuff, but the term literally was coined by religious folk. So you
well,
have to
he used that
understand that
word.
there is a history of the reason why people repeat certain things. They repeat a lot of the stuff that work. And the thing is how can two walk together unless they agree? You talk about being equally yoked. Most people don't even believe in the same God. So how can you even talking about being equally
That's
yoked, but
But
y'all
they're
don't
that's
not
even believe in
aligned
the
at that
same
point, though,
stuff?
right?
So
no, that's
listen,
not true. HD, that's my point. I know you're talking about the term itself, equally yoked. Oh, you get that from the Bible. But before the Bible existed, that was still a normal practice, is what I'm saying. Typically, you just historically and even now, you typically marry people that are in alignment. They either from the same family, same religion,
right.
same values, same education, things like
Mistaken.
that. Hold on.
You're literally proving the exact point that I'm making.
Right.
No
So
matter
No, I
whether
think
you
you said it
believe in the
wrong then,
religious
HD.
aspect, y'all not
hold
even
on.
on the same
HD,
wavelength.
HD,
Yeah,
right.
but that's
But
not what you're saying that now, HD. But the point you were
that's
talking
not
about
what you
before,
were
you
saying.
weren't saying
What I'm
that.
saying is the equally yoked part, right? It's just a term from the Bible. I get that. But applying it to real world situations, we're really talking about compatibility, having the same, or character, moral things, values, things like that. That's what it's
So
really about, because you can be a Christian, and like I said, Christians have a high divorce rate as well. So it's not just about religion. It's still about the compatibility piece.
Well,
Go
let me
ahead.
ask you a quick question right quick.
oh,
Do you think that equally yoked means that you guys need to be the same?
No.
okay, and it's not a look.
Example that I heard is just like this. It said what yoking is that you have the two animals, that are, I don't know what the word, yoked together. And the idea is basically, if, let's say, one's left leg is weak, the other one might have a strong right leg. So they're still able to move in the same direction versus both of them being, strong and strong-minded, and one's trying to go this way and one's trying to go that way. They don't move anywhere. So
Okay.
equally yoked is finding that balance between what you need and what that other person needs. You pull those things together so both of y'all can move in the same direction to whatever that goal is or whatever that purpose is.
So, with that being said, I agree with that idea, right? Because that's the reason why I asked the question.
So
If
what?
that's the case,
Okay.
why is it that when women are talking about their standards, they're
Mhm.
looking for a equal instead of somebody either greater or less than them?
So okay. So I do think that there's a superficial piece to it, right? It's almost equivalent to a man saying he wants somebody who's he's attracted to. Okay, it's just what people want. Now, when it comes to compatibility, when you're talking about the educational piece, if he's against education and I'm pro education, we already gonna have conflict on how we're gonna raise our kids. The things that I value, let's just say he's chill, but I'm ambitious and I don't like a dude who's just chill. We're gonna bump heads because it's just not gonna work. That's not, you can't get rid of how what I feel I want my mate to be just because you feel like you should. Like it doesn't work that way, right? Just like if you want a woman to do, have sex with you once a week and she doesn't, it'll frustrate you, right? So there are things that men need. There are things that women need. Now, not all women are like this, because there are women who don't mind dating men who they don't care about a money factor or anything. And we won't say that they're dating down. We're just saying men who take a different path. Okay, let's take the dating down part out of it, right? So even back in the day, there were conflicts, and we talk about this all the time and how people live. Um, this is not a new thing. People who were degreed or didn't even want to live with people who were not. If you want to, I think I dropped the link back in the day in the chat. You should go look at that. It was like real, But this is not a new, and it's because we all think so differently. Like it's just like, I don't know, it's just a shared interest. It's a familiar, you guys are familiar with each other. You had a shared experience. It just makes you closer to somebody, and they usually think along the same lines when you have people who have shared backgrounds. I think that's really, really what it is. And you can't knock a woman for what she wants. If she wants to live alone instead of being with a person who's not what she wants, she has the right to do that. Just like he has a right. If he don't want the girl who's not attractive and he don't want to deal with her, he'd rather just sit this out. He has a right to do that. We can't knock people for their choices they make. That's their choice.
Yeah, but we're not knocking the people for their choices specifically. They're complaining about what they want, and they're not getting what they want. And even
No.
specifically, a lot of the problems that we have here in the West, right, in the US, is because we got so much free choice. One, two, our feelings mean everything to us. There's a reason why that Asian culture and in almost every other demographic that have came from a culture where they were even willing to accept arranged marriages, right?
Sure.
Why those relationships last longer? Because we place so much emphasis on our feelings because of our experience. We want to feel, we want to experience, we want to do all these things, which
But
on the surface isn't that much of an issue, right?
so
But as you continue to walk down, there's nobody that's going to tell me that you've been married for 30 years and y'all ain't have some years where y'all was like, oh my God, I don't know how we made it.
So Sure, HD, but y'all like to bring these other cultures in, like these family members ain't choosing good mates for they kids. These people be choosy about these men that they allow in their daughters' lives. It ain't
But
like
that
ain't
further
nobody going
proves that.
under. Listen, I've never met people who have done great things for themselves and their kids. Say, oh, I'm gonna get this guy who has less than my daughter, and I'm gonna choose him as the mate for my daughter. I've never heard it in the history of people, affluent people in life. They just don't do
Be
it.
paying dowries and money for that as well.
But that's the point that I'm proving. Those women don't have to be extra educated. The standard for men is different than the standard for women. You're proving everything that I've been saying.
Because
You
they're
have to
men
understand the same standard.
Yeah,
I'm saying the same standard that you think is for women, it's not the same. That's the reason why when you see these men over in these other countries, right? And the fathers, that's another thing. You're not the only person that should be responsible for making a lifetime decision. Even the president has a board. He has a cabinet. Your CEO has a board. He has a cabinet. Nobody that has a responsibility to more than themselves is only responsible by themselves.
So what are you
when
saying?
we take relationships solely by ourselves, we get the results that we get.
Well, I'm saying
can
this.
You get lucky? Yes.
HGTV, you're bringing up a lot of foreign cultures, but we can look in this country.
We don't even need to just bring in foreign cultures. You want to talk about statistics? We have some of the worst statistics in the Black community since the dawn of time.
Absolutely.
Okay. But think about it. A lot of the other people have something they can pull from, because even if they aren't from different cultures or different, they're not from overseas, their parents are from overseas. So then they say, hey, I am going to bring over that which I already had over here, and I'm going to teach that to you. If you really want to affect change, this is what I keep saying. There's a lot of people who shouldn't be having kids that got all the kids.
Absolutely.
But the people who should be having kids, they're so smart and so responsible, but they don't want to have kids. They're logically thinking to themselves, this doesn't make reasonable sense for me to make a kid, right? But the kids that are being made from the people that we know shouldn't be having kids is making all the kids, and it's gonna beat up all y'all good kids. And now we're gonna be like, dang, how are we gonna continue to get a productive society if you got more bad apples than you got good apples?
Well, I say this, because I agree with you. There are definitely people. We spoke about this on the last Chic critique. There are definitely people, and I think Shannon mistaken said the majority of the people who can't afford to have kids are having the most. But what I'm saying is, some of these other cultures, I'd love to like pool and get their opinion. I don't think they see or knock a woman who wants to have her equal education wise or whatever, or just marry up. There's something about our community where we are kind of like, why are you doing that? You should marry down. Why your standards are too high?
No, what standard is, you have 4 kids by 4 different dudes.
But that's not the average educated Black
I'm
woman.
not saying it's the average. You got 4 kids by 4 different dudes. That means that no matter how I come, what I bring to the table, or what it is I got going on, you need to be the best version of yourself in order for you to get a chance of being with me.
But what does that make you? Let me say something real fast. Mistaken. But think about this. If you got a woman who got 4 kids and she ain't on best behavior for you, what kind of value do you bring to the table if you can't even get a 4 chick with 4 kids to obey you? Maybe you thinking of yourself too high. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but just because you are a great man doesn't mean that a person that don't care nothing about that is going to listen to you. You can be President Obama, and this woman can literally go up to President Obama and be like, I don't care nothing about you, because one thing that women is pretty clear about, if I do not benefit from you, I don't have to listen to you. That's the reason why even more relationships worked back in the day, because they had a need for their man.
So
women don't have the same need for men as they used to.
Let me push back a little bit.
Okay.
I saw a stat from 8 at the Table that said Indian couples in the United States have the highest median income of like $157,000. And I don't think it says, hey, I need this other person in the way you're talking. It is, hey, they see power match paired with power, and they're saying we can raise a
You are
family.
you literally going back to the previous point, and you told me not to bring it up.
No,
I.e.,
he
so
said
you're
here in
going to other
America.
people from they literally go from their own country and bring all that stuff over. They literally have family wealth. Their family
No,
is sending money across the nation in
so
order for them to take care.
you
Like,
said it.
you know,
Okay,
one of the
so
keys in the Indian family, they will literally let their son stay there for all eternity if he has to, until he gets his money, his stuff straight. And then once he finds a woman, the family is giving him money, and everybody is going to go start this family
Okay.
together.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to get to, HD. So if we exclude the foreign cultures of who have that advantage of, they have another country, what is the solution in your opinion for the black culture? Because if we have men trying to knock people, saying your standards are too high, bring them down, what is the solution?
The
it,
Wait, before
solution
you
is
answer that, HD, before you answer that, I want to cue you up for something real quick because there's something you said that I wholly agree with. Like when you were speaking about the CEO having a board to kind of help navigate the weight of the decisions of the position. My question to you is, and it's going to kind of wrap back to Mr. Tiger's question. Do you believe isolation breeds bad decisions? Because that's the difference in what you're saying that happens with the other cultures versus what happens here in the United States, because they have families helping make those decisions for especially for their daughters. So my question to you is, do you believe that isolation is a breeding ground for bad decisions?
I would say yes, because like I said, like there aren't many important positions of leadership in general that you would have one person being responsible for that decision. And with us having all of the freedoms to do whatever we want here in the US, you can't legislate much, because the simple fact of the matter is women have their own money, men have their own money, women have their own houses, men have their own houses, right? So you can't force anybody to do anything. Matter of fact, even if you wanted to, you couldn't even try. So the reality is this: if women have gotten enough education and smarts and wisdom, and they think that they're wise enough to make a lifetime decision to choose a mate on their own, I say when it goes good or goes bad, there's only one person to blame,
But
and
hold on,
that's
can't we say
yourself.
the same thing about the men though?
Absolutely.
Okay,
That's what
I
I'm
just want to make
saying.
sure that we're
That
square
if
across the
we're,
board on that one then.
but also that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's wise that men should choose a woman that he thinks is wise enough to actually give him some sort of counsel, right? But there's just that counsel. And what we're seeing is the reason why guys push back against the partner title, because that means it says that you're just as responsible as me, and you are not. And for us to continue to approach relationships with the wrong idea, even what marriage is, just to even some people will say, just the fact that you're calling me a partner when I'm a husband and you're a wife is disrespectful, because
so
you might be coming to the idea of partnership is an idea. We work together to get stuff done, right? But for some people, they look at it from where it came from. We're saying at the beginning of time that marriage was something that some people would agree was created and ordained by God, right? So you would follow the rules set for by God. The issue that we have here is that people are making their own rules. And then we wonder why everything is running off the rails. There's no standard for marriage, there's no standard for relationships, there's no standard for family. And we wonder why we have the issues that we have in the black community. We are the most beautiful, is also the most damaged group of people, because of what we experience has been affecting us for generations. Like, let's think about this. I used to think that there wasn't much credence to people saying that, hey, slavery really has a hold on us even to this day, right? Because I would think that what some people would think, well, I got a job, I got money, why can't you? until one day, and I'm gonna land my plane after this story. I used to be when I used to have a lady when I was younger. I used to hold her when I was driving her. You know, I was driving around. I put my arm around her and hold her. She would lean on me as I was driving. Right. I ain't never seen a single man do that ever in life, ever. Right. So I thought that I was an original and that I was special and that I'd never seen nobody do that. So I bring this up to my mom one day. I'm just randomly talking and she hears me. She said, "You not special. Your dad used to do that all the time." Mind you, I've never seen my father do that. Not one bit. Never seen it. So then I thought to myself, crap, maybe there is some credence that if I could do something that I'd never seen done before, right? Is it possible that the stuff that was experienced for hundreds of years, could it be possible that there still can be some residual effects in the bloodline from that stuff? And I'm done.
So go ahead, because I know you wanted to say something. Nobody wanted to say.
Chats, Shan?
You said what?
Super chat.
Yeah, and I wanted to mention something from HD. Hold on for a second. You got it? I'm trying to zoom in and see if I can.
Yeah, Black men aren't avoiding educated women. We just value cooperation over education. I date educated teachers who follow my program.
Yeah, I don't think they're avoiding them. I just said they're talking about them. I don't think they're avoiding them at all. I think they want them. I don't think that they're avoiding them. That's the problem. I think I
Funny, I
want you.
agree.
I want
agree,
you to.
Stan.
I want you to avoid them, to go to the 60% and just stop talking about them.
I actually agree with you.
Girl, I lost where I am. Okay, how about that?
Being educated and it applying to how much you are making are not always equal.
No, they're not.
True. I still don't know how being educated or your financial situation in life makes you a husband or wife.
It doesn't.
Doesn't. Unequally yoked has nothing to do with your education. It does. You can be well-rounded and still the money wouldn't be the issue.
Hold on, real quick, real quick, Miss Shan.
Mm-hmm.
Mistaken. Why do you say it does?
Because what I'm referring to is things that are grounded. There's a certain level of expectation or understanding that you have when people are educated. Now, like I said, education doesn't have to be formal. It's about the mindset of learning, acquiring knowledge, questioning things, and seeking answers. To me, that's what education is. You know, a lot of brothers that go to jail, they come out better than they are in terms of knowing things because they're in jail. It's nothing to do, and they read. So now they come out more educated than they were when they went in. I don't want people to think that when I'm saying educated, I only mean formal education.
That's all I was trying to get clarity. You threw it out there like, bruh, you ain't even listening.
And let me just say this too, for the people who did not go to college. When you go to college, especially university, you go for 4 years and you experience college. You say college is 100%. 30% is what you learn in the classroom. The other 70% that you're learning is outside of the classroom. It's on campus. You're networking. You're with people who are of shared values. You learn so much just on the campus. You learn so much more on the campus than you do necessarily in the classroom. Does that make sense? It's just it's the way you walk, it's how you carry yourself, your decorum, how you present yourself to the world. And I think that that's the part that is kind of, when you're talking about, just like men look at women, it's like, oh, I don't want that girl who acts like this. Women look at men like, I don't want that guy who acts like this. You understand? He's a little, now some people don't do that. They come from a great family. Like Mistaken said, they're well versed. They don't mind reading. I met this one guy. He was awesome. never went to college, but he reads. He knew about so much, and it was just like so intriguing. It's like, oh, do tell me more. It was just something so attractive about that, you know. So no, you don't have to go to a university to get these things, right? But understand, just like y'all look at women who don't go to college, we look at men the same way. It's like you don't move the same. The way you think isn't the same. We can tell by these conversations. It's like, what did you just say? Did you get that? What was that? You know, and it's kind of hard to follow that because we don't even think the same. You may be right to somebody, but it's hard to follow somebody because I think that women do want to follow their man. I tell you one thing, there are men out here who are really, really smart, and I promise you that one it's women that ain't challenging them if they on top of their stuff. Ain't no, it's men out here ain't being challenged by women because they that, you understand what I'm saying? Like she knows that he is,
and I go down. Women like the challenge too, in terms of like banter, or if I'm challenging you and you're challenging me, making me better. Like with my husband, like one thing I can say,
learn from him.
He's a very intelligent person. And I love being able to come to him with something like, we can be talking about something like this. And I'm like going in on my point, and he'll say something and have me think about something from a whole different perspective that I didn't even like consider. And then that changes the dynamic of the way that the conversation may go. So those are things that I'm talking about. And again, I'm not saying a formal education is going to be, for another man that would be able to do that, right? If they are well read, if they watch the news, if they have interest in things, there's always something that we can kind of have a conversation about and I can learn from, and vice versa. I think part of the issue with men, and I don't know, again, if it's all men or Black men, is that they come in a situation believing that in order for them to lead and in order for them to be the head, that they have to know all and be all. And that's not the case. And part of that mindset is it closes you off to value what the other person is bringing to the table, where they may be able to coach you up or improve areas in your life and where there's deficits. But because you come in a situation believing that because you're the head and you're the man, that she's only supposed to be submissive and just listen to what you say, it doesn't make a fulfilling relationship at all.
Yeah, I think that's hyper masculinity, and it leaves no room for anyone else to share the podium or the stage.
And
so,
okay,
yeah,
so
I'm sorry, I didn't want to derail, but a mistaken, I think, made some valid points. How does that align with the way you view equally yoked? If we're going to wrap this in a bow before we move on,
how do we even get on equally yoked?
I asked HD to elaborate a little bit, or I mean, we could change it to whatever word you want. We could say alignment. I mean,
how do I liken that? I think it's about seeing the value in the person in terms of what it is. And some of it is not just about the other person. It's about doing self-evaluation as well. Actually, I think that's first and primary, because if you self-evaluate, then you will be better able to see what it is that you need and want from a partner. So it starts with first. So with the being equally yoked is after you do that self-evaluation, then you seek the other person that's going to meet those needs. So y'all can walk in the same, move in the same direction towards whatever the purpose is. Y'all purposes should also align. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's really about.
Okay, I just wanted to go ahead and wrap that in a bow. I had a feeling of what you would say, but I know you didn't get to finish that statement about the equally yoked, so I wanted to give you that space, because it sounded like it was meshing. You were talking about the education versus non-educated, and you just kind of, I thought you did a good job of surmising it. So I wanted to wrap it up. That was all. I'm sorry, Shannon. Didn't mean to derail.
Real fast. I don't. Let's take equal, whatever you want to call it. It's just people who have like minds. It's whether I think this way, you think this way. I think this, you think this way, you think. It's just like minds. Whether it's educated, uneducated, whatever. You want to be with people who think like you do. At least on your ideas when it comes to values, what you value in life, your goals, your purpose, your vision. You want people who think like you. If you're an overly ambitious person and your mate is not, that may be a conflict. If you're into traveling and your mate is not, that may be conflict. So
yeah, I want just to add, just to kind of close on it, is like the way I look at an educated woman is like it's going to strengthen the outcome that my kids are going to be just as ambitious, just as pursue education just as hard. I would tread lightly on people who didn't value education, because that's going to again have that same possible impact where my kids are going to not be as ambitious. I value an educated / ambitious woman. So the narrative of
some people don't value ambition.
I don't
so that wouldn't work for you if you had somebody who wasn't ambitious and who didn't have the same values. You have to pick people who value the same thing you value.
Right.
Yeah, but can we be a little bit more honest though?
That's honest.
No, I'm saying, can we be? I'm about to say what I'm about. We need to be.
Yeah.
We need to be more honest that even though Miss Taken has articulated, and what we probably will all agree what true education is, that's not the going talking point or belief of what education is. People think, and the stats that you're tracking ain't somebody being well-read, well-rounded. They're talking about degrees. That is the standard of quote unquote being educated. Well, but anybody that knows,
I don't think that's true. Let me just say you this.
No, regarding studies, he is correct.
So what I'm talking about in reality, think about it like this.
Women don't operate in reality all the time.
Listen, so you telling me a lot of the smartest people, like for example, I think Bill Gates is super smart, did not finish college. Okay, do you really think somebody's gonna battle his intellect here?
Yes.
Like, no.
People are arrogant.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying this is why I said we need to be honest. As much as we can have a reasonable conversation amongst us, right? We know just as well that people don't look at education in a well-rounded idea when they're having conversations on the street. You know darn well that when education is mentioned, that means degrees. And if you do not have degrees, you cannot be talking to me, because anybody will also tell you what you also begin to kind of learn when you're in school, especially on a collegiate level. You learn class. You learn hierarchy, right? You learn a system that tells you in your brain, which is why the guys might be pushing back on saying, hey, your education might be a barrier for you, because once you continue to think that you have a certain status, now your mentality changes. You're like, well, shoot, I'm above you because I have this degree, right? And that's the subconscious thing that goes in some people's mind, that just because you have a degree, you're better than the other person who does.
I just want to push back a little bit, HD. If you take the education out of that and you just say a woman who has high standards, she's going to also kind of, to people who are well below her standards, they're going to think, man, she's just very conceited, or she's just very egotistical, or she feels like she's better than everybody. No, she just wants to operate on a certain type of level. There's nothing wrong with that. So like the women who are educated, who require,
I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's wrong.
I think that, and this is just my opinion. I think that people, whether we like it or not, society runs on class. Okay,
right.
We didn't make that up. It came with the program. You feel me? And so people work hard to be of a certain class.
Correct.
So nobody who's worked hard to be, like I said this before, be of a certain class wants to be knocked down because of their mate choice. I think that that's what men, or you can mess the whole thing up by choosing the wrong mate. You understand what I'm saying? Even when it comes to the kids, your legacy, what you want that to look like, choosing the wrong mate can change things. I'm sure you didn't go to Morehouse, get your degrees, do all these things just to choose a mate who's gonna kill all that. Right? So I think that has a lot. I think he has a point when it comes to, sometimes they do think that there is but I would even say that sometimes people who didn't go to college, still there's a class thing, right? Because they may look down on people who are other types of people. So
can I interject for a second, Shan?
Mhm.
I think the most important thing for the Black people to get together is to realize you're not better than what you actually are. If we would just have a more humble approach,
I fail to believe. I think that Black people are better than they claim to that we see ourselves as. I would never. I think that Black people don't look in the mirror and see themselves as the people that they really are. I think too much we sit here talking about, oh, you not that great. I think Black people are some great people. We just don't know how to use our greatness. Don't sit here on here talking about we ain't great. Negative. We are great people.
What I'm trying to articulate is that if you think that you begin to find out the more you learn, you have no idea. And that you can understand that the world is much bigger than your perception of yourself. We can say that you have utility, that you have greatness in you, that you're a leader, that you're integral into growing the community. That's not what I'm saying, that you're not better than what you actually are. What I'm saying is there's always something out there to humble you. No matter how far or how educated, how smart, how in shape, how much money, there's always something on the other side that can show you that you're still just a human being. And you can only get so far in life by yourself. Even in all the accomplishments that both men and women have achieved, somebody else was there to help them to grow to that point. If you need to get to work, somebody built the car that you didn't build. If I need to build a house, somebody built a tool that I did not build. Nobody exists to be great without somebody else giving a hand. And if we just understand, like, yo, we're better together than we are apart, we might actually get somewhere. But because of the mentality that we have, it's going to be much harder to accomplish because we both think that we know better.
Well, I agree with that, HD. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I like the fact that Shan brought up the fact of class. Like, we gotta maybe not look at someone who aspires to or is in a higher class and see that as a negative. I think that when I'm hearing some of these stories, it sounds like the guys feel some type of way about the woman who aspires, demands, or is in a higher class than them, and they're trying to bring her down. She's not coming down. He or she is not coming down. They're there. And if you're not compatible in that, or you don't agree of what it's going to take to operate in that class, I think that's where a lot of this issue is coming from. People trying to mix with different classes.
So just real quick, because there's several questions I want to follow up with you on with that,
Let's talk about
Mr.
class
Tiger.
in a second.
But let's
let's
get through these super
and then
chats.
we're gonna go back to
I have
class.
2 follow-up questions for you after we
And
get through these super
you
chats.
can go first. You can go first, okay? Let me just
Yes, ma'am.
Your education doesn't make you a great communicator, doesn't make you respectful, doesn't make you loyal, doesn't make you agreeable.
And not having an education doesn't make you those things either.
Fact. That's all about character development. Either you are or you aren't.
Yeah.
In the modern era, being equally yoked goes beyond religion. It also includes education, economic status, career status, social class, and values. Agreed.
Oh,
Okay. Just
one more.
Go ahead.
I just read that one, Shannon.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry.
Hey, AP, before you go, I gotta go to bed. I got a 2-mile walk to do in the morning.
Okay.
Hey, look. Before he get off, hey, everybody get on
I got somebody
IG.
trying to get up, so let's get it.
Everybody that's on IG, go ahead and follow HD. If you want to throw out your IG, bro, the work you're putting in, the bike
Yeah,
rides, all of that, bro. Respect.
yeah,
Like that. We're right here. We're talking about a black man just simply bettering himself.
I love it.
And if we don't get out here and talk about uh, um, us all trying to do better ourselves, and even what little bit that we're doing. And I'm not saying what you're doing is a little bit. I think what you're doing is great. Yo, we got to celebrate this shit. So
Right.
everybody get on IG, follow HD, follow what he's doing with all of the work that he's putting in to better himself, from church to the bike rides. Yo, peep game,
Love it,
HD, respect, bro.
HG.
Yeah, that's awesome. HD.
Well, thank you. You guys can definitely join. Get you a bike. We can ride together. Go Zoom.
Mistaken has a bike.
I'm
I rode it like
entirely.
a for.
Hey,
You
She rode it
inspired
for
me to get back on.
She
HD.
rode it for an entire week. She was motivated, and we
It
have
was the
not
whole
seen that
summer.
bike
It was
since.
the
That
whole
was a year
summer.
ago.
All right, how about this, HD? How about this, HD? Let's call it next Tuesday morning, this upcoming Tuesday morning, or whenever you bike ride. Reach out to me and we can stream at the same time. How about that?
Hey, listen, joint streams for ride. Listen, look, here's the typical schedule. Okay, so Wednesday, afternoon or evening, somewhere around that range. Friday, same around the same time, somewhere between like 4 or 6, and then on Saturday, it could be in the morning or the afternoon. But listen, I'm trying to get more people to ride because to me, it's much better on the knees to ride. You get to see more of the world on a bike than on your feet, right? And also, it's not as boring because just walking around looking dumb, I don't like it. And then also, like, I try to do whatever I can to get people to see some things are just easier than what you think. If you stop crying and you just go and try it, you might not make the first mile. You might not make the second mile. But if you just keep going, eventually you'll realize that you might not lost no weight, but you gain some confidence to keep some stuff going, right? Now, because at the end of the day, reason why most people fail is because they treat it as a sprint more so than a marathon. You may not reach your goal till 5 years later, right?
But you gonna
But
reach it.
if you don't never keep going, like if you quitting, you'll eventually get to the point, right? But I also will be remiss. There's a lovely lady beside me that has challenged me on a couple of things that she challenged
Challenges
me
aren't
to,
bad.
to
Okay.
do a couple of things. And to me, I am not above reproach. I'm not above listening to people that make sense. And if you say something that makes sense, I'll be like, let's see where this goes, right? Because a lot of the reasons why I don't listen to people is because I listened to folks in the past and it went terribly. But please, people, get out there, do something for yourself, because at the end of the day, there's nobody else's responsibility to make sure that you're okay. If you're overweight, you're fat, you're broke, you're tired, your health is jacked up, the only person you got to really look at in the mirror and say, I'm in a bad space, is you. So do whatever you can, get some help, make sure that you try to do whatever you can to be a benefit not only to yourself, but to the people around you. And hopefully you got some people that rock with you.
Love it, love it, love it.
You
Respect,
guys
bro.
have a fantastic night. But yeah, HDTV underscore 22 or whatever it is. You see a big black guy, you know what's up. You know what I'm saying? So you guys take it easy, enjoy yourself. Peace.
Every night.
Riding a bike near you. Oh God. Okay, go ahead, AP.
No, I honestly forgot what Mr. Tiger was talking about. Like y'all don't know, I actually try to follow all of y'all. So in everybody's journey, I truly respect what a lot of you guys are doing. Like Miss Taken, for example, posting the workout stuff. Yo, I rock with that shit. Like I really rock with excellence from a black level. We see it so often from them that we forget to celebrate it when it's us. So I love celebrating us, what we do. We don't do that enough. We get on these pods and we talk about bitches ain't shit and niggas is trash. but we forget about all the stuff that's happening in between. Niggas ain't shit and bitches is trash. So yo, I forgot what I was gonna ask my man Tiger, and I appreciate HD for that.
Yeah, we were talking about class, but we as men specifically, we got to talk more about health because, like, I think we as men kind of do ourselves a disservice because we're saying you got all the time in the world to do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't account for that your health is going to possibly change if you're not maintaining a certain type of lifestyle. So we gotta give more of that reality, and we got, like you said, celebrate people who are staying consistent and doing things that other people should could and be inspired from as well.
And also, I do want to state I've been waiting to get on a panel with Will. I have tons of questions if it falls in line with the conversation.
Please,
Welcome.
yes, please. Let's not go off the rail, please.
Welcome, Will.
Hello, Will. You came up. What's up?
Hello, everyone. I mean, I came up because I was listening to y'all, and I was just like, "Dang, man, this is some crazy talking points. Mistaken all over the place." Shannon,
Just say you can't keep up. That's all.
huh?
Just say
I got to keep. Oh, dang.
What happened? What she got? Oh, Di here too.
Well, indicative of what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh.
She'll be back. Her internet be waxing.
Now, Will, if you don't mind, I'm going to let you know that keep in mind this is a woman-led show. So what we like to do, if you brothers get out of line, the other brothers will check you. You feel me?
I don't mind. We don't.
Hold on.
We allow pushback,
but
we're not going to cause. We typically, what I've seen for the last 2.5 years, we don't call women hoes. We don't call women bitches. We articulate our points. We don't typically be condescending. So if we're going to have a real conversation, let's have real dialogue and not be about any bullshit, if you feel me.
Well, sir, I always come in good
disclaimer, baby.
I always come in good faith. I don't just disparage women or be condescending or demeaning or disrespectful to women.
Sure.
The conversations tend to go off the rails because people are typically disingenuous. They typically lie. They bloviate. They avoid answering questions, and then things just go off the rails. But
that's fair.
You won't witness me just disparaging a person. I mean, I get talked about like a dog, and I take it.
So what do you disagree with? Let's start with that.
Well, I guess I can ask a question that can sum up most of my disagreement.
Okay.
So clearly, when you have panels and guys are airing out their grievances about women, you're going to hear a lot of negative talk about women. Then when you have panels where women are airing out their grievances with men, you're going to have a lot of negative talk about men. That's just par for the course. There's $1 million question for both panels, a male-led panel talking about women and a female-led panel talking about men. Are you able to get the results that you desire is the question. And if you can get the results that you desire, are you able to then replicate how to help someone else get the results that they desire? Because a lot of times I hear people act as if you shouldn't take advice from people who aren't married. Okay, cool. That's your thought process. That's your perspective. All right. But can that married person get another couple married? Or were they able to just successfully get themselves married? Because if you could find someone who likes you, who's willing to put up with your BS, that don't mean you know what it takes to get married. That means you found someone that likes you, put up with your BS, and you like them and you put up with their BS. And you guys made a commitment to each other. And that's honorable. It should be highlighted. It should be something that you cherish, but that doesn't mean you know what you're talking about.
I can agree with that. I don't think that necessarily. I think that it will be hard for anybody to directly say, okay, this is the blueprint to getting married. Because everybody desires different things in relationships. What may work for your relationship may not work for another person's relationship. My mate may not be anything like your mate, right? My personality is nothing like your personality. So I think that, no, I don't. I mean, I guess I agree with what you're saying. I think that you just because you're married, it does not mean you can give me. Now, there's some things you can give me advice on, but no, you can't. It's not guaranteed that you can make a wife out of me or to, find me a husband, guarantee that I get married, if that means,
I disagree. I think there is a blueprint that you can follow, because just because a blueprint doesn't mean it's going to work for everyone every single time.
Mm-hmm.
A blueprint just means that it will work for a majority of people if they apply it.
Sure.
So we have this idea that people should go to college. That doesn't mean everybody study the same thing, but we push everyone to that general direction, college.
I don't think that's true. I don't think we do push people to that direction.
We don't push people to college?
I think that if you grow up and your family wants you to go to college, you grew up around people who go to college, then those people push you to go to college. I don't think that everybody gets pushed to go to college.
So they don't push college in school?
No. We push you to go the way that you want to go. We ask you what your career is. We put you on a career plan.
CAP? This is what I'm talking about right here. Do you agree? Do you agree that kids, by almost to the tune of 100%, are not pushed to college?
I would say, being in an education field, yes, but I also think what has been changing is the fact that you're starting to see more schools, at least in Georgia. I can't say what it's like in other states, is that there has been a huge growth in regards to specific schools that are dedicated to different careers. So you might have schools that are STEM schools. You might have schools that are trade schools. So in Georgia, there is a push for further education, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a university.
That's what I'm saying. So let me just clarify. The job of education is to prepare you for whatever it is that you want to be. Some people at the age of 11th grade, 10th grade don't even know what they want to be. They may wake up one day and be like, I thought I wanted to be a plumber, but I actually want to be a doctor. But if we just put them on the plumber path, guess what? They can't be a doctor. So what we do is we expose you to everything, so that just in case one day you wake up and change your mind, you don't have to start from 8th grade. You've been exposed to everything, because we know that people change their minds. Okay. So we just give you a foundation. Now, what you do with that foundation is up to you, because even if you go into a trade, you still got to pass a test. If you're not a test taking person, if you don't know how to read comprehension, you're not going to pass the test. So we're just here to give you a foundation. And yes, now in high schools, that there are kids who it's just down packed. I want to go into a trade. We have schools that they get bused off. It's free of charge. The 11th and 12th grade year, they get on the bus and they go and they learn a trade. That's what we do here.
Yeah,
I have a question.
So,
Do you work in a predominantly Black school or a predominantly white school?
I work at a predominantly Black school, but it is in a predominantly white system.
Okay, what about you, Ms. Taken?
Same thing. I work in a predominantly minority school, Black and Hispanic.
So the reason why I asked is because when I was going to school, I spent half of my high school in a predominantly Black school, and I spent half my school at a predominantly white school. So in the predominantly white schools, what they do is they actually give those children those trades in high school. And then when it was time for us to graduate, they forced all of us to pick 3 colleges that related to either that trade or to whatever it is that we wanted to do. But I do agree, when I went back to Proviso West, when I went back to a predominantly Black school, it wasn't the same thing. They were actually just now starting to sign the girls up for different hair classes. Like, for instance, now at Proviso West, because one of the teachers recommended, you can start getting those trade credits, at the end of your senior year. When you have those extra periods left, you can go off to the trade schools and you can do what you do. At the predominantly white schools, most of the trade programs wasn't really directed towards women, but more so men, like welding and things of that nature. And I think that's one of the problems with our community today, just from listening to my elders, because I've been getting into community work, working with the superintendent, and a lot of the elders were saying, well, even in middle school, they had those things, those type of workshops that prepped them for high school, you know, and they was like, we don't have those workshops anymore. At least in my communities, we didn't. But I think that could be the difference, because I think it's, if I'm looking at this school and this community is thriving in this way because they're kind of forcing them to, like, no, you have to pick a college, even if it's relating to your trade, you have to do, like, they're forcing them to, they're making them like kind of manifest things on their own. But in our communities, I don't think they're doing the same things.
On that,
Like, it's the same system, but it's being done a different way, if that makes any sense. Like, I've always tried to compare the two. Like, it wasn't like purposely, but my mind just does that. When I'm in this school, I'm thinking like, okay, like when I first walked into the white schools, I was like, why they ain't got no metal detectors? Why they ain't got no cameras? Like, I used to think about stuff like that. And then the more that they started building these complexes in there, more predominantly Black kids start coming to the school. And when they came, they start thinking like I thought. So guess what? Now they ditching class. They easily going into the lunchrooms because they know nobody ain't gonna check. They easily doing certain things because they like, this old little white lady is y'all TA. We got cops out here. You know what I'm saying? So it became, and I was just noticing the slight difference, but I noticed how they maintain control of it. You know what I'm saying? To the point where it wasn't affecting their kids as well. And I noticed that even if the Black kids lived in a rich white neighborhood, even the mentally ill, those kids couldn't go to like Hansdale Central. Hansdale Central was for the white kid, you know, the rich white kids. But the ones who was like mentally stable and all that other stuff, they would go to, you know, Hansdale, you know, South, where the Black kids were allowed to go. But I was still noticing how they made sure that what we did didn't spill into their community, if that makes any sense.
So what county are you? Because I mean, you do know that education is led by the state, and then even the counties make a difference. Which county are you?
One is Cook, and then the other one is DuPage.
And where is this located?
Illinois.
Oh, Illinois.
Well, I live in Atlanta.
So just real quick, because I think Di made a lot of good points, and it's a lot there to unpack.
It is a lot.
But just real quick, first I want to address Will, because I think your question was pretty direct, and I'm gonna say it depends. I think that women are the young girls are being pushed to college. To answer you directly, and I don't think that the young boys are really given a lot of direction. That's just my personal take. Now, but the question that I do also have is, are you asking, can you actually produce the outcome you claim? And even bigger than that, can you replicate it? Is that more of the question that you were asking or alluding to when you were directing your question? I wanted to answer you directly, but I wanted a little bit more clarity, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, think about it. I'm not married legally. So it's said that people shouldn't listen to me because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not married. I don't have the results. I'm creating broken homes, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, oh, I'll challenge it and I'll come out victorious. People don't want to get in that joust with me because my logic will prevail. But here's the thing. So I'll be told I shouldn't be listened to. But then let's say, AP, if you're married, then the women would say, let's listen to him because he's married. Well, does AP, if I'm just using you for an example.
No, I'm good.
If AP is married and he's able to get a wife, does that mean he can teach you how to get a wife? Because was it AP who got a wife or was it AP's wife who got a husband? Like, who was the driving force to make this matrimony come together? Does that mean? Go ahead.
No, you know what? That's really a dope question, and it's funny. We have our own kind of a Chic critique group chat, and I actually gave this story the other day. But what I will tell you is, it's actually both. She has to be deliberate in her approach, and I have to be deliberate in my approach.
Great. So what's the deliberate approach that women are taking to get a husband?
I think that I don't think that they're deliberate about getting husbands. I think
Oh.
that, so
I don't know. Mine was.
No, see, don't make it about your. That's an
trying to get
isolated
married
incident.
I hear you, Will. I know how you do it, Will. I hear you.
Listen, I'm speaking in
We're
general.
talking about a blueprint. Sorry,
Okay.
Shan. I'm about to turn it back to you. I'm just saying a blueprint, right? AP, if you talk about your isolated situation, is that a blueprint or is that just how that one woman operated and got the result? Why aren't more women adopting the blueprint to get the result?
So, and I think Mr. Tiger will agree with me on this. It was up to me. It wasn't up to her in regards to how that actually happened. Me, I was looking for a wife, so I was vetting for a wife.
Wait.
And if she would not have been able to actually go through it was pretty rigorous. I mean, from my estimation, her actually passing the test to be a wife, then I don't waste time wasting time. I would have let her go and said, you know what, I appreciate the opportunity getting to know you, and I would have moved on. I believe that is up to men. I don't believe that, like, too oftentimes I believe that men leave it up to women and we waste time. I wasn't about wasting time. I knew exactly what it was I wanted. So if she would not have filled that void, I would have said, you know what? Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Goodbye. And then I would have moved on to the next.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll just to piggyback that, AP. A lot of us seem to live in Atlanta. I started dating like shortly after my divorce, like in 2021 or during it. And they have like a 6 month, 12-month rule where like 6 months they want to be exclusive, 12 months they want to be like on the road to be engaged or married or whatever. The guys don't have a rule like that. So I'm just saying, like, when we talk about the guys, like they'll say the guys are the gatekeepers to like marriage and relationships. So like we can't really break that down. Like at the end of the day, like guys are the biggest barrier to get to that. But it does take two people being intentional to get there. Yes.
See, this is where I give all the pushback. And I'm sorry, Shannon, I'm gonna turn it back to you because you was about to say something. This idea that men and women are equal, or women can do what men can do. How are y'all making men the gatekeepers of marriage?
I don't believe that, though. That's the other thing. I don't believe that.
You don't believe what?
I don't believe women can do the same thing men can do. I don't believe that their roles are exactly the same, which goes back to my point. Like, look, once I've identified that this woman actually believes that, she's not a good fit for me.
Okay, but hold on. I got you.
Okay. I'm listening.
So let me.
And I'm drunk too, so I'm sorry.
You drunk?
Yeah, I'm slightly. Had a shot earlier.
I'm slightly inebriated.
It was like a recommendation. It was like a mandatory, and then you guys came all sober and stuff. Like, but go ahead.
Well, I guess maybe I'll ask the ladies this question then, and maybe the gentlemen can listen, because from what I gather, Maroon, you seem to be a sympathizer a little bit, and maybe I'm wrong, but I want to listen to some more, and I want to gauge your stance on this. Ladies, are you ladies is it completely out of your control to get married?
No.
Oh, it's not out of their control. So what can you ladies do to get married?
I'm married.
I get that, but no, listen to what I'm saying. Don't use your current status. If your relationship was to end today and you wanted to be married again, are you in the driver's seat to get married, or is it out of your control?
Well, I think that
oh, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
I was going to say, no, I don't think it's out of my control, because I think just in general, in order to get married, both partners have to agree. So typically a man will initiate the proposal, but if a woman accepts or declines, either the marriage will move forward or it won't. So in terms of you're saying, do I have the control? No, I don't have the control over the man to, pop the question.
That's not what I'm asking.
I think I get what he's saying. I think I do.
Clarify
that. Yeah, I can only give an example. That's how I really explain myself. But as an example, like I kind of know what it takes to kind of like attract the guy to me, you know, to let guys know I'm available. When I'm not available, I don't make eye contact. I come out very standoffish. I don't make conversation. I don't ask more about you. But when I am more available, when guys are courting me, like when they're looking, I'm making eye contact back. I'm smiling. You know, letting them, I'm being welcoming. I'm making myself available. And then once I have his attention, I'm gauging where he's at, you know, how serious he is. If this is a guy for marriage, like, because like if it's a woman's not ready for marriage, you can't make her for marriage. If a guy's not ready for marriage, you can't make him ready for marriage. So I would try to gauge that, you know, and I would ask people around me, you know, the men in my life. I learned that the hard way. Make sure you ask somebody who know men, which is naturally a man. And then, you know, just continue to court. Like women court the same. Like I think guys don't think women court, but we do court too. When we like you back, when we care about you, we court our own ways. Like if I don't like you, I'm not taking you on a date.
This is not what I'm asking
like I'll court you. So what do you mean?
That's what I'm asking y'all.
Clarify your question.
I'm not asking y'all that.
So maybe there's a so please clarify. Give examples of what you're asking for.
Ladies, it's very simple. Do you determine if you get married? Are you the driving force for whether or not you get married?
Yes, I have to do the work.
Okay, so how? So if you're the hold on, watch this. Shan, are you married, Shan?
No.
Okay, Di, are you married?
No.
Do you ladies desire to be married?
Not at this moment, no.
No.
I get what Will's saying. No, I get what Will's saying now. Yes, I get what Will's saying. I can't be. I get what you're saying. I can't be. And the only reason why I say this, Will, because this is one thing I was just talking to my guy about, and like a guy was kind of giving me advice about. That's the reason why men are the leaders. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, a guy be getting mad about the outcome of his situation. But I told Marshawn, if you really love and care about your family and you know your family care about you, if there's something off with us, 9 times out of 10, there's something you could be doing better. And that's a lesson for you. You have all the answers. You're the one that God ordained to lead the relationship. So in order to make us happy, there's things you have to learn about yourself or unlearn about yourself in order to do the things that you want in order to create the environment you want. See, sometimes guys want an environment, but they don't understand what it takes to get the environment. And they feel like just because I want it so bad and I'm doing these actions, why am I not getting these results? But sometimes if your actions are like, oh, you shaking the lady and you want her to understand, sometimes that fear that you're putting her in can make her not, you know, lack the understanding that you're trying to get through to her. You know what I'm saying? So I do get what Will's saying. I do feel like in order for like successful marriage, I feel like a guy has to be, you know.
No, you're not. You're not.
Tell me if I'm tweaking. Tell me if I'm tweaking.
I want Will's opinion on this.
So
okay, thank you.
Well, actually, Shan, after you go, Maroon, just in case if Shan doesn't get it, because I see Will keep laughing like, oh, they still not understanding the question. So
okay, because Miss Taken, I'm not tweaking, am I?
I guess if three women aren't understanding,
I want to understand
what you're trying to.
So let me just give you a scenario, and I'll tell you why I say yes.
Rather than communication.
So
I think I know where Will's going with this.
Understand why I say yes. For my particular situation, and Mistaken pretty much knows all of my business. I had to tell you 2 incidents. I had a guy who was in love with me. Went so much far as to ask my daddy, can he? And I told my daddy he better tell him no. He might not want to do that. Okay. So that is when I say yes, because I've had situations that have been in that situation. Even further in the situation I am in, I do believe I'm the one stopping that from progressing the way it should progress because of just a lot of different things. Okay. But if I were to say, at the end of the day, I do believe it's men who control whether or not they're going to say, hey, this is the woman I want to move to the next level with. That's just my opinion. on this situation.
Ladies, I don't know.
Will,
Go ahead.
one
So
second.
I will. It may be the delivery of your question.
That's what I'm
We're
saying.
not
That's what I'm
understanding.
saying.
Wait, whoa, the delivery of
So that's why I said. So this is
What
this.
was
So
the-
this is so
what
what I'm
was-
saying. Real
Nah.
fast. So what I'm saying to you is, if nobody is understanding what you're saying, all we're asking you to do is clarify and give examples. That's at this point. I don't want anybody else to talk. I just want Will to clarify if he wants us to answer the question and he's serious about
Shan,
answering
I
the
just want to
question.
add one thing.
just let Maroon see if he can explain it, because maybe
I know where he's going.
he needs to mansplain it to us.
I think I know where Will's going, and I think I might have already said it, but I'll say this: I want to make an addendum to what I said. Will, in my opinion, there are certain situations where a woman might have the leverage to be able to decide, lead it in the direction of marriage, maybe even force the hand. But an overwhelming majority of cases, the man, like I said, is the bottleneck of that.
Correct. I agree with that.
But then, yeah, I want to hear your take, Will.
So I'm gonna ask y'all again. I'm gonna ask a very simple question.
No, I want you to no. Right here. No. Will. She critique. So what I want you to do is I want you to get that question together, and I want you to clarify. If you can't do that, we're just gonna move on because I don't have time for this.
Wait.
So
So my question was unclear.
I want the question to be answered.
I will answer it, ladies. Listen, but here's the problem. Y'all saying that it wasn't clear. Was my question clear?
I understood it, but I'm also we're both men. I think that might be a component.
Maroon, can I ask you a quick question? Maroon, did I not answer? Even though it might not have been the answer he won't, did I?
It ain't about the answer I want. Hold on.
I think everybody.
Do you feel like I answered the question?
Shan, wait 1 second. Shan is correct.
Quiet.
He's just asking for clarification.
Right, rephrase the question.
I asked a very simple question. I said, okay, here's what I'm gonna ask. Here's what I'm gonna ask you, ladies. I'm gonna ask you a different question. Okay? I'm gonna ask you a different question. Are men able to get the outcome of marriage?
Yes.
So are women able to get the outcome of marriage?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for a man to be able to get the outcome of marriage, or for a woman to get the outcome of marriage, there's something that these individuals must do in order to get that. What is the thing that they must do to get marriage?
It depends on the person they're trying to marry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just say you have to propose.
Let me just give you an example.
Ladies.
Let me give you an example.
You just have to you just have to propose, Shan. You just have to propose.
A little bit more than that, but yeah.
No. It ain't no little bit more than that. You can take two dysfunctional people. You can take two well-sophisticated people. If no one proposes, how do they get married?
I agree. I agree with you, Will. But I'm saying to some of the other people's point, I think is if someone is, let's just say, if they're in an unstable relationship and that man proposes, or the woman that man proposes, that's not necessarily going to lead to marriage.
He's in the relationship. Why are you in?
Okay, so that's the
people are doing it all the time, Will.
Wait.
Okay.
But I'm not saying what people do and what they don't do. I'm asking why are they doing it? If you're in a relationship, but you will not accept a proposal from this person.
Yes.
Why are you in that relationship?
May I answer real quick?
Sure.
They break off
Hold
proposals.
on, just real quick. This is what I believe, Will. And I actually think I understand why you're asking the ladies. I don't think it's up to the ladies. I actually think it's up to the man, because it's our job to actually have these conversations with the women. What are you looking for? What do you want? Are we aligned? Furthermore, if she doesn't align with what we want, we desire, then it is our job to say, thank you, boo. I appreciate your honesty.
So are we saying that it's a man's responsibility to make sure the relationship is a well-oiled machine?
It's a man's responsibility to ensure that the alignment is correct.
Okay, cool. That's a well-oiled machine. I'm just rephrasing it to a well-oiled machine.
Well, I can't call it that because it's all about alignment, and sometimes you don't end up on the same page because you have to work. After the proposal, there's the marriage, right? After the marriage, then there are then there are the ups and downs. But if we're
No,
speaking
we're not
prior to the
talking about.
marriage,
We're not talking about
yes.
the marriage. We're talking about people who are not married.
Okay,
So
okay, I'm
you're
with you.
still
I'm with you.
aligned, right?
I'm with you. I'm
If
with you.
you're aligned, you're on the same page.
Hold
Right,
on.
right,
We
right,
haven't
right,
we
right.
haven't gotten
So,
we have not gotten Will's opinion on his own question yet.
Well, I think he's building, and we got to give him the opportunity to build.
Okay.
well, we can jump ahead. Maroon, what's your question?
No.
What is your question?
Let's keep building. I think we're in a good place
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
because I
They
would
just
like
want
to
to know
think
your
that
opinion on your question.
My
I
I would
opinion.
like to think.
I believe.
Well,
I believe that an adult that wants an outcome is responsible for getting that outcome. If a woman wants to be married, it's her responsibility to get married. It's not a man's responsibility to get her married. It's her responsibility to get herself married.
How?
No,
Wait. Okay. So Maroon, listen to this.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Don't shy away from this.
I'm listening.
A woman goes to school and get educated and goes on her career path.
Yes.
Whose responsibility is it to get a job? Hers, or is it the employer's responsibility to hire her?
It's her job to assert herself to get that job.
So can she make the employer hire her?
No.
But yet it's still her responsibility.
Sure.
So if she wants to be married,
Yes.
she can't make the man propose to her.
Oh, I wanted to push back. I pushed back a little bit. I said there are certain situations where ultimatums, whether a shotgun wedding, that is a situation where the woman had
He's
the
talking
leverage.
about
this is where I fully disagree with you.
Hold on. I haven't even fleshed out my thought yet.
No. Well,
Go ahead, Will. Flush it out.
I disagree with the premise, but go ahead.
Wait. So you disagree with the premise that the individual that wants the desired outcome is someone else's responsibility to get that outcome for that.
I disagree that it's a woman's responsibility
let me ask,
in a certain respect. So,
I see where he's
for
going. I
example, this is where it is her responsibility. Once it has been determined that they're not aligned, that's not the direction he wants to go, it is her job to get out of the relationship.
But
now,
she's not.
on the other hand, it is responsibility of the man to be very clear in what his expectations are. And I think that
why are y'all making every guy this top tier, upstanding individual who has this moral character intact?
Let me Will, can I add something?
That's the expectation I have of men.
Guys, because they have a penis. Just because you got a penis, you're supposed to be a moral sound character?
Hold on. This is dangerous.
Yes, I do believe you're supposed to be. Supposed to be and is are not the same thing.
Go ahead, Maroon.
But I can expect most.
But you don't have that expectation of women.
You don't want to hear my. This is Chic critique. I can't do that. This ain't Thursday night, bro.
No. I said,
I feel you, but I can't go. I ain't gonna go into that one.
Trying to get order in the court.
My bad, Shan. My bad.
Go ahead, Maroon, and then die. But if you have a question, have a question, Maroon, then just can you wait? Do you have a question, Die? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to add. I want to add on to what Will was saying. Like to that point, Will, and this is why I understand gender roles to a certain point. Men, they're the ones that's receiving all the information. So to AP's point, a healthy guy will be better in the vetting process sometimes than a woman would be. Like he should, because he's the one who's leading. He has to figure out who he can lead, who's willing to follow him. But I do agree with Will point to a certain point, because I want to get married and I had to unlearn a lot of things that my mom had taught me, but I had to take that initiative to do so. I had to be the one to say, like, okay, I'm not doing something right. I'm not getting the results that I want. And once I did that, I'm like, oh, when I talk to men and I'm frustrated, I do it in a masculine way. I don't use my feminine energy. I don't show them, and that's why I'm getting a masculine response from them. That's things that I learned and taught, and that wouldn't bring a healthy marriage, let alone let a guy that's like on my level as far as like empathy and caring for the things that I care about is not going to attract him to me. So I had to unlearn things to make myself that things. So I can understand both points, but I do agree that without a head of the household, it's kind of like how can you get him to do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? How can you get the head? You got that? I just feel like the head comes first. Like, he's going
All
to be
right.
the
So
one
does the
to
head,
set the tone for the
if you're
family.
trying to get a job at a Fortune 500 company, are you, as the potential employee, the applicant, are you the head, or would the CEO, president, HR
So,
manager,
Will, to your
whoever?
point, I'm gonna be honest. When all the jobs that I got were like that were really good jobs, like payroll companies and things of that nature. They actually vetted me. They actually vetted me because of my resume.
Cool,
So
Back,
sometimes
cool.
employers,
back.
especially when and Will, I'm just saying was the best
I
companies.
don't
Like
have a problem with
McDonald's,
that.
they know they're gonna attract the basic people. So they
Right. But
they
listen,
don't really vet
Well,
people.
Okay, so
like,
let
I
you
wanna
guys
add
wait,
one
wait,
thing.
wait. Let Maroon go.
I
Go
think
ahead.
what kind of breaks the analogy, Will, is not all employers, when a job is posting is open, they're trying to hire someone. It might not be you, it might not be me, it might not be anyone on the panel, but they're trying to hire somebody. Not all men, whether they're in relationships or not, are trying to get married.
we're talking about the men who want to be married. We're not talking about, because I mean, if you own a company, that don't mean you're looking for employees because you own a company. So we're not going to sit here and act like every company is looking to hire.
I never
There's
said
a
that.
lot of companies that are not hiring.
Sure.
There's a lot of men who they're not looking for a wife. But there are
Right.
companies who are hiring. Those are the companies who put out help wanted signs, put some type of ad. Wait, hold on. Y'all gotta let me finish the point. I can't get to a point. The companies who are looking for staff makes it known to the general public that they're hiring.
Right.
You don't apply to companies who are not hiring. They put out they open up a requisition number and you apply for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The men who want wives are actively looking for wives.
Right.
So that's the comparison. If somehow, some way you have to groom yourself for this job, that you cannot give yourself the job. Yep. Someone else has to give you the job, whether they headhunt you or you seek them out. Because just because they headhunt you don't mean they hire you. Mm-hmm. Men headhunt women all the time at bars.
So, let me.
So that's why men are in control.
Give me a second.
I do want to get Will's answer. I want Will's answer at some point.
Regardless.
Whoa, 1 second. Hey, go ahead, Miss Shannon.
Okay, so I get what he's saying about the job, right? You're absolutely right. But every job is not the job that people want, right? Just because McDonald's is hiring does not mean I really want to work for McDonald's, even if I'm looking for a job. Okay?
Well, Shan, why are you doing it? This is what I'm talking about.
You gave the job. Listen, look, check this out. There are different, whether we like it or not. Everybody ain't. It's different levels out here.
Shan, but you're being disingenuous.
Let her finish her point. She gave you.
Y'all didn't even let me finish.
I'm using his job. He spoke of a job. He said,
I was in the middle of a point. Every point I've tried to finish hasn't been finished. But go ahead, I'll digress. Go ahead.
I thought you were done with
I want to ask one question real quick.
Let him finish saying what he's saying.
Let me piggyback on what you just said, Shan. Okay. So just because McDonald's is hiring, that doesn't. McDonald's is not headhunting you. Just because they put out a help wanted sign doesn't mean you have to apply to it.
Sure.
McDonald's is looking for the type of candidate that they're looking for. And Ernst & Young is looking for the type of candidate that they're looking for.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean if a Pookie wants to get married, that you have to be the person who marries the Pookie.
Correct.
Pookie can be the equivalent of McDonald's, and AP or Maroon can be the equivalent of Ernst & Young.
Sure.
So if Ernst & Young puts out a job ad, say, hey, we are hiring. Here's an open requisition number. Do you qualify to even apply for the job?
But what men are doing that, saying, yo, I'm looking for a wife.
They're
not really doing that.
So this is actually, Will, I feel you. I understand kind of what you're saying, I think. But the difference between those jobs and the JB Hunt or the corporate Walmart or whatever it is those jobs are going to disqualify you if you don't fit. Also, the other jobs that will basically, let's say, take anybody aren't being dishonest about exactly what it is that the job entails, thus giving the applicant the opportunity to say, maybe I shouldn't apply for this because they're looking for only someone to sweep the floor when I'm looking for a way to move up on the corporate side. That's just where the argument itself that you're making falls flat. Is that oftentimes we're asking, or me, I can't say we. Where I'm asking Pookies to be honest, and I think this goes back to the premise of your argument. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, please do. They're not gonna be. They're gonna get what they need out of you, and then when you decide that that's not what you want, then you can move on. But at the end of the day, the Pookie already got exactly what it was that they wanted out of you, and you wasted your time. So in essence, the woman being the applicant, you shouldn't have applied for that job.
I
let me
disagree.
give.
So let me just say this. I don't think that's what's happening in today's time. I think that women have a choice between McDonald's and they're going high, and they let's just say you're Morgan Stanley, right? If Morgan Stanley doesn't want her, she's just choosing to be an entrepreneur. She doesn't need neither one of you. She say, okay, that doggy, that golden doodle is just fine for me.
Let me add this too, Shan. In Will's analogy, a lot of these men are hiring for internships. They're not looking for wives. They're going to intern you to maybe a full-time position.
And the stats prove that.
That's what's really
if they're trying to marry, if a man is trying to marry, most
can y'all stop being disingenuous?
I said
men who want wives. Why are y'all talking about men who don't want wives?
Sure. So let me just say this.
Wait. That's like saying a company puts out a help wanted sign, but they really don't want to hire anyone.
So listen to this, Will.
I want to get married.
Give me a second, Maroon. Yeah. 2 seconds. At the end of the day, most men have somebody who's checking for them. Most of them. They have a woman who's checking for them, whether they want to be married or don't want to be married. But at the end of the day, the statistic, the marriage rates do not lie. If he wanted to marry somebody, that chick who's checking for him, he would be married to her.
Then Maroon is a liar then.
You said what now?
Then Maroon is a liar then.
Wow.
According to you, Shan.
I didn't.
He literally just said that he wait, Shan.
She's giving her opinion.
Shan, I know. According to Shan, I said you're a liar. According to Shan, listen, Shan.
This great time.
Shan, give me a second to elaborate. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is actually I'm agreeing with with Tiger. I am saying that if they want to, it seems like they got these temps. The girl who's chilling beside him, he just got her on a temporary list. He's not trying to marry her like you said they are. Because if he was trying to marry her, he would marry her.
Right, I heard you. I heard you the first time. I listened to y'all very well. That's why I said then, according to you, Shan, Maroon is a liar. Let me connect the dots. Shan, you said every man has a woman that is on the side waiting for him. And you said if men really wanted to be married, they will marry her. Maroon just said he wants to be married.
Okay.
And so according to you, Shan, he has a woman on the side waiting for him to propose. And hold on, Maroon, because according to what you said and what she said, wait, can I connect my dots, please? Can I just please connect the dots to what y'all
Go ahead, Will. We're listening.
Maroon said, I want to be married. He said that about 60
Not right now.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
The truth comes out. He's the devil.
Why can't I ever finish a point?
Let him finish. Like I think I see where he's going. I like this.
This is what I told you. It's disingenuousness, it's lying, it's deflecting, it's not answering questions. They won't let me land my plane. Maroon said, I want to be married. He didn't say, I want to be married later on in life. I heard him say, I want to be married.
Did I say now? Did I say now?
Hold on, Maroon. Basically, what my boy Will is saying.
You don't gotta elaborate. We get it.
What my boy Will is saying is you're looking to hire, but maybe an intern right now.
No, like
That's what you like. He's pointing it back at you.
Maroon.
That's what you
yeah,
said.
let me finish. Let me finish. So like for me, what I said from the get-go was the man is going to be the bottleneck to that. The women, as I explained in Atlanta, 6 months, 12 months, they want to get married. They're cool getting married in 12 months.
They are.
I'm probably not going to be, because like I'm trying to set things up. I might want to be single for a little bit, but I'm just saying I'm not in a rush to get married to somebody in 6 months. I'm not in a rush I've been married. I'm not in a rush to necessarily get married in 12 months. But like I said, there are women out here who are willing. The women who, if I were to date a woman who wants to get married and have a kid within 12 months, I'm going to be that bottleneck to get married within that 12 months. That's all I'm saying.
Are your prerequisites on your job profile? Because if not, you're going to run into more of those ready in 12 months than you will looking for that long term. I'm just saying, because if you put your prerequisites out up front, it's a lot easier to weed out the bullshit. And the reason I say it that way is because that was precisely what I did. I'm looking at, I know it's anecdotal, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, are you intentional or are you not? If you're not intentional, and which I would argue in 2025, most guys are intentional about getting some box.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that intern role that Will was just talking about.
No, I wasn't talking about that. That was Maroon talking about that.
I brought up the internship.
Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Yeah, listen, y'all. I listen to y'all well. Y'all not listening to me well.
Okay.
So watch this. But you're on this. Me and you on the same page right now, AP. Because Maroon, when you made the statement, "I want to be married."
Yep.
Did you put a time frame on there?
I didn't say it on this panel.
Right. So you just said, "I want to be married," right?
Correct.
So should I take you at face value, or should I be like, he don't really want to be married now? He's talking about in the future.
Period. I said period, like the women say. Period. I want to get married, remarried. Period.
Right. So should I take you at face value that you want to be married, or should I assume that you want to be married later on down the line? In the future?
I want to get married at some point down the line.
No. I'm asking you, how should I interpret when you say that?
I said period. That means
right. So if you say Maroon, it's very simple. If you say I want to be married, period. Am I supposed to assume that you're ready for marriage, or am I supposed to assume you don't want marriage now? You want marriage later on in the future.
You shouldn't make assumptions. You should ask for clarification.
No. You made a clear statement.
No, I didn't.
AP, is that not a clear statement? I want to be married.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. He made it clear that he wanted to get married. So. And this is, I think, where the communication breakdown is. Even when you initially started the question, you had 3 women up here who didn't understand exactly what you were asking. And then it was a point in which we were asking, can you please clarify that? I think it's the same thing. I understand what Will is saying. When I asked you, do you want to get married? And you said yes. Yeah. He's asking now, like saying, okay, when you say yes, I'm thinking that that's going to be something that's going to occur in the present.
That's not something we're working on now. Yes.
Right. But I guess what you're saying is that when I make the statement saying, yeah, I want to get married, that's just it. I just want to get married. I'm not saying that it needs to be now. It can be later. I just know at some point in my life, I'm going to get married. Right. So I think
that's just like when you ask a girl, do she want to have kids? If she said yes, you're assuming she's ready.
No. Listen, no, that's 2 different things. If you ask someone listen, if I ask Maroon, does he want to be married, and he says yes, that's on me to check the timing. But when he says I want to be married, that's not on me to check the time frame of when he wants to be married. This was information he volunteered. Like if a woman say, I want kids, I'm not going to be like, oh, she doesn't want kids now. She wants kids in the future. I'm going to assume she wants kids. Like if a person say, I want a job, are you going to assume they don't want a job right now? If a person says, if a person says, I'm hungry, I mean, I want some food. Are we going to assume
But-
they don't want no food right now? They want food in the future.
But
If
they
say,
Maroon.
Well, where it breaks down is I came up with the clarification and said, hey, I might have underspoke. I am now putting on, I would like to have kids
The
at some
clarity.
point. I would like to get remarried at some point.
I give room for the clarity. I'm just saying to you, I asked you a question. When you made that statement,
yeah.
Am I supposed to take you at face value, or am I supposed to interrogate you to get more information? If Shan says, I want a house, am I going to, I'm not saying she doesn't have a house. Am I going to assume Shan doesn't want a house right now? Shan wants a house later on in the future. When people make a statement of declaration of what they want, we assume it's in the present.
That's not, I don't know.
So Maroon,
No,
give me a second.
Will is actually
Maroon,
right.
AP, let me see. So this is the thing, because Will has a point, and let me tell you the point, right? and it's not intentional. I don't think that that's intentional on your part, Tiger. What happens is when these young ladies go onto the dating scene, they have a conversation with a man. Let's just say y'all been dating for 3 months, and that guy says, oh, I do want to be married. In a woman's head, she's thinking, oh, he wants marriage, and she's automatically thinking now with me. But in his head, he's like, oh no, eventually, like not necessarily now, because that was never, because when you say it like that, it makes it seem like, oh, you want to get, I don't know why it comes off that way, but it comes off as a present thing and not
I'm gonna
necessarily.
tell you why, Shan. Because that dude is lying. If a dude brings to a woman's attention that he wants to be married, it is safe for her to assume he's talking about now. Now, if he doesn't want to be married, he should say, my 5-year goal is to be married. I plan on being married in 10 years. You don't volunteer information that pronounced and act like, oh, I wasn't talking about now. I gave y'all multiple examples. If you say, I want food, I want a ride, I want a house, I want a job, all of that stuff is present tense. You're not saying, man, down the line one day, if a job find me, then cool, I'll work.
Let me add a little bit of pushback. Like, let's say if this was like Tinder, if this was Hinge, if I put on my profile, I am dating for marriage, I agree with that. But I'm saying I underspoke. But I'm saying if I were dating a woman and I were to say that and underspeak, it would be a conversation. It's not going to be like, oh, you said this. Well, I'm going to just take it at face value and I'm going to run with it.
No, Maroon. I accept that you underspoke. I give grace to correct your speech. I don't have a problem with someone saying I misspoke. My bad. That's not what I meant. I'm cool with that, right? I'm not drilling you to say this is what you said. You got to stick to it. What I'm asking you is, you're telling me now it's my responsibility to ask you what's the time frame on a statement that you make. Like if you say to me, Maroon, if you say to me, I need a ride to the store. Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to be like, oh, you want that sometime in the future? Like, am I assuming that you want that?
If my friend were to ask me, hey, I want to go see a movie,
no, don't
say, oh, right now?
Because it can be a complete stranger, Maroon. It can be a complete stranger. It can be an Uber, a Lyft. It don't have to be someone you're in relationship with.
Yeah. So to your point, if someone asks me, hey, I need a ride, do you need that today? Do you need what point today? I'm going to ask those questions.
If they ask
no, Will's point is words matter, bro.
Basically, if a woman goes, I want kids, she says, I want kids, but not now. I want to be married first. Like I gotta be married. She usually elaborates.
No, because the thing about it, see, women speak out of turn. If you're not married, you shouldn't even be saying I want kids. If that's listen to me. I don't care if you get married or not, but y'all keep talking about people shouldn't have kids out of wedlock. Ain't that the rhetoric y'all be spewing? Yeah. So why are you talking about kids if you're not married?
Okay, hold on. I understand one thing that Will just did. We have still not gotten your answer as to the original question you asked 40 minutes ago. I want that answer.
Ask me the question. What's the question I asked?
It was your question. It was, do men control? Do men control?
I answered that for you, Maroon. You weren't paying attention.
Say it again, then.
I said it's the responsibility of the person who wants whatever desired outcome. It is their responsibility.
Okay.
That's a good point. I can't argue that. And the reason, I can't argue that, and the reason I actually agree with Will on that particular point, because reinforces exactly the way I was moving when I got my wife, right? If that's not what you were looking for, and that's what I'm looking for, my job is to tell you, hey, thank you.
You
And
ain't
that's
even
on
got
both
to tell them.
sides.
You can just read
That's not necessarily one side or the other. If I'm looking for something very specific and you are unable to provide the specific item that I'm looking for, or that I can't provide the specific thing that you're looking for, it's your job to
No, you can just
kind of
you can
move
just
on.
post them. You ain't gotta tell them they don't qualify.
I don't agree with ghosting,
That's cool, but I'm just telling you,
but
a
I understand what you're saying.
a job don't have to tell you we found a better candidate. They don't have to tell you that.
I agree
But
with what Will was
but
saying.
do they wait? Hold on. But do they not send you that email? Thank you
Because it's computer
for.
generated. Ain't nobody sitting
But
up
it
there
doesn't
That's
matter. You
because
still
it's
get
No,
the
it
computer.
does
information.
matter.
That's
Listen,
because
listen.
it's
You
It
still
used.
get
does.
the information though.
Listen to me. It does matter because if they were being sincere, if it mattered to them, they will call you and say, "Hey, nobody has that exit interview like, you're not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for X, Y, and Z." Because first of all, it's a little condescending and disrespectful. People
Mhm.
think. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Say you go on 10 dates
Mhm.
and you go on dates with women who fit what you're looking for and you fit the profile of what they're looking for.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean you guys are a match. It just means on paper you guys are compatible.
Right.
You go on these 10 dates and none of these women are actually the women for you. And all of these women, you sit down and you talk to each one of them and they're telling you why you aren't the man for them. Is that going to be a positive experience or a negative experience?
Not so. I'm like the email. We're
Hold
not a
on,
good
hold on,
fit.
hold on, AP. You ain't answered the question. Is it
I am
positive?
answering the question. I do have the conversation, but I say we're not a good fit.
No, no, no,
That's
no, no.
that's the email that goes out.
Not a good fit. Listen to what I said. They're telling you why you aren't a good fit. Not just saying that you're not a good fit.
It wouldn't.
They're telling you.
So you got to flip that because I'm going to accept that from them.
I didn't
I'm going to
ask you
say,
if you
you know what?
accept
I
it.
appreciate that.
No, listen to what I asked you. I said if you go on 10 dates
Hmm.
and all 10 of these women are telling you why you aren't a good fit for them, is that a positive experience or is that a negative experience?
Okay, we're going to have to generalize because for me, it's a positive experience because now I know how to tailor my message. I know how to make the adjustment that I need to make to actually get the
Will,
11.
I just wanted to ask for clarification. Will, did you say that the 10 women are gonna give him feedback as to why he didn't
That's perfect.
Yeah, because if you're gonna talk to people, you're not just gonna call them up and say, "Hey, we're not a good fit," and get off the phone. It's gonna
Well,
be you're not a
I'm
good
going to
fit
accept it.
because women elaborate. They don't just keep it short and
And
simple. They'll
that's
tell you.
perfect though. But here's the deal. That's
I can't
perfect.
I can't I
So that's
can't
why
do executive sales.
I
I gotta
can't answer
finish
your
one
question.
before I.
Hold on, Will. I can't answer your question because maybe I'm a different kind of
No,
man.
I accepted
Because
that.
I'm going to take that information and say,
Listen,
bet, cool.
hey, hey,
Maybe there's some similarities inside of those 10 that I can actually take back with me
hey, people, watch
to make
this.
the adjustment.
But here's the damage with that. Now you're making adjustments for women who don't want you. When there's not necessarily listen. There's
I'm
not
listening.
necessarily anything wrong with you, but because you got feedback from 10 women who weren't a good fit for you, now you're making adjustments to them. And then guess what? When you go on the 11th date, if you were still your same self, you probably would have landed that date. But now you made these adjustments, and now that date doesn't work
so
for you.
Will
Now
I
But
see,
hold on, let me say
hold on,
something.
hold
It
on,
is
hold
she
on, hold
critique. Can
on,
the girl say something
hold
real
on.
quick?
yeah.
Because I want to
What you
respond
And
missed
let Dot
specifically to
speak right
Will.
after AP. Go ahead and then Dot.
what
Because I'm like, Will,
what
and Will, make sure you, I'm going to keep that point. I'm going to keep that point, Will. Go
what
ahead.
what you missed, Will, was the one thing that I said was maybe there are some commonalities in what they are saying to me. And maybe that is a true flaw that I need to look into because maybe it isn't them. Maybe it's me and I need to do some self reflection. Maybe I need therapy. Maybe I need a million other things. But if there's something common, inside of what all these 10 women are saying. At some point, it's not about them, it's about me.
Right.
Now
Okay.
watch this. 1 second, Don. Let me finish that. Write it down, Don. I don't want you to forget. AP.
Mm-hmm.
Logically, that makes sense.
No.
But you're dealing with illogical, selfish people. See, if it was a job interview, it would make sense because jobs are looking, they're robotic, right? It's not all this, oh, what fits me, what I like. Because here's the thing, when it comes to dating, men need to increase the amount of women they're exposed to, not change for the small, minute amount of women that they've been exposed to, trying to adjust to their liking. And because you're going to always be trying to adjust.
So,
Even if it's, hold on, listen, even if there's 10 women and they all told you they don't like X, there's X about you. It's like, okay, if I go from 10 women to 50 women and I'm still getting told that, then yeah, maybe I need to make a change. 10 women ain't enough. That's
where you're wrong.
Wait,
Maybe it's the pool that I'm pulling the same 10 women from.
right.
Maybe. So we're talking about being understanding that sometimes it's not about the other person. Sometimes the truth of the matter is, and guys have a hard damn fucking time with this, maybe it's about you. Maybe you are a Pookie. Maybe you are a Ray Ray. Maybe it's the 5 fucking kids you got. Maybe it's the job you have. Maybe it's a million different other things that you have to look in the mirror and say, this is the kind of fucking woman I want. So how do I need to move to attract this woman? Because it's on me. I'm the one that's looking for that.
Okay,
go ahead, Ms. Di. I'm sorry.
Okay, so y'all know I'm always devil's advocate, so I'm gonna play both points. So to AP's point, I get what he's saying, because if I am a woman who wants a man who can lead, guide her, protect her, and I start dating those type of men, but I was originally this independent woman who was used to taking guys up under my wing, how I move with them is going to be different than these new 10 men that I'm dating, right? And now that I'm dating these men who have some quality about themselves that these guys didn't have, if they're giving me opinions and saying, hey, you're coming off combative, hey, you're not trusting me, I'm here already, they wasn't, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna have to take that feedback. But to Will's point, it can be a negative thing on guys' ends, right? Say if this guy is going for a certain girl, right, and he's constantly getting rejected by this certain girl, but this girl might not necessarily be his type. It's just the type that maybe the world told him, oh, these are the trophies. You know what I'm saying? These are the specific. If you constantly going for this type and you're unhappy too, like this type isn't bringing any type of substance to your life, you just constantly getting rejected and you just constantly pushing for something, but you're not really self-reflecting on the rejection, it can be a toxic thing. It could definitely be a toxic thing. And you're not dating within your pool. So then now you're wondering, why am I constantly being rejected? Well, maybe this ain't the type of woman you should be leading. Maybe you can't lead this woman. You know what I'm saying? This is not the woman for you to be leading. So I understand definitely both points. Sometimes it could be a self-reflection where you need to change who you are, or you really just need to change your pool of women that you're dating.
You're
and
100% correct. But that's still self-reflection on the man.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, even with what you said, Miss Di, is that's still the self-reflection of the man. Maybe this is the kind of woman that I'm being told by society, and maybe all 10 of them are saying the exact same thing. So maybe I need to change where I go look for women.
But that
maybe I need to change
you.
I'm just saying, like, if we don't look back at who we are,
right,
and what we want, what we truly want, and what is good for us, as men, we're doomed and destined to fail. And I also believe that if we're doomed and destined to fail, we're doomed and destined to fail the Black community. And if we're doomed and destined to fail the Black community itself will fail. So if we can't look inside of ourselves and figure out what the hell is wrong with us, how can we expect, as many men will say, these women who think like children to make the damn decisions for the community, because we have honestly seen how that looks over the last 30 years. But anyway, that's a different conversation.
AP, I don't think he's saying that. He's saying, like, even though he's saying that that man, like that, the first instance I get, like, okay, yeah, that man needs to change because he's trying to level up. But in the instance that Will talking, he's saying that man probably don't need to change. He probably just needs to love himself more. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's a way of changing, but not who he is.
Yeah, let me.
Still self-reflection.
Let me say something real quick.
Yeah, it is still self-reflection.
Will, you could be right and you could be wrong at the same time. There might be. Let me go with this. That if you're closed off to the point where you're not going to take any feedback from the people that you struck out with, and you feel like there's nothing wrong with me, I'm just going to keep going. I'll figure it out. I'll find it's just I keep running into the wrong people. That's kind of risky. The way I look at it is, when you're dating with intention and you're building the friendship first, regardless of whether it works out for you and said person, they're getting to know you, you're getting to know them, and they're able to give you some constructive feedback. And to your point, chances are you're gonna probably start to run across some common things, assessments that they're hearing from you. It's up to you if you want to take that in and actually work on that. But my question to you is this, Will: at what point and what scenario are you actually taking feedback from the people that you date to improve yourself? Or is it all within you to make that assessment?
Well, look, y'all, I'm about to wrap this up because I got to go. But look, here's the thing, room. Again, y'all not listening to me. I told him 10 women may not be enough to justifiably say that you need to change.
We heard that.
Right. But I said, if 50 women told you this, then yeah, you might need to do, bro, look. I can tell you probably date. Do you date one woman at a time?
I am now.
Okay, so you don't date 2 or 3 women at a time. 4 or 5.
Absolutely not.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Give them the attention.
Y'all,
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's my
I'm
bad.
gonna go to sleep because y'all not gonna let me.
No, but before you go,
that's
Will,
my bad.
Before you go, Will, I heard you talk about the 50 women, but let's be honest with you: the average man is not going on 50.
This is just me throwing numbers out there. I'm not being literal and thinking that the average guy is going to take 50 women. What I said to him is, by the time you've entertained 50 women, and you keep hearing this, right now, if you've dated 25 women. And you've heard the same thing from those 25 women, and let's say all 25 of those women are bottle girls.
Yeah,
you keep going for the same type of woman, and you keep getting told the same type of thing. Sir, your problem is not you. Your problem, it is you, because it's where you're searching for your woman. It's not necessary.
If you gotta wait till 25 women to start making changes in yourself,
AP did say that, Will. AP did say that, Will.
I think you wasted.
I know, and I was trying to tell him that. Yes, when he said, he put the caveat, maybe you need to look in different places. Yes, but that doesn't mean you need to change you. Where you're looking is probably the problem.
That's true too.
So at the end of the day, you know how many women say, "Oh, I want a 6-figure man." Okay, cool. You want a 6-figure man. Well, guess what? What if all 6-figure men think alike? And you think you're not going to acquiesce to that because you're trying to find the kind of 6-figure man that will deal with you, then baby girl, you're the problem, because you're not adjusting, like Di said, for the type of man you're trying to get. If this is a different type of man who's on a higher tier than what you're accustomed to, you're going to have to adjust who you are. You can't stay the same and try to get better.
I think we're all saying that.
But we're not all saying that, because I'm telling AP, if he goes out on 10 dates with 10 different women and it doesn't work out, and all those women tell him something about him that they didn't like is the reason why they didn't choose him. We didn't articulate that he was leveling up in those 10 women. We just said this was 10 random women that was telling him what they didn't like. And now he's making changes, trying to.
No. You didn't listen to me then. Because what I said was, if I'm finding a consistent theme, did I not say that? If there's something similar, right?
AP, hold on. I'm the one that gave the scenario.
But right, you can give the scenario, but at the same time, if I say, because the context is, if they're all saying something very similar,
I heard you.
There's something inside of me.
No, AP.
Whether I need to change the place where I'm looking, or upgrade who I am.
Right, but
because I'm not going to go backwards, right?
AP. If you just change where you're looking for women, does that mean you need to change who you are as a person?
It means I self-reflected and understood that I'm not looking in the right place for the women that I need.
But AP, you first said if you heard 10 women tell you something about you, that maybe you need to make some changes.
And I'm telling you that's not true. Check this out.
Hard
If
head
you're
makes a soft
meeting,
ass. Sorry.
if you're meeting bottle girls, say you're going to the club and you have this theme for cute bottle girls and you keep trying to talk to them.
Mhm.
Well, if you stay the same person and you just maybe try to talk to a woman at church, do you think you'll get the exact same reaction from the church woman that you're getting from the 10 bottle girls?
I'm no longer the same person because I'm not looking in the same place for
You
the same
are
woman.
the same
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I
let's
have
just
changed
agree to disagree,
exactly.
y'all. This is going on
I,
forever.
I have
Okay, now I'm about
changed
to leave.
where
I just
I
want to make
look.
the last point. And
And
I'm
the
gonna,
fact is,
It's
let
when I
me
looked inside of me, and I
let
just
me make this
like I just want to finish the point.
let me make
The
this last
fact
point.
is, I looked inside of me and said, okay, all of these women are saying X, Y, and Z. I am not looking in the right place. That's not on them. Is that on them? No, that's on me. That means I looked and made the change. Whether I changed my personality, my bank account, no matter what it was, I changed something about me.
No, you didn't. Let me
Yes,
say
I
this.
did.
Okay, cool. If I, as a single man, I don't have a limitations as to where I would interact with a woman. I'll interact with women at grocery stores, at lounges, at church, at sporting events, at a friend's barbecue. It does online. I'll interact with women wherever I go. I'm the same person no matter what venue I'm in. I'm not changing who I am because I'm in a different venue, but I'm probably going to get a different reception from the women based on the venue. That don't mean I changed who I am.
Not necessarily.
I didn't say that's
No,
it.
but you
It,
just changed your scenario that you gave me.
no, I
You
didn't.
literally changed your scenario.
So
What
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
was, if I'm finding is bottle girls.
No, I use that as an example.
Then you said,
Listen,
hold on, Will. You
hold
just
on, I'm
said
telling you wrong. I'm
that
telling you
if
wrong. So you
you
don't
don't
go down
look
this
in
rabbit
the
hole.
same place.
No, AP, I'm telling you wrong.
That's an even better
AP,
for
AP,
statistics.
AP, just listen. I want to make sure you don't think I said anything wrong. I just used the 10 bottle girls as an example to say just because 10 people told you something negative about you, it doesn't mean you have to change you. Because like Di and I agree that maybe you're just looking in a venue where you got superficial people. You don't necessarily know these people are superficial, but they're superficial nonetheless.
That
If
means
you go to a place where people have a little bit more moral character, you'll probably get a different outcome, even if it's unbeknownst to you that this is a place where people have higher moral character. You don't have to change who you are to get a better outcome. You have to spread a wider net. You can't just keep going to the same places, talking to the same types of women and think, oh, I'm going to get a different outcome. I'll keep talking to the same type of women that work in the same field, have the same desires and goals. No, you have to diversify, sir.
I think
You have
with
to do
Will's
all those
thought
things.
process though, but with Will's thought process, that kind of make a lot of sense when it comes to men, because I do think about that. Like, why do you choose to date a woman with higher education than you, than when you know that at some point when she's delivering something, you might take it offensive? You need to date lower. You
Yeah.
need to go lower than what you're looking for. And I guarantee you'll probably get the results you need, because there's women at that level who needs guidance. Everybody can't, you know what I'm saying? And I've learned that when it comes to women, like every guy can't, get up there with you. Sometimes you gotta, look for what you look for. So I do get with Will's point. If I was a man, that's how I would think. I wouldn't think like, oh, let me date a woman and let her lift me up, because I'm thinking I'm the man. I gotta lift her up. So if this bitch too heavy to lift, I'm finna go get a bitch I can lift. Like, you get what I'm saying?
No,
Like that man,
I understand
that
what y'all
man
are
should not
saying,
be
but
reaching
he
up to
made a
that woman
change.
and hoping for her to lift up.
But the point is that he made a change. She didn't. The women didn't change. The man changed something.
Okay, so
Whether it's a personality trait, whether it's where he's looking, whether it's the type of woman that he's looking for, he made made the
Will was
change.
just being specific on the type
Yeah.
of change, though. Will was
okay,
like on this type of change. He was like, you don't necessarily.
Uh,
He didn't have to be this. Like, he was like being very
like
specific.
that,
On what,
but that's part of the evaluation process that I was talking about. If I run into 10 women in 10 different places and they all tell me something very, very similar, very, very similar, either I'm going to change the type of woman the type of woman I'm looking for, or change my approach or change how I need to be to get the kind of woman that I want. One of those three changes has to occur, but it doesn't start with her. It starts 100% with him changing something, which requires self-reflection, which
Right.
requires him to look internally at the results that he's getting and say, okay, how do I change the result to get the desired outcome that I want?
The
That's
last thing,
that's on him.
the last thing I want to add to this is, Will, if you're not willing to accept feedback from the people you date, why are you dating them?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Wait a second, sir.
Okay,
You
so I
gotta-
didn't
you
want to
gotta-
go down. Look.
No,
You
no,
got-
no.
you
It's
give a
okay. I can
2-minute
be real quick.
response, but that's we recut because
No,
I'm
no.
So yes, it's just
No,
I
this is
didn't want to
It's a simple, quick
patient.
response. You first have to quantify dating someone, like actively dating them, or just go on a date with someone.
It should be both.
No, sir. I'm not going to take no feedback from a woman I went out on one date with.
That's
Zero feedback.
That's
But if
fair.
there's a woman I'm dating, I'll take feedback from her.
That's fair. I don't disagree with that at all.
Y'all have yourselves a lovely evening. Hey, Mr. Maroon, I saw your comment once upon a time, and sir, I want to get in the ring and have our verbal joust session. So
Hey,
you let me know when you ready to catch.
I would
these-
love to see
hold
that.
on. I'll say
Look,
this. Will.
She
what
just-
was it?
I don't know, but I'll say this. There was a video of Will where I typically don't agree with you, but I think there was a video. I forget what the topic was, and I was like, "Yo, Will, I agree with Will on this."
It's cool. I'm okay with disagreements. I like
Yeah.
them. It promotes
I
healthy
feel like
dialogue.
I agree with you a lot on this panel, and I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I appreciate you for joining the panel.
I was surprised too. I don't think there are a few things that you say that I agree with, some things you don't, but today was.
Well, let me leave y'all with this. I promise
very
y'all.
careful with his choice
I'm
of
gonna
words.
promise all 5 of y'all this. If y'all stop cutting me off, which if I'm long-winded, I get it. People interject, and that's fair. I'm not saying y'all gotta just let me run the things the way I want to run it. But if y'all stop cutting me off, and if y'all are confused by something, y'all ask me a question. I promise y'all I will land the plane. And I'm pretty sure y'all will probably lean more towards me than against me. That doesn't mean you're going to agree every time.
I will ask you something too. If you don't
Oh.
understand something, don't just say we're not answering your question, because in our head we are. You might have to ask more questions to get clarification from us.
That's not true, Di. If I ask you, hey, Di, are you in that chair or are you standing up? That's something you can answer. I ask very black and white questions. I don't ask.
No, because
don't
Will,
ask
I
you.
answered your question earlier. I definitely did, and I was listening to.
Okay, y'all. So we're not gonna argue about that.
I don't want to argue. Just real quick with Miss Shan. Just real quick. I think, and I know you do it intentionally, Will, but if you led with the premise of your question, I think most of your questions would actually get answered directly, because I see a lot of the times when I'm listening to you, I'm like, oh, he said they ass up, and and you set him up.
It's entertaining though.
It is entertaining. I ain't even gonna cap.
But AP.
It's just not
What
entertaining.
was my answer to the so-called complicated question? It was take initiative. How was that question so complicated? If you want something, it's your Miss Shan. We sorry. We having a healthy dialogue. We may be a little chaotic right now, but guess what? Ain't nobody being disrespectful. Ain't nobody being rude. This is a rare occasion. So look, Miss Di, Mr. Maroon, Miss Shan, Mr. AP, Miss Taken. Or I should say Miss Taken, because Miss is already in there. Miss Taken. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I challenge y'all. Take a tally marker, and every time I ask a question, find out how often people answer the question or respond to me with a clarifying question to make sure they understand what I'm saying. And then make these assumptions. Don't just say, "Oh, if you lead with this." No, just pay attention. Keep a notepad and pen and tally it. And I'll hold myself accountable. And I'll change. AP. If I'm getting 10 people telling me the same thing, sir, I'll change.
No, Will, I can honestly say that when I go to toe with Will, I would answer his question directly. And if I answer his question directly, he'd be like, okay.
I got you, Will.
Is that sometimes communication goes both ways. It's on the person who's speaking to be clear, and then the person that's listening to understand, right? So in this situation, I know you're saying, you use example of 10 people, but in this particular situation, we have 6 people on the panel. You asked a question. 4, because I'm gonna say AP doesn't count because he wasn't, involved in the question. So I'm gonna say, so if 4 out of the 5, I'm gonna say 5 people did not comprehend or take the question or answer the question in the way that you asked, then at that point, it falls on you to clarify that if everyone got it wrong. And
Yeah,
you're
and I
saying
was
asking a direct question is easy to answer, just answer it. That doesn't clarify it when everybody's giving you
I
the
agree
answer.
with you. I agree with you. Now here's the thing though, mistaken. I didn't want to just give y'all the answer. I wanted y'all to think about it, because the reality was we started off by talking about a blueprint, and I was saying people should have a blueprint today, but because we don't have a blueprint for this, everybody's just willy-nilly doing about it the way they see fit. And women want an outcome, but they want someone else to provide that outcome. But y'all don't do that nowhere else in y'all lives. Do y'all wait on someone to provide the outcome that you want? Only in marriage. That's the only time you sit back and you're like, it's his job to propose. Well, maybe if he didn't propose, it's probably because you're not propose worthy.
Wow.
But people
That's a
don't
good
have
feeling.
that
I like it.
conversation.
I
Or he
agree.
might not be ready.
No, stop. See,
No,
see,
and
That was
Will,
good.
no, I'm
That was
glad you
good.
ended with
Like
that since we finna wrap it up, because honestly, that's what I kind of want to talk about today. Like, when I talk to my friends about, like, they look at my relationship and they like, how did y'all get from here to here? How did he take your opinion? How did you take his? How did you see it from his point of view? And how did you see it from, and vice versa? And I tell them it didn't look pretty. And I'm not even married. It didn't look pretty, but me and him, we want marriage. We feel like it's like at the end of the day, you have to find the person that's worth it. And I think oftentimes that people, especially when they get to a certain growth point, they want it to look a certain way, they want it to feel a certain way, and they just have their own expectations. But that's why faith is the substance of things hoped for, but the evidence of things not seen. My faith have no limits when it comes to finding love or being married. So I do feel like a lot of people really don't understand what comes with being married, because when I have to tell my friends and coach them, like when Will said, if you have a blueprint, can you share with your peers, and can they get the same results? That's what I've been doing. And my peers, they have been getting the same results. And even though it looked ugly, and even though as a woman, I felt like, dang, this is unfair to me. But then I'm like, I'm not too good to endure like that I shouldn't be thinking of it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because my feeling of enduring what I do to him, he feel the same way. Even though the actions aren't the same, the emotions that I'm evoking out of him as we're going through this process, it's the same thing and it's the same feeling, and we're both enduring. It's just we show it more. It's just a lot of men don't tend to show it. So I do agree with you, Will. Like, a lot of women do have to understand, like, hey, sometimes our role look like this and sometimes their role look like this, but we in this together. It's us against the problem, and as long as we keep it that way, we can get somewhere.
little cat nugget I'll give you. If you women stop saying most men aren't like this, most men aren't like that, you only need one. Who cares if most men aren't a particular way? Find the one, be something, and attract the one. But because women don't prioritize that, they want all the men who entertain them to be marriage minded, be responsible. No, learn how to weed out. But on that note, y'all, I'll talk to y'all later.
Have a good night.
Peace out.
Good chat.
All right, y'all. Good night.
Good night, Will. I like this. She critique got a whole different feeling to hear. Good
Listen,
job,
that
man.
went somewhere. Now y'all lost me about an hour ago.
Yeah. I think it sprouted legs. It changed. The questions kind of morphed, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was like, well, what's the topic? What are we talking about here?
I did
He
write
came back in circle, though. He came back in circle, kind of.
Right. I understood. I mean, I knew it was between back and forth. It's just, I think it's just a difference in opinion. At that point, I don't know what was
going.
It was
He
mostly a
was using
difference
a
of
play on words. That's what I think. He
yeah.
was using a play on words. And AP did clarify himself and say, if we're talking about a situation like this, I would do this. And when I'm talking about a situation, I would do that. But like I said, he was playing on his words, getting him
No,
like
it's about already
that.
having the outcome or expectation of what you want to be said.
And how you want the conversation to go.
Yeah, exactly. And that was
That's why I
how
say he kept it
he
entertaining.
asked his questions. Like you said, AP, the questions are leading to, like you said, the premise, the direction in which he wants the conversation to go. So the
But
question,
he's like, we're not there yet. Answer this question and we'll get there. He wanna
instead of just
take
So
those.
I do have a question because it is getting late because that took longer than I thought it was going to take. But I thought the question that Di had, because I really wanted AP to dig into the question that he had when we were talking about class, and then Will, I guess, came and just threw everything off. But it went back into what Di stated a few minutes ago, and she stated that men, why not have a man, instead of trying to reach up for a lady, why don't a man just try to reach down and pull a woman up? Why don't you think that happens that way? Because it's just our question we said at the beginning. It's almost as like rewording the question.
And I want y'all to think about this a lot, because think about how much more beneficial it would be for him to, even if he have to reach down and lift her up, how much confidence that would give him as a man in leading, and how much she would appreciate him. Like, why reach up knowing that's going to hurt your ego, not getting the response that you would get from a woman that you're uplifting?
So it depends, and I think both men and women are going to hate my answer to this, because I really do believe it depends. Like the complaints and the gripes that you hear in these spaces is about men reaching down to try to uplift a woman, but the issue is it's about selecting the right woman that you're trying to lift up. We fully understand, we as men, and I will say for the most part universal, we fully understand that by nature, women want the best option. But this is the one thing we hardly ever talk about in this space, is that when women have found what they would consider the best option, y'all rock with them. It's not a halfway, it's not a kind of way, it's not a part of the way. It is everything that you give is reciprocated and added to. Period, point blank, bottom line. But oftentimes we are misled, misguided when we reach down. We're reaching for, let's go ahead and bring it back full circle, for that Instagram model. And we want her to be able to do what that, let's call it, that target worker does. You know what? That target worker and that Instagram model, while let's say they're making the same $48,000 a year and they're still trying to kind of get pulled up, they have completely different mindsets. We have to, as men, fully understand what we're working with, what we're dealing with.
That's what I mean by up and down. I wasn't even talking about jobs. I was literally talking about
like, but the concept is, we men fully understand that in order for us to reach down, we're going to typically get somebody who makes less. And the reason why that's important in this conversation, because women view themselves, for the most part, not everyone, but I'll say the majority, view themselves as you reaching up when they make more than you. So as men, we understand that concept. We do, which is where a lot of this bullshit griping comes from. And we need to say, you know what? We have a hard time with doing exactly what I typically propose to do. Thank you for your time. You know what, Dad? This has been fun. You know what, Mistaken? This has been fun, etc. And say, this has been fun. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. We want that woman to acquiesce, the woman that doesn't have the ability to acquiesce to our program. We want that woman to acquiesce to our program. Meanwhile, there's a woman at Home Depot. There's a woman at Target. There's a woman working at your local Mexican restaurant that can fulfill that obligation.
But did you know that most of these men arguments are based on things like that? They get with a woman that's technically not his type, but he want him to be his type. And just because she's not willing to follow him, it's a her problem.
Right.
How?
Yeah, I fully
The man is
understand.
always here. And I was just telling my guy this the other day. He was like, why is it that when I'm not doing right, these are the repercussions of my actions? And I'm like, I'm trying to tell you right now, as a person who's done it, even when I didn't feel like doing it, this is my biological reaction to you when you're not working and you're doing this. And your biological reaction, an idle mind is a devil's playground. You know what I'm saying? These are our biological reactions. So, and I told him, when you're not, if you're not working, if you're not speaking to me correctly, I'm not gonna feel safe. It's going to be a reaction to me. So when I hear these guys like, this woman was like this, it's like, do you not understand that your action is reaction, even if it's my healing? You know what I'm saying? He's triggered me to points where I'm reacting to my childhood trauma that I didn't even know I had there. You know what I'm saying? He was teaching me things. So
I'm
yeah,
listening to you. I'm sorry.
go
I'm just
ahead.
moving back to the porch
No,
because
you okay.
Atlanta decided to send their rain to Charlotte.
Yeah. We just had rain. Chicago sent it too.
So let me get some straight. I'm getting lost. What was so what did AP just say? I guess my brain don't work out. That's too.
He was just talking about basically just dating where you're supposed to. That was the gist of it. Instead of trying to reach up and trying to, if that woman is in your match, you're trying to reach up and grab that woman anyway, and then try to mold her, make her into what you want her to be, as opposed to just going ahead and getting a woman that is more moldable. That was basically what he was getting to. But
so I did.
And it's not even more moldable, but more to your mindset. Some of these guys got toxic. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean you want me to stay in just because it makes you feel better? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even coming from a place of love or concern, or it's just something specifically for your ego. You know what I'm saying? There's women out there who will willingly do that, who's happy to do that. But why does it make me problematic because I don't want to fit with that program? No, it makes you problematic for not being able to figure out, to identify which women you want to date. And this goes back to the guys I was telling. You feel like, oh, she has to look a certain way. Most guys go after a certain look, and when you don't get the results you want, you're upset. You need to learn how to identify women, their personality, what bothers them, what leads them, what guides them, what makes them. And if you can't fit that, move on to the next. Don't make her the problem and be like, oh, well, she's too educated or she's too independent. No, she's just not for you. And you keep going after the same thing, trying to fix something in your ego versus, okay, who can I provide and protect for? You going after something that's not even for you. It's not for you. And it don't have to be necessarily higher or lower, but 9 times out of 10, and when it comes to me, I notice it's always a certain look. You know what I'm saying? It's always a certain look. It's always a certain look. It's never about, oh, what qualities do she have? What's instilled in her? Not all of them. I'm not going to say all men, but the ones who are not getting the outcomes that they want, that they just hate women so bad, is because they don't even understand who they are and what they real type look like. Like, you keep going after the wrong person. You get what I'm trying to say, Maroon?
Yeah, I was gonna say before you said it, like these guys don't know who they attract. They think they have a type, but that type might not be their real type.
Like the type that you gonna go ahead, Miss Shan.
So I was looking at the chat, and so I know it seems like when we talk about men, one guy said, so we were just talking about people being equally yoked. When we say equally yoked, I know somebody in the chat said Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama and Barack are equally yoked, I would say, right? They have like minds, same values, they mesh together. I could never put Michelle Obama with Future. That's not equal. They have different goals. Yes, Future has money, but they're just different. And that's what I need people to understand. You're not the same. You are, we used to call it cut from different cloths, so to speak, back in the day, right? You're just different. You wouldn't even get along with each other possibly, right? So I think that's what people mean. And as far as I say, let's just say income. Sometimes it has nothing to do with income. It just has everything to do with your path, like how you go. Is that person, you guys are going in the same direction, your values are the same, y'all think alike. It sometimes is as simple as that. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, but men not thinking like that. They thinking like it's about my path and my, like, they not thinking like that. And if they
No,
did, they
the
would find
problem
more
with
women who's
men-
willing to follow them. You know what I'm trying to say? They would find more women like that, but they're not thinking like that, because then some of them get the competition mindset. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no competition. It's just, I'm just as smart as you are, and we finna feed off each other. We both finna uplift each other. I'm finna tell you some stuff, you finna tell me some stuff. But sometimes men they don't know how to take that. They don't know. They be having, and I could say sometimes it's mama issues. I used to have to tell my guy, I saw when I came into your family, she talked to you this way. So now when I'm giving you that same type of caring, you hearing it and processing it a completely different way. And I understand why. And then once the mom started to fix that mother room, when I spoke, he started to hear me differently. So it just be, yeah. Mm.
So, and here's another question. So, and this is that has nothing to do with being equally yoked. Like, I think this is going over people's head a little bit. I think that
this is exactly what we were talking about, being equally yoked.
You said, then why she make him look bad instead? I don't get it.
Equally yoked is also mentality. It, you know, in level of understanding, because even at school, we work in education, that like, well, I used to work in elementary education as well, and that sometimes when you have younger kids who don't know how to have the words to really say how they feel or mean, it's very difficult for them to communicate, and they act out. I see a lot of this that happens in these
humans,
or when we're talking, like, is
no,
like,
there's no change in definition. Like, this is what so Michelle. So we're missing an important component in this situation with Michelle. We don't know her conversation she had with her husband. We don't know their relationship. Barack could be 100% like, you supported me, I got you 100%. You know, I fail to believe that Michelle is not talking to Barack about the moves that she's making. I just fail to believe that, right? And I just don't. People support each other. I supported your dream. You probably support mine. Like, that's just how people, and that's probably how they move. And if that works for them, that works for them. That's not what we mean about equally yoked. They clearly are of the same, like they work perfectly together. I don't even see anything.
Can I flip this because this has been on my mind. I wanted to ask Will, but he wasn't up here because it was the whole, like, how AP was saying that they were using an example about going on a date. 10 women give you the same, feedback.
Oh, please don't go back.
No, because this also
oh my God.
has something to do with kind of what you're saying as well. In terms of being, equally yoked or being of the same mindset, is that I think what happens a lot of times and in these situations, especially like in this atmosphere, is that you do have to look at where the feedback is coming from. He said, oh, well, if I'm just going on one date, then yeah, I'm not taking that feedback, right? But if I'm dating this person, then I'm going to take the feedback, right? I understand that concept. However, if there's a pattern in when you're just on a date, to me, that makes sense that I might need to take it just because you are not serious about them.
Yeah.
I think he's thinking on the level like, well, I'm not serious about them, so I don't have to take their feedback. Versus I've just been on 10 consecutive dates and got similar feedback about the same thing, and none of these women know each other.
Like, I didn't even make it to a second date. Like, I gotta at least make it to the second date. Something gotta be wrong with me, Joe.
None of these women know each other, but yet I got the same exact
not from the same environment, completely different
environment.
Instead of
saying what AP said, you know what, I might need to self-reflect.
Yeah.
His response was, don't change. I'm not going to change, or you shouldn't change because it's not you. Date 40 more, 50 more women to see if you're going to get a different answer.
To me, it sounds like the high value man lifestyle. Like, no, I don't need to change anything. I'm gonna just find the right person. It's
but
like,
but you want to know how we got him today? We got him because when they brought up.
But my point is if and then go into the double standard thing, because if women moved like that and said, well, it's not me, because this is what they're saying in this space. You have all of these men that are telling y'all need to change your attitude. Y'all need to do this. Y'all need to do that. All of these men that we're not dating, right, don't know us, that are saying this is what Black women need to do, and then get upset and say the very thing that he just said that AP should do. Don't change yourself. You need to just go ahead and find 50 other people, and you only need one to be able to deal with your attitude.
He already
And I
admitted
got
that was
two things to
unrealistic
brief in
too.
the chat
He
real
did
fast.
admit it was
You guys can
unrealistic.
finish talking about that, but I have two more things I want to address from the chat.
Go ahead.
So one of the questions was, Judge, I like your comments, so don't think I'm picking on you or anything. I just like them. But so when it says degree women, I don't think that that's true. I think that degree women will date blue collar guys, but it's not going to look like the handyman. It's not going to look like the guy who works under the plumber, who calls himself a plumber, but he's not a master plumber, right? I think that women won't master. They both the boss, right? They want the guy who put the work in. So while I do believe that they'll date handyman, I'm not saying this is all, I think that that's a false narrative that people don't like to date blue collar workers, right? I think that when you are the best at what you do, that's attractive. So if you are a plumber, we want you to be the master plumber. We want you to be ready to own your own business and be doing it big because you have business sense. You know how to run your company, you are running things. The same thing with the electrician. We want you to be the master electrician, the business, the person that people have to report to. You got the people out in the field. Does that make sense? I think that's how that's a tricky, you know what I'm saying? I think that that's a false narrative. I don't think that people don't
I
hate
the fact, but to a degree, I also think that a degree woman would marry a blue collar worker, even if he is not the master electrician. It is about what else does he offer? Is he fulfilling other areas in my life? So even though he may not have the college degree or this and that, I can use my college degree to help build him up. If it's especially in the area, like if I had a business degree and he is a plumber, and like you said, it's about the willingness. Is he willing to allow me to help him? And is that the direction that he wants to go? But like
the direction he wants to go.
I told y'all earlier, just in the research that I read in terms of Black women in general, the stereotype that, all these Black women want the top 1% of men, of course everybody would want the best. Yeah. But realistically speaking, and based on the stats, out of all races, Black women will date down the most.
That's not dating down. So let's stop saying dating down.
To the language that they were using in the study.
Yeah. So let's get out of the conversation of dating down. We're just talking about preferences, right? Because I don't want people to think that you feel like you're dating down, they're below you, nothing like that. I'm just telling you what some people find to be attractive.
What
preference, and it's not everybody's preference; it's some people's preference. But to say that women don't want to date blue collar workers, that's not true. Because I see blue collar workers with women every day. They date people every day.
But what I don't get is, why is it that we have to push our woman or make them feel bad for not wanting that and expecting more of our men? Like, what's wrong with our women? I was saying
that 2 hours ago.
Like, because this is what I'm thinking. Like, listen, just hear me out real quick. When I hear a lot of men saying, stop educating yourselves and just
we talked about
be
that.
low enough. Yeah. So it's like that's the backwards part that I'm not understanding. Why do we have to be like, okay, praise the woman that's dating, you feel me? No. How about if the issue of y'all saying this is our degrees, the degree women don't want a blue collar man, why aren't you telling men to go get a higher education? There's nothing wrong with our men getting a higher education. Right. It's nothing wrong with y'all switching out the seats. If y'all saying that Black women are getting these degrees and putting themselves in these rooms with these white men, corporate giants, how about you get the degree, you take our spot in these rooms, and then you take over the companies and you go against these men that you see are oppressing us, because it's not up to us to go against them. And if we're evolving spiritually because we have our abilities too. That means maybe now is probably the time we finna. It's about time we finna fight. Not in that way, but obviously it's gonna be in a different way. If we're educating ourselves, that should be pushing y'all to be like, hey, I want to lead this woman. And if, like Shannon said, if you open and willing to it, when she put you, it's like that's what happened with me. Me and my guy, he helped me be the woman I am, and I contributed to the man he was. I'm like, hey, you good at technology? Why don't you do this? He was like, bro, I thought I was gonna be like my dad in the warehouse my whole life. No, I noticed you good at this. He took my advice, and he's now leading me in ways I didn't understand. So I just don't get why men just blame women for
Okay,
that.
so I just want to stress this point, because I actually agree with Mr. Judge, but there's a caveat. The caveat is, why is that blue collar man who's happy or comfortable with what he's doing expect this woman who has a degree in business, I'm just going to name a degree, in business management, which that degree itself suggests upskill and level up, to lower her standard, not herself, lower her standard for him if he's comfortable working for Bob's Plumbing, local Atlanta.
Yeah,
That's where to me the problem lies. We got dude working at Bob's Plumbing on a lot of these podcasts and in a lot of these conversations saying educated women don't go for me. Well, of course the woman with the business management degree or the lawyer, you're likely not, you're let's be honest, you're likely going to have trouble navigating some of the spaces that she's going to put herself in. Let's be honest. Now the second part of that is, women, why are y'all trying to build a Bob? Stop trying to build a Bob. Let's go ahead and let's accept the fact that Tyrone at Bob's Plumbing, even though he lays the pipe like a champ because you allowed him to, and that's a whole different conversation. But even though he lays the pipe like a champ, why are you trying to convince him he needs to own Bob's Plumbing when he's quite content where he's at? The fact is, we're going to get right back to the conversation when I asked HB about being equally.
Some men are content where they're at. Some men want to grow.
You're right. But at the same time, you have to be, as a woman, looking for whatever it is you're looking for. If you're looking for marriage, you have to be able to identify that Tyrone is content where he's at, and you don't need to build him up or build him to your specifications, not build him up, build him to your specifications, and just say, you know what? We're not equally yoked. We are not aligned. We are not going in the same direction. And I suggest the same for Tyrone at Bob's Plumbing, to simply say, you know what, Di, look, I think you're fine. I think you're beautiful. I think you have a lot to offer, but what you want, I'm not going to give you. And I think it's incumbent upon both people, and I know Shannon mistaken, I've heard me say this a million times. Quit wasting time. You already know it's not going anywhere, but you're liking Long Dong Silver to go ahead and keep doing what he's doing and bending you over the backboard, and dude is loving it too. But both of y'all want marriage. The shit is crazy to me, but you're not aligned.
So
and it's never gonna work.
So let Maroon go, and then I had to.
Yeah, I was gonna kick it to you, Shan. I was just gonna say I don't like that comment. On no disrespect, Judge, on the premise, on the surface of, like, I think it instills this inferiority complex that men have. Like, oh my gosh, I'm not 6 feet tall. I can't date someone who's 6 feet tall. Oh my gosh, I'm blue collar. She swiped on me on Hinge. I can't accept this because I'm a blue collar. Man, if you don't take that date and just see where that can go, that's all I'm saying.
If you have good intentions, don't do it on some. Yeah, you feel me?
This
It's just
is where we
too many,
disagree,
and that's the
though.
only reason why I see why women say that, because there's too many guys out there not with good intentions. And I'm not saying there's not guys who's not, but like Shan said, you got to have some experience, because this is me. I used to date like that when I was younger, and it took me some experience to decipher, okay, this guy's really pushing, this guy's not. I was always that, that nice girl. Like, I'm not gonna say nice, but a lot of guys, I made more money than them. I was more disciplined in areas, and I had to realize, like, okay, they fishing me out now. Like, there's some things, like, now I gotta be a little bit more stern and on. You feel me? Like, I can't be as understanding to everything, because some guys out there would take advantage. I wouldn't recommend young women to do that.
Just real quick, I want to push back on Will just a little bit. I don't think guys are doing that. I think guys are actually taking the date. This is actually what I think is happening. Guys are taking the date with the woman with the 19 degrees, and they're going out on these dates, and they're figuring out that these women carry certain expectations. And I think that the problem is on both sides. I think that men look at boundaries as this woman is not submissive, and women look at his lack of upskilling as a lack of motivation. When again, it all comes back down and back to the alignment. Y'all aren't aligned, and it's okay. That's the problem. Nobody's willing to say, you know what, we're not aligned. I'm gonna tell you, I would never be aligned with somebody who's showing their butt on the $5.99 app or whatever it's called. That would never work for me. So as soon as we have the conversation about what you do, and if you're open enough to say, you know what, I'm on I don't remember the name of the app. Y'all gotta help me.
You talking about OnlyFans? I thought you were talking about Instagram. I'm like, I got my pictures on Instagram, but I don't do OnlyFans. You start going to detail. I'm like, hold on. That's
on the fan. Once we have that conversation, I can say, look, boo, hey, look, I respect your hustle, but we're not aligned. Mm-hmm. And I'm not here to knock you. Hopefully you find exactly what you're looking for, but you're not the one for me. And vice versa. We move through this dating thing without being intentional about what we're really looking for. Right. And what I find is that guys will become content with just getting some box. But the problem with that is you're not being honest about what you really want. Right. And women are making this decision a lot of times based off of what the guy's saying that he wants. And I'm going to say that does happen on both sides. So I just think that people need to be more intentional and more upfront about what it is that they want, what they're looking for. Otherwise, you're never going to get it. All you're going to do is get on YouTube and complain, oh, bitches ain't shit. Or you're going to get on YouTube and complain, all niggas ain't shit.
I just think they're just not aware of how to get it. And that's the
problem. I don't think they're honest. Yeah, I don't think that's the problem. I think
I don't think men are honest, but I think women are honest, but they're not aware of how to get it. I don't think they're aware of the struggle, the pain, the communication, you have to put a lot of what you feel and what you think and what the world told you to react to away. And you have to really react with your heart. Men teach you how to love. When I say how to love without reason. You have to find that person that's worth it. And when you love him that way, the potential that man brings is unexplainable. I don't know how to explain it, but I do it with my brother. Then I learned how to do it with my spouse currently. I don't know how to explain it. And it goes down to the thought process. Like, they'll be like, oh, I control my mouth, but your thoughts, that's what's, you feel me? What a woman think could really end a relationship, and what a man do can end a relationship. When it comes to us as women and how we affect the marriage, I really don't think a lot of women, because it's not talked about that much in the Bible, not on a spiritual level or in a very helpful level. The white man did that on purpose. He wanted to weaken a woman. It doesn't talk about it in books. It's not really focused on what a true woman's, when it comes to speaking and intellectually and like spiritually affecting a man. They don't talk about how that looks, and a lot of people think it looks so pretty, but it really don't.
So just real quick before Miss Shan goes, I just want to give a shout out to another program on the Lapeef Network. It's Let's Talk on Thursday night. If you guys can get to the 4.5 hour mark of last night's show for guys, I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, that's what we want to hear from every single woman. And if you're not hearing that kind of praise, that kind of uplifting,
I heard
then
it.
quit wasting your time with the woman you're with. Women, if you know a man is about marriage, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that it's about 4.5 hours into the show on the People Let's Talk on Thursday night, especially yesterday. Yo, if y'all aren't moving like that and that man is talking about marriage, let him go. We all got to be honest about what we want and what we're looking for.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Shan.
So this is another point, and then we'll, and I want us to stay on topic, please. So this guy, and I want to put this because I don't want him to think I'm picking on him. Why do people think that excuse me, I was white women, I have nothing against
white women standards are high. You saw that? That's what
our low.
Wait, what is famous?
Our standards are higher. Like I think that what it is when we look at the other race, right? We pedestal. I think that
our standards are higher.
Said black women's standards are highest, white women's standards are lower, and Asian women have none.
So when we look at
that's why they're dating out. But go ahead.
So when we look at other people, right, we tend to put them on a pedestal, and we don't look at the reality of the situation. Okay, so we can talk about Asian women. Most Asian women, when they date out, they date white men. Okay, that's their cup of tea. If you look at when white women date black men, it's rarely down. It's rarely down. It can be across or up. Right, because we've seen the girls, but even in that situation, let's just say it's a brother and let's just say he's got a decent job, right? Probably didn't go to school and he's got a girl. Most of the time she's from the trailer, so that is an up. You understand? They ain't necessarily the same either. You understand? And then even when you go up to the highest, it's always up. I never see it the opposite way. Name me one person who was up and then married down besides the black woman, the white woman on Grey's Anatomy.
I don't watch Grey's Anatomy, so I have no idea who you're
I think part of the issue with that statement that person made was we have no idea in a lot of these cases anything about these cultures, but we're judging ours and just saying, oh, black women's standards are really high, but you don't understand the culture and those other women. You don't understand what their standards are. Like when they really see the standards of what Asian women are requiring of Asian men, they might change their opinion. But
absolutely.
Absolutely. Amira said
it's okay, but first of all, let's be clear.
Gold bars and
for women to have standards. I'm not saying that anybody's wrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, what's wrong with black women? Do you get what he's doing? Like, and I feel bad for him because it's like, what's wrong with black women having standards? Right. What's wrong with black women wanting something healthy? What's wrong with black women wanting something stable? What is wrong with that? And it's like, y'all want us because it's like as if y'all feel like y'all can't meet those standards. You can meet those standards.
You can meet
them. We believe in you. We wouldn't continue to date you.
You hit the nail on the head. I think
you can meet those standards. You can do it. Trust me. And sometimes and I do understand some single mothers don't give you the love that you need to build you up because they're too busy in that masculine role. My mom's doubling back now and fixing that with me, and y'all don't even understand how much that little bit is changing my life. And that's the reason why I pour love into people. I said this the other day. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive. I feel like that about my entire community. So I say this with love to the guy who keeps saying this. It's coming out very insecure, but I feel like you could do it. And I feel like you could do it. So just don't expect somebody to wait on you. Maybe God is taking you through this process alone because he knows that once you achieve those heights, it's going to be a woman right there. You don't need a woman to work with you through to that point. Just go for it. You might meet her along the way, but just go for it.
I agree, Dad.
And
Like,
AP said he's in the back. Okay, and
I,
I do have a question since you're the only man up here,
I
Tiger.
just want to piggyback real 1 second,
Well,
just real
AP in the
quick,
back.
to what Di was saying. When people are uncomfortable about raising the bar or the bar being raised specifically above where they're at, they start saying it in different ways. Like, no, you should. We don't want women with education. We don't care about your. We don't care about your money. We don't care about your degrees. It's basically saying, I want the bar raised lower. I want the bar lowered. I have a problem with the bar being raised. I'm done with that.
Well, the question that I was gonna ask you guys, and especially y'all are in these spaces a little more than I am. Like I, kind of fell back because I don't want too much negativity. I'll start hating y'all.
I
and
did
don't
the
want
same thing, Miss Taken. I know you noticed. I did the same thing.
I do keep hearing the trope of Black women's standards are so high. I'm trying to figure out, because it's mixed messaging.
We are all in Atlanta.
We don't have any standards, and we just keep dating pookies and getting pregnant and having babies with pookies.
We are all. I'll say this.
On the other end, our standards are too high that we need to lower them and be more realistic. What are the standards from a Black man's perspective? What are the high standards that Black women have? Because I don't really know.
I don't really know, and I'm just gonna say it just as a story time. Like I said, I started dating, post divorce 2021, and I realized, the standards are low as hell. Like, you as a Black man, if you just got something going on for yourself, you could be dating someone who's on Obama's cabinet. You could be dating. They really try to sow this. Man, the standards are really too high. No, it's because the average dude's effort is super low. The bar is super low. So if you are someone, like, I would get compliments of, oh, Chris, like, I'm so proud of you. You planned a date and you follow through. And I'm like, that is basic as hell. Like, it's
a lot. Believe it or not, it's a lot in this dating scene right now. It's a lot. It's like, if you do that, it's like, okay, you're showing a little bit of consistency more than even guys do just at the basic level.
Yeah.
At the basic level. So
go ahead, AP.
Speaking of story time, I'm gonna go back to my youth. You have to kind of learn this, and y'all know I'm all about self-reflection and self-elevation. But what I would hear as a youth from the Black girls, let's call it, in school, who only went for the ballers, who only went for the guys that looked like they had a little bit of money, is you got to level up. You got to do X, Y, and Z. And in my mind, I'm like, bitch, I live in the projects with my mama. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. But you hear that so often. I'm gonna give with Disney because he's X, Y, and Z. Then you go to college, and you notice that y'all ladies, y'all Black women, y'all about business, real talk. Either in college y'all are getting pregnant or y'all all about business. Period. That's the way it is. But I was never about just, busting down, and I recognize this is anecdotal and I'm gonna drive it to a point in a moment. But the ones that were about business, oh nigga, you this kind of major, blase. Like, bitch, I could still have you if I want to. But anyway, different conversation. But you hear this a lot. But the one thing that's consistent through both of those is this isn't about the white girl standards being lower. It is they see something a very specific way, and I'd argue that they're taught to see something a very specific way, and they can forecast your trajectory. So they typically will either, if you're an athlete, they acquiesce to exactly what you say, or they give you words of affirmation. You're gonna get to where you need to be. Y'all don't do that. Y'all challenge. Wait, I'm getting there. I'm driving to a point. Y'all challenge. But the one thing I've learned as I've gotten older is Y'all are in frame before we are. Y'all recognize kings before we do. Y'all recognize the royalty before we're ready to identify that piece. But keep in mind, by that time, all I've heard from every other race except for my own people is, you got it, you'll get there. No, y'all are hypercritical. As young girls, you're super hypercritical of the young boys. And we're like, bitch, I just play football and I live in the projects. Why are you hitting me like that? But we don't understand until we get older. And we decide to say, okay, let me sit back and see what these, when you first had the conversation with yourself, let me sit back and see what these hoes talking about. Pardon my language. Pardon my language. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. But if you sit back and you listen and you really fully understand all of these lessons that you were taught by these Black women, you're like, oh shit, all they're basically asking me to do is level up.
And that's why, AP, I was just careful on my delivery to the guy who gave that comment. I do feel like a lot of people are not realistic about some guy's situation, and they expect more of them, especially from athletes, because of their success. But their success does not determine their emotional maturity when it comes to relationship or dealing with women. When a lot of girls would date my brother, they're like, he's sweet, he's this, he's that. I'm like, I'm telling you, he's lacking qualities of a man. And a lot of women in the hood, right hand up to God, most of my brother women, the women he's had children with, they're all older than him, decided to continue to have babies with him, and they chastise him instead of giving him resources to help him, because they're in a position to help, but they chastise him and they deliver the message so harshly that at this point he's not sure if he can trust the woman's opinion, just because even though what she's saying might be true, but the extra shit that be coming behind it be very, very harsh. And it's like, how else would he got this information? And I think that's why I'm very careful, and that's why I couldn't deal with the panel no more, because I am very careful on how I deliver my information and my thought process. And when I see you're not handling me with that same care, we got an issue.
And it takes learning and stuff, like everything that we were talking about with Will. The main point I wanted to drive home, this was literally my main point, was you've got to have the ability to look inside yourself and say, no matter what the scenario is, not just women, but every scenario, the workplace, the home life, the restaurant, the mall, the money, whatever it is, you got to be able to look inside yourself and say, what is it about me that's not allowing me to produce the result that I want? Whether I want a wife or I want to bust down. Why do all of these chicken heads want to get married and all I want to do is bust them down? Figure out what it, like, that is some people's goals. That's all some people want.
Some guys do married thing. Like this one guy was like, am I wrong for buying my best friend these Valentine's Day gifts and setting them up? And I'm like, do you want to be with her? Because you leading her on, regardless of what she's telling you, you're leading her on. That's why she ain't found nobody else. She waiting on you to finish whatever you got going on. Like, yeah, treat them accordingly. I do feel like guys do that too. A lot of guys treating these women like wives, paying for they rent and
right.
Let me ask you this question, because it was something that you said that struck me and it makes sense, but I don't think we reflect on this. Is that you said the difference is, you think white women are taught differently, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which I can 100% agree with that. You got to look at the fact that environment matters.
Mm-hmm.
So the environment that majority of Black people come from are single-led households, right? So on a back end, when men are, and I'm going to say critiquing, I'm not going to even say criticizing, when they're critiquing that aspect of Black women don't know how to talk to men, white women know how to talk to men, or Asian women, the difference is that their family unit, community are all intact. So a lot of times when we're making these comparisons, and I've done it too, when we're making these comparisons, and they're apples and oranges. Like we both are women, but we're from a very different fruit tree.
No, and I agree.
And I feel like when we talk about our fruit tree,
So-
black people talk
hold
down
on,
on it.
let me finish.
Keep going.
So the idea behind when men are looking for black women to be soft, be feminine, be this, be that, it's in a comparison to other women that don't come from the same environment, the same foundation. And it's like black men are looking for black women to already have their stuff together, to be able to absorb their trauma and hold it for them, to help them. But we don't have that either.
And when we tell y'all how to get it, y'all don't listen.
Let me.
So you ready? You ready for the real fucked up part real quick? Y'all ready for the real fucked up part real quick? The fuck that got to do with me?
What you mean?
So
as an individual, how you treat me is the only way I can gauge our interaction. So the question is, I got Susie Snowflake over here treating me like I am the shit. I don't understand why Lateefa dumbass won't get on board. That's her problem. What the
listen, AP?
Like, so no, I understand.
AP,
keep in mind, I talk about self-reflection. So I understand that I'm one of those people that have taken an opportunity to look back and say, okay, what is the landscape, right? How did we end up here? But the question, like the complaints and all of this stuff you hear, here's the truth of the matter. A, black woman, have you done that same work? And B, if you haven't, what the hell that got to do with me? Why do I care about your plight? This is about me. And the problem is, we're all of us, men and women, especially in our community, we're selfish as shit.
We are, and this is, and let me just say this real fast because it kind of goes
so
into.
Bad. I hate it so bad.
It's so funny because it goes hand in hand, right? So men expect women. You look at it like, oh, she's fit, she's more feminine than I am. And black women are like, well, she didn't walk the same route as me, right? She didn't walk and I can say that vice versa. We may be like, well, dude, why y'all okay with being last economically? Like, why we ain't got no mojo? Why y'all don't want to compete? And you be like, well, you should understand we got this, we were raised differently. The world is against us. People don't understand we're expected to what's the word? We're expected to understand the other person's point, right? But in our understanding of it doesn't mean we're trying to excuse it. We can understand that there are barriers, like to the woman. Yeah, I understand, sweetie, that you were born in the hood and maybe you had to put your defenses up and fight one. But in my household, I want you to be a little bit more feminine. I want you to talk to me like a lady. I don't need you to come with me because I'm not your enemy. You understand what I'm saying? I need you to tone it down. I like that. Whereas on the opposite side, yes, I understand there are barriers in the way, but listen, you can get it. I believe in you, and we're not about to be last.
Okay, so the men are about to hate my response to that. We have to, of course, I've said it a million times, we have to look inside ourselves, but we have to be patient. We have to sometimes help. If I'm going to use this as an example, Mr. Mistaken, don't come to Charlotte and rock my shit. Let's just say it's me and Mistaken, and she has, and I've identified that there's some things she needs to work on. I have one of two options. Everything is, me and her, everything is straight except for this one glaring thing that's staring me right in the face. I have one of two options. I can say, hey, yo, boo, thank you for your time. This has been pleasant. Or I can say, look, me and you, everything about us fit. I need you to work on this. And whatever you need from me, don't you dare hesitate to ask. Ask me so that I can help you get to where I think you need to be. And I think that needs to happen on both sides. But the problem is we don't take the time out necessary, nor are we, in my opinion, aware enough to understand that, yo, me and this chick, we straight. She just got these other little things. Are we aware enough to identify those things, articulate those things, and be able to say it in such a way to where she can digest what I'm saying without feeling attacked and
But
understand
but
that it's for
APP,
her.
let me be fair to the women, because you getting on the man, but in a woman's like for a woman's part, a lot of women in our community don't understand that we've been given the opportunity for that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Most men have that issue, but most women have the key to their issue. We know the answers. We know how to fix this, because we as Black women, we didn't start off with this luxury of being able to having the choice to work and all this stuff. We came from the same slavery background, the same ass whooping and discipline. We was disciplined like boys, because they be, oh, you women. No, we was raised by single moms too, and we was disciplined just like the boys. But we had to work through that to get to this point. So when it's time for us to guide the men into that, they see it as, oh, you bashing us. Oh, you attacking us. And that's the thing. They have to learn how to trust us when we're trying to navigate them into, okay, hold on. You tweaking right now. You're a little bit too emotional. Even the guys on the panel, they'll get emotional before us. They'll start raising their voices. They'll take shots at our backgrounds, our lifestyles. And no man is checking them and saying, hey, you a little emotional right now. You doing what you blame them doing this whole time. You know what I'm saying? Because if we say it, they telling us we can't identify it. It has to be another man to do it. And it's not enough emotionally mature men telling these men, hey, you're not talking to her right. You're not patient enough. This is not how you talk to a woman. That's how you check a man. But she's not a man. She's a woman. And I understand that you didn't get a chance to see your father handle a woman the way a woman should have been handled, but you don't handle women like that. And that's the reason why I had to step back from the other podcast. Because one thing I did come on there aggressive. I did come on there yelling. I did come over there over talking men. I didn't understand that men took that as disrespect. But once they told me that, I self-reflected. But I wasn't getting that same self-reflection back. When I tell you as a woman, I don't reciprocate to this, and all the women on the panel is telling you we don't reciprocate to this, don't tell us, well, y'all just need to stop. That's like us ignoring what y'all telling us when it's time for us to understand y'all. No, understand us. We're telling you, you're coming off aggressive. You're being disrespectful. You're getting off topic. You're bringing up my past life in order to validate your point, but not to gain an understanding. That's where you starting to cross my boundaries. That's how I felt about
So I
the
just want to
last.
say this. I know Shan wants to jump in, and I know we're about to close. But first, I want to say welcome to Chic Critique. It's funny that you mentioned that because tonight you actually got one of those rare opportunities that actually typically doesn't happen. Um, or every scenario you just painted happened tonight. When it appeared that Will was losing it, we'll give you the mic. Chic Critique will give you the mic until Shan gets fed up with you.
Facts.
But
Thing is,
here's,
Shan got a lot of patience. So if Shan's fed up, then you should know something's wrong with you.
but here's what happened, and you actually saw it. I want to say both between a little bit of Maroon and myself. It was, yo, bro, like real talk. This is a Chic Critique. You got to understand where you're at and the way the dialogue works. This is actually a woman-led pod, bro. And if you notice, and I hope people watch this on the replay, check it out. It will upload a few hours after we're done tonight, so don't hesitate to actually rewatch the show. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to Lapeef Experience and Lapeef Network. But if you watch it back, what you'll notice is the tone and the temperature change. Now, did he continue driving a point? Yeah, you're allowed to continue to drive your point. But what's not going to happen is you're not going to yell at Di, you're not going to fuss at Mistaken, and you're not going to fuss at Shan. But because I'm going to go ahead and say it.
You set the
We've had the
tone.
conversation about accountability. We've already had that. Shan has an expectation. If you can't live up to that expectation, maybe this is not the right place for you. But the whole deal is when y'all come off and you say it, it sounds very different coming from Di. It sounds very different coming from Mistaken. And it sounds very different coming from Shan when you're talking to a man. Because
Well,
it sounds a bit naggy. It sounds a bit aggressive. It's like, man, hold on. And other men will sit back and be like, man, this woman done came off this way. They'll sit back and let it happen. Now, the unfortunate thing for you, Miss Di, is that you were labeled before you were able to make that adjustment and identify what kind of pod it was. You were already labeled, and it's like, oh, we're gonna let this bitch have a conversation. I know they didn't call you the B word.
Yeah, I know.
But we're gonna let this conversation happen instead of saying, "Hey, bro, watch who you talking to." Because I actually saw your changes on the other pod, and I'm like, okay, I dig her, I dig this chick. But I still love my Mistaken, and I still love my Shan. So they're my girls.
I'm confused. Did something happen?
Not
No,
well
it's
on
just the way the dialogue
the
is
last
always the
time I
way
was
the
there,
dialogue
I
goes out.
just feel like this is how I feel. They set the tone for how men want to be treated, but when we speak about how we want to be treated, they don't respect it, and they don't respect the tone. And I feel like that encourages the problem that we have today, and I can't be a part of that. I would rather be on a podcast, and I don't care if this one gets less views. I'm not here for the algorithm and for the views. I want to learn something. I want to engage in intellectual conversation. I want to get somewhere. I want to gain an understanding. I'm not there to antagonize people. And I feel like at times we will be antagonized, and I don't know how to do that for fun, for views. I take it very personal. And until I learn how to be more mature and engage in those, I don't want my brand, what I planned out, because when we're on here, we're building a brand. That's why I had to start changing, just certain ways I was speaking and talking. I don't want my brand to come off combative. I want to be understanding from other points of views. I don't feel like women was getting that understanding. I feel like every time we explain how we felt, they like, no, you need to not feel that. And it's like, well, if all of us is telling you this is how we're reacting biologically to when you're not providing, to when you're not communicating in a healthy way, to where we don't trust you, why are you telling us to switch when those are the red flags that's going to make you a better man? I'm telling you, you feel me? Where it's a reason we all feel this way. And that's why when I'm on there, I enjoyed that space, because that's where men were actually saying, hey, biologically, we're all on the same page about this. We need to be uplifted. You know what I'm saying? But don't be one-sided. Make sure you do it for both, because as a man, that's your job. Because as you can see, when they jumped in and gave our points, Will was a little bit more receptive. But without the man there, talking to another man, it's gonna always be that gap. And when the men weren't doing that, I was kind of disappointed sometimes. Sometimes they would. They did it with Darwin. They did it with him. Darwin came back, apologized. Me and Darwin got a clear understanding, and I forever love Darwin for that. But when they was on there like, you black women, you black bitches, and y'all all
What
go
show are we
like,
referring to? Because I think people, just to save the confusion, what show are we talking about?
Thursday night, let's talk, baby.
Thursday show.
Oh,
Yeah.
the last Thursday show. To my last night?
No. Like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
Shane, I don't know if you know this, but I haven't been on there. I have not been engaging. I have not been participating, because it's just not even when I'm on there. Sometimes I'm not on there, and I still see the men come on there, and when they get riled up because they feel like we're attacking them, they're like, well, what about y'all black bitches? And it's like, them black bitches. The same way you be like, them little boys, them black bitches. Don't blame me for what they doing to y'all. You know what I'm saying? But they attack us, and I don't like that. I don't like when they attack us directly and say, y'all heifers, y'all this, y'all that, because I'm not doing it to the black men on this panel. I know y'all are men of substance, or else I wouldn't even be talking to y'all, taking advice and having these conversations to where we could, come to some sort of understanding. But you calling me black bitches and black heifers and all that, I don't like that. I didn't like that.
Yeah, one of the things I said in the last show is like, I think the one thing that we have to do besides just raising the bar is like, we as men, just like we as black people, specifically men, we've got to stop allowing, we got to stop disrespecting each other publicly. It's encouraging other people to say, oh, well, these people are less desirable, or we can make them the butt of the joke too. Like, we need to cut all that out. Like, I'm not letting people, call black women out their name, make racist tropes, make racist memes. I'm not allowing that to happen.
Because even when Shannon Mistaken talk, if you notice, they'll talk about a certain guy, they will give the disclaimer. And I know our black men aren't like this, and I know this ain't probably not even the majority of men, but since we're on topic, I'm gonna talk about the topic. They put it all on all black women, every single podcast.
Yeah.
Everything, like, y'all do it, and then Mistaken could be like, no, I think like this, and they like, no, you don't. You think like this. And Mistaken like, how can you tell me this is what I'm saying? This is what I mean. This is how I feel. And they'll be like, no, you don't. You just saying that because no. She's telling we're hello. This is the disconnect here. Y'all not listening.
Yeah, people gotta like really kind of focus on doing their work, and like I've kind of gotten the pulse from these conversations that like men are very uncomfortable being called out, but they love accountability. They'll call people out, but they're not willing to be called out. There's a lot of work to be done. But
it's just and I've always said this before in terms of even like marriage, when we're talking about marriage being hard work. One of the things a lot of times, and it's kind of like Black men and women, let's say as a group, what we're seeing is our reflection, right? So in a marriage, you reflect each other. It's like a body length mirror. When you're dating is a handheld mirror, right? When you're married is a full body length mirror, right? And you're standing in front of that mirror naked. And your partner is you're seeing your flaws, right? So a lot of times we don't recognize that we're matching each other's energy. Whether it's consciously or subconsciously. We're matching each other's energy. And so a lot of times when my husband might say something to me and then I'll respond and he looking like, whoa, why are you talking to me now like that? But he's not realizing that his tone and the way that he said something kind of triggered like my response. And he's like, I wasn't even, oh, my bad. Like I'll have to correct myself because I'm kind of, or I might tell him, did you hear how you just said that to me? And he's like, my bad. So, and I think just in general, as a community, what we're seeing is reflection of how we're treating each other. So when we're on the receiving end, we're blaming the Black men and we're like, you're doing this, because we know how it feels to receive it. But on the flip side, we're giving that same energy. And men are also saying like, y'all don't know how to talk to Black men. That's the problem. That. And so we continue this whole cycle of being that whole mirror thing. Like even when you, AP, you had said something about white women would talk, know how to talk to you, build you up. Black women, they sound critical when we're talking. But if you think about our environment and the way that we grew up, a lot of the way we were spoken to was very critical. And Di even had that, have the book with Dr. Joy that talked about the slave trauma or whatever. Right, the slave, yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. And one of the examples that she had talked about is the white parent and a Black parent that goes to an award show, and the white parent, was talking about her kid, and Billy, he got this award. I'm so proud of him. He got that, bigging him up. And then the Black mom, say, oh yeah, Billy's doing great. But then the white parent turns and says, I'm gonna just use my son name, Taquan. He, oh, he's phenomenal. He's doing way better. He's doing great. And the mom turns around, but like, girl, he's such a handful. He just, instead of just the encouragement, right? He's doing his thing. That is our response. But growing up in an environment, we know that they don't mean any harm. We know what it's like, boy, I'm gonna bust you upside your head, right? I'm saying that, but I really ain't gonna do that, right? And so we relate to each other in a way that isn't healthy, but we expect the other person to adjust their behavior without having the tools to do so.
So I want to jump in just real quick, because at the end of the day, before I didn't actually get to finish what my point was earlier, but it was about self-reflection. Like I actually personally took a look back and said, okay, what am I being told? What am I hearing that's deciphered this message? And you got to have self-awareness in order to do self-reflection. But there's a comment that I really want to address, just real quick, by Lady D. She said, Black men have never explained what you are holding us accountable for. Raising children by ourselves, working 3 jobs, paying our own bills. What are you holding us accountable for? What? So let me go ahead and explain real quick some of the grievances that are being expressed here.
Sure.
At the end of the day, ma'am, and I understand that sometimes you troll, but I want to go ahead and take this serious. At the end of the day, when it comes to the raising children by yourself, you real talk, you chose the man working 3 jobs. Here's the problem with that. Without a man, especially in the current economy and our plight, since as far back as I can remember, you kind of have to in order to properly raise, like, make sure the kids have what they need. Paying your own bills, that goes back to the 3 jobs deal. What the men in this space are saying is you have to take some responsibility for some of the decisions you make as well. Now, again, I understand that men will lie for the box, men will hit you with the ski ski, and then you hit the skates and roll on you. I get it. That I do. I get it. That happens. But it's best, in my opinion, to have a man in your family or any man around you that doesn't want anything from you except for your best interest to vet any man before he pokes you down. That is literally what I think that one of the biggest, one of the things that would help us dramatically immediately is having men who have your best interest in mind vet the men you're interested in. And I understand that might be few and far between. So if you ever ran into a situation, I don't know you. I don't know you from a can of paint. But if you ever ran into a situation or any one of your sisters ran into a situation, feel free, and I literally validate everybody that's on this panel. Reach out. We know somebody. We'll be more than I don't want nothing from you. We'll be more than happy to help you vet the man. And that's for any woman listening. Yo, we got you. Sis, everybody that I've run across for the most part on this panel only wants the best for the community. And just trust and believe we got you. Many of us got you. So I just wanted to go ahead and say that and address Miss Lady D.
I'm gonna just say something that I have to drop. But
We
to
all
Lady
about
D's to Lady D's question, I think like we gotta like work together and independently to kind of like look at why are we seeing some of these outcomes, because like I get the vetting piece, but it's like there's a trend, and it's not just a recent trend. It's been a trend for like the last 70 years of this settling into comfortability of it should be unacceptable we should be moving more intentionally after a certain age. That has been constant for like what the last 70 something years or more. It should be unacceptable for us as men to be asking women to be carrying themselves in a regency period-esque way, chastity, dressing, conservatively, the whole nine. But then we get to say, hey, guys, so you're all those, have fun, do whatever, be a ladies' man. Conflicting messages, and it's leading to some of these outcomes. It's leading to, and then the fear. We got to start having those conversations of like, okay, we're trying to promote these values that try to lead towards better outcomes, but like we're also pumping the community full. A lot of us are pumping the community full of fear of like, don't get married. You'll give up half, but then we're steering people down the courts, like we talked about in the last show. That's gonna screw you even worse. So it's like we gotta like really we gotta raise the bar, and it's gonna mean things that used to be traditions can no longer be traditions. We have to establish some better traditions. And that will help us not get to those outcomes of, like I said, the sickest one is pointing fingers at single moms. That should not be the only person that's not really the elephant in the room. And I'll leave it with that. Y'all
you can't
I can say
have
about
accountability without, you can't have self-reflection without accountability. So the point I think that the men in this space tried to make is look, I don't really want to beat you up, but the truth of the matter is you made XY decision. It is your responsibility to own XY decision. And then with accountability, it is what is your changed behavior going forward, which goes back to Lady Di's situation on other pods. It is, okay, I looked in the mirror and I said, okay, I'm responding this way. That means now it's incumbent upon us men to sit back and say, we have to give this person the opportunity to show the change behavior and treat them as such. But instead, what I often see, especially on not Lapeef Network necessarily, but on a lot of these other pods, it's continuously black women, black women, black women, black women, black women. And like, yo, they're changing their behavior the same way you're making the adjustment. And I know in our chat, I talk about like how the men have started to make adjustments, but I'm also seeing the changed behavior from women. So it's not just a one-way street.
Yeah.
Both sides are listening and trying to get better, but you got to give them that opportunity to show, as Miss Taken would say, that accountability, which must come with a changed behavior. And I'll end it there. It's 3:30 my time. I don't know where y'all are, but it's about that time for me.
Yeah,
Wait, look at what Exposing the Truth just said. I just got to read this because I do believe it's true. He or she, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's a male or female. I believe a lot of men don't understand the role of a man, so the expectation of women is unrealistic.
And can I say, I think it's the same for women too.
And I was just about to say that. I think it goes both ways because, again, many of us came from households that did not model that for us.
And so it's not only that, when they talk about it, they make it seem like it's an issue on both ends. When the married men talk about it, when the married women talk about it, they don't say like, I endured this for the betterment of our relationship, or, it's just completely negative. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Yeah. But I think, again, when we're going back to comparing, other races, when, we're talking about these things, I just always want to preface it in understanding your point and saying, well, these women do this or this culture does that, because those are positive things. So
but trust is negative things that happen that culture won't dare stay online. Right. That won't dare. They going through it too. So, that's what Black people need to understand. They going through their shit too.
So my issue is we can say those things, but also we also need to look at, again, the nuances that occur in a Black community that is not impacted the same way. We're not dealing with the same type of men. We're not dealing with the same type of trauma. We're not dealing with the same type of cultural values or culture in general.
Or women.
Systemic racism.
So what we need individually is going to be
I'm messing with you, Ms. Taken. I know.
Yeah. So the way that we respond, or the way that, everybody is looking for us to move, we're going to need a totally different approach. Because if you look at the men, just looking at the stats, out of every group, Black men are the most unemployed, right? Black men are higher incarcerated. And I'm not just saying this to just be negative.
The least healthy
is that right? In these, Black women are the most, single parents, right? So when we are looking at all of these things, you can't expect that it's gonna take the same approach to fix it, or to be like this group here or that group there, because their dynamics are completely different and dealing with totally different issues. Even when I was talking about the stats of saying how Black women typically date down more so than any other race. I hate saying down, but what I mean is out of alignment in terms of education or job or anything like that, that we are more likely to do that. but part of the reason is because that's what we have to choose from.
And that's what we need right now.
Especially if we want to remain loyal to Black men.
Yes.
That's what we have, the pool of men that we do have to choose from. So we're typically are going to date down if we, or have, higher education, because as Black women, we are the more educated of Black Americans. I want to correct that, because a lot of times we say we are the most educated out, no, it's not. We're the most educated out of Black Americans. Asians are.
We still out earning you now. What?
And that's why our
to me,
relationship
that's the problem, right? Like right there, and I intentionally done that just for those in the chat. We oftentimes compare ourselves, and we do that on the positive side and the negative side. You don't have it as bad as me. I'm the one with 3 kids, or 1 kid, or 2 kids, and 3 jobs, and I'm doing this all by myself.
PTSD.
You don't know what I'm dealing with out here in the world.
Who can be in the worst situation?
Yeah, like, it's wild to me. It is. First of all, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you from the perspective of the way I think men should view it. Baby girl, I'm not competing with you. I'm not competing with you for the bottom. I'm not competing with you for the top. This ain't a competition, because in my mind, if I elevate myself, you wouldn't be able to keep up. But that's not what my goal is. My goal is for all of us to get there. My goal is to, if you my chick, my goal is to bring you with me. This ain't a competition, baby girl. The only thing we're trying to do. Oh no, I missed the super chat. I'm sorry. I'm talking. You know me. I talk.
Read it, AP. Read it.
I can't. One of them got to bring it up.
I'll read it because I can't. Okay, there she go. D-Rob, Maine, us men need to. I'm not going to curse. Up the about this accountability BS. We are men. Everything that happens in our life is solely on us.
I don't disagree with that. Not in any light. It's definitely 100% on us. But here's the flip side to that, my man. Whatever happens to them is on them too. Well, yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you?
No,
like,
that's
we have to own our decisions. We have to own our choices. We have to accept the results of our choices in order to move forward. If we're looking to progress, the only way you can do that is, and this is for every individual, regardless of race, creed, national religion, national origin, or any of that, you have to look at yourself and say, yo, I made that decision. That's on me, and this is how I'm going to move going forward. The problem is Black folks have the hardest time doing it. I said what I said. For whatever reason, we'd rather point at the opposite sex and say, you did this to me.
It's crabs and barrel mentality.
You did it for you. You did it to you. I did me to me. Now, how do we move forward? How do we go forward? How do we accept this and say, you know what, AP, you're right. So how do I get on the same page with the Black woman? First of all, it's about listening and understanding. That's once you get there, in my opinion, this is just AP's opinion. I know I'm a simp. I'm sorry. But once you get there, then you can say, you know what, Shan, I understand what you have been through. We have shared experiences. I think me and you can grow together doing it this way. You're going to hate this, guys, in the chat. What are your thoughts? Damn. Be surprised what a woman can do. The way, if you allow it to happen, and both Shan and Mistaken can actually vouch for this, you'd be surprised what can happen as a man if you listen to the woman. And I'm going to use this as an example, and I'll be quiet for the rest of the night on this. After hours, all of us are talking. And I said, and at that time we had a woman by the name of Inaz on the show.
I love Inaz.
This is after hours. And we would chop it up. And I'm telling them about a situation that I had going on at the time regarding work. He said, AP, I need you, or not I need you. Look at it this way and then start moving this way. And you'll see some changes happening on the back end that's going to positively impact your career. I actually took that. I wrote it down. I'm not going to say any of it out loud, but I took that. I wrote it down. I was like, okay, so how do I put this into practice? Because it seemed logical, rational, made sense, and maybe it would work. I'm telling you, men, you'd be surprised what'll work. I'll be damned. Here we are. I am making probably about 48% more than I was making at that time, and we're talking less than 2.5 years. So you can say what you want, but if you just listen, take a step back. They're not trying to run you. They're trying to elevate you. And if I'd have understood that when I was younger, some of the decisions I made between then and probably about 6 years ago, I wouldn't have made them. But I didn't understand that. I literally didn't. So that's all I got to say about that. Women have, you'd be surprised the wisdom that they have if you just sit back and listen and understand the context of the conversation. I appreciate everybody, but after we hang up, I'm out of here. I'm sleeping.
All right.
All right, yeah.
Shan, can you do the super chats and then we can get out of here? I mean, I don't have access to pull them up. All right, D-Rob, a man is to take all ownership for everything, even if it's your lady's fault, even if it's your child's fault. It is yours, the man. You were supposed to know it was going to happen. See, I don't agree with that. Logically, but
Patriarchal.
okay, pull up the next one. Accountability is not a woman's trait, so it's completely irrelevant for a man's time.
Gender wars.
All right. Like I say, my man's is all on us, men.
I think that mentality is needed for our community right now. I'm sorry. I think so. Just based on the chats we was getting today, I think that mentality is needed.
What mentality is needed?
It's all on us to fix it. Like, it's too many men, like how the man was saying, why y'all net, what's wrong with blue collar guys? If y'all just think about it's on y'all to fix it, just have that mindset. Y'all are the leaders of our community. When white men had to get their wife out of whatever positions they was in, they took accountability. Who's running our country? A white man right now. You know what I'm saying? With a whole bunch of white men. They got together. Y'all, that's y'all job. It's time for y'all to get together and get our community somewhere. Come together, and I want all y'all to have a fix-it type mind frame, not just towards your wives, but towards your community. When you see a woman on the street, give her the same respect that you feel like you want to be given to your wife and to your daughter. And the same thing for the women. I don't care if he's lower than you. I don't care if he's a crackhead. I don't care. Give the respect where it's due. We need to fix our community. And if you know better, do better. Be the bigger person.
Well, can I just say something, Di? One thing that, and maybe you could correct me because maybe I interpreted the wrong way in terms of saying that's the way that you feel that men need to think, that is all on, because I thought he was saying it's all on us, and meaning it's all on us men. We need to take accountability for everything, even if the kids are messed up, even if the girlfriend is messed up. And I don't believe that to be true. Accountability has to come on both ends, and we can't necessarily compare again in terms of what white people do, because I think that that's partly why we in the position that we're in, is emulating or doing the things based on their culture. They have a very individualistic mindset, and our culture, original culture, was not like that. It has always been community. That's why we talk about it takes a village to raise a child. It has never been about individual.
But mistaken. The reason why I say that is because if you focus on your part, it'll get done. We as women, we're going to feel like that regardless. Even if he's feeling like that, we're going to be feeling like, no, we got some responsibilities too, and we're going to do our part. If they focus on their part, I feel like everything else will come into place. The wife you want, the child you want, the community you want, the job that you want, you have to take responsibility for that entire aspect of as the leader of your house. And I feel like women should feel the same way. When my husband is unhappy, I should feel like it's my accountability. When my kids are unhappy, I should feel like it's my accountability. And you can do your part and he'll do his part. But when you so focused on, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, you tend to miss out on doing your part. That's all I was trying to say. It wasn't more so like, don't worry about holding other people accountable, but that's part of making it your responsibility. I got to hold my wife accountable. The dishes ain't done. My kids' grades is low. I got to hold I got to make sure I'm holding them accountable so they're holding themselves accountable. That's the role of a man. It's just the role. You know what I'm saying? When you have that mentality, you open up yourself to learn so much more. I feel like I just as a woman and just knowing what men can do and who they're supposed to be in our community, if I can adapt this mind frame as a woman, why isn't our men doing the same thing?
I think that the issue too is I think people are in such disagreements on how that should look, right? I think we're so different in so many ways that we're bumping heads on how this coming together would even look. We don't value the same thing. We're just it's like apples and we're trying to gango with oranges, and it's like chaos.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the part.
But that's why I said take accountability for the things that you want in your life that's not going right. Once you take accountability for that as a person, whether you're a man or a woman, you can get somewhere. That's all I'm saying. Just adapt to that mind frame and stop trying to always blame the people around you. But you surrounded yourself with these people. I had to learn that. I surrounded myself with these people who's problematic. I surrounded myself, even in this low community, the part that I'm in right now. Once I chose to surround myself with different people, I'm like, oh, it's not as bad as what everybody said it is. Like, I'm now choosing to use the resources that's around me. I couldn't be like, oh, I'm just tired of all these black people in this hood and they always cussing, they always fighting, they always doing this. But when I did something different with my time and surrounded myself with different people in the hood, I'm like, oh, that's not all that this has to offer. Now my life and my circumstances and my everyday just look different because I took responsibility for where I was surrounding myself. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Take full accountability for where you're at and try not to blame other people.
Yeah,
I feel you.
I think if we focus specifically as men or just as a community, if we focus on raising the bar, there will be a level of accountability that people will have a choice to accept or not that will help bring positive outcomes for the Black community. But like if we focus right now, what I see like online and social media is like accountability is just shaming people. That's not helping anything. We need to be like looking, it's more it's reactive. We need to be looking more proactive. And like I said, raising the bar is going to lead to those outcomes, but it's going to force people to like change things that they're very comfortable doing. Like we have to get to that level and empathy. That's what I was going to say about what AP was saying. It's like we have to, if we get to a place where we can really prioritize empathy from, within men to other men, men to women, and women to women and things like that. And then focus on solutions that raise the bar, that change the status quo, break the status quo, discourage the status quo. I think that's how we do it.
Yeah, because some people just see some people as a lost cause. Some people don't even think about solutions. They're like, nope, they're like this, too late. Like, they're fucked. I'm like, no, they're not.
To be honest, some of them are.
Yeah, some of them are.
Yes.
But not those that's actually still trying. You know what I'm saying? Even though they trying might not be bringing success right now, as long as they're still trying, they still have a chance. That's how I see it.
D-Rob says, yes, Miss Pretty Dye, is solely on us Black men. We control everything. Therefore, it's on us. Now, see, I'm not really sure. See, that's how, in terms of interpretation, I don't know if he's being serious or if it's like being facetious.
No, that
What's
comment.
Facetious mean?
No,
really
that comment is 100% serious, especially when you couple it with the previous comment that he posted. Facetious is kind of like tongue in cheek. Like you're trying to be funny and trying to be funny, cute, all at the same time. It's just like condescending at the same time. Is
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, he's not being facetious. I literally think he's being serious, and to a degree, I agree. But at the same
Especially in
time,
America,
the one thing I want to point at,
they let white women get anywhere. You think they're gonna let Black women get?
Back to my brother is shaming is the purpose of it is to point out the negative behavior. B, it is hopefully going to get that person to actually accept responsibility, because you can't get to accountability without responsibility. Now, to your point, when shaming doesn't work, the next thing you must try is empathy. But
No,
I would
empathy should be
argue that you
first.
need to. I
Say
would
that
argue
again, Miss Taken. That was so toxic.
Empathy
Empathy
should
should
be
be
first
first.
because
That was
no,
so
no, no, no,
toxic. That was so
no,
toxic.
shaming
no,
without
no, 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 no. And I'm gonna tell
respectability
you.
don't even
I'm
matter.
Because
gonna
empathy
tell
and
you why.
respect kind of go hand in hand. You cannot
No,
just
no, no.
approach
Wait,
it
wait,
with that
wait,
type
wait,
of.
wait.
Well, AP, what I'm
Sorry,
trying to say.
AP,
I
go
didn't.
ahead.
I didn't.
My bad.
First, I didn't finish the statement
Yeah.
before I knew Miss Tatum would end up jumping in.
Sorry.
The statement was, I would start with shame with empathy. I can understand where you're coming from and
Well,
point
you
out
a
your
man. You're
negative
supposed to.
point out your
You're a man.
negative behavior. So, for example, I don't want to say something. Crystal has 3 kids by 3 different men. I can understand that Miss Crystal was lied to by at least 2 of those men, if I had to gauge it.
Mhm.
And I can say, you know what? I fully understand some of the things you went through, but you made the decision. So not only did I shame you, but I also acknowledged your plight. And I think that that's what's missing a lot in the space. I can understand your situation. The problem is we never acknowledge in a positive way, or in a way that's digestible. We
I
never
think that a lot
acknowledge,
of people expect that to be common sense. I didn't learn
and it
that until
isn't.
I was in customer service. When I was in customer service, that's when I learned how to do that.
Yeah, and it's not common sense, which is why typically there's a reason why my name is DAP. I'm the accountability partner. I got your back. But before we can get there, you have to accept responsibility for your choices. You have to. And leading it all on men, I can't stop, and please forgive me for using this example, Miss Di. I can't stop Miss Di from sleeping with Ray Ray. All I can do is say, Miss Di, that nigga name is Ray Ray. He ain't no good. Now, as a man, I've done my part to let her know that maybe she shouldn't be messing with Ray Ray. It's her responsibility to not mess with Ray Ray. And it's her job to take accountability with whatever happens when she messes with Ray Ray. That's the flaw in the argument, by the way.
Accountability and be realistic.
I gotta head out, y'all. Y'all have a great.
Me too.
Y'all have a good
great
I
one.
ain't even gonna cap. Me too.
It was great
All right,
talking to
I
y'all.
think that was it for tonight.
guys, thank y'all. It's been a long night. We haven't been on Chic Critique for a minute. Appreciate y'all time and
Yes, thanks you guys.
with us. Uh-oh,
And
here goes
Di, come back.
D-Rob says, yes, ma'am, mistaken. I'm a 43-year Black man with a junior. I am being a real man. The men on here know exactly what time it is. It's on us, Black men. Thank you for clarifying.
Step up. I
anything
love it. I
wrong
love
with
to hear it. I mean,
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
guys.
that's exciting.
All right, good night, you guys. Thanks for
All
hanging
right.
in there.
Good night.
See y'all next week.
Hang this up. Should be all.